And how long before sleep to get those effects?
I would say about 25, 30 minutes. You don't want to have too much, by the way, because then you're gonna have to wake up and pee. So try, if you can, circadian system. And if light is coming in for a certain amount of time, about 15 minutes, your body will start to produce vitamin D. Vitamin D does a whole host of important things to your body, but most importantly from a sleep perspective is it helps regulate melatonin and when your body produces it. So by taking vitamin D every day or getting 15 minutes of sunshine, either way, you're gonna be in better shape. So that has a
What are the most popular questions people come to you with as a sleep doctor?
There's 3 biggies. Number 1 is, what do I do if I fall asleep okay and I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't fall back asleep?
And you can help people with that.
Absolutely. The second question is, what pillow should I buy? And I'm gonna walk you through which pillows make sense for which people. And then another one that people ask me all the time is, what's the best time to have sex?
That's a strange thing for somebody of your profession to be thinking
Yeah,
about.
well, let me explain why. So I've been an actively practicing sleep specialist for 26 years. I take care of people's sleep problems like apnea, insomnia, and I'm really interested in the things that you might be doing right now that are messing up your sleep that are easy to fix. So for example, most people don't know, but they have a genetic sleep code inside them called their chronotype, which decides when your brain releases things like melatonin, cortisol, adrenaline, and dopamine. And so I can show you based on your chronotype when it's bedtime, but also the perfect time of day to do almost any activity, including the perfect time to have coffee and alcohol.
Crazy.
There's even data to show that your ability to understand complicated concepts improves when you're more in line with your chronotype. Now, there are 3 known chronotypes, but what I'm famous for is discovering a 4th one, which I think might be you. So we're gonna talk a lot about that. We're also gonna talk about dreams, because dreams can tell you things about yourself that you may not wanna know. And then there's how to fix jet lag, whether you should sleep with a TV on, the truth about melatonin supplementation, and my favorite way to get magnesium.
But before we get into all of that, shall we go and look at the best possible sleep position?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Guys, I've got a quick favour to ask you. We're approaching a significant subscriber milestone on this show, and roughly 69% of you that listen and love this show haven't yet subscribed for whatever reason. If there was ever a time for you to do us a favour, if we've ever done anything for you, given you value in any way, it is simply hitting that subscribe button. And it means so much to myself, but also to my team, because when we hit these milestones, we go away as a team and celebrate. And it's the simple, free, easy thing you can do to help make this show a little bit better every single week. So that's a favour I would ask you. And if you do hit the subscribe button, I won't let you down, and we'll continue to find small ways to make this whole production better. Thank you so much for being part of this journey. It means the world. And yeah, let's do this. Dr. Bruce.
Yes.
What is it you do? Why does it matter so much now? And what perspective do you take on what you do that is atypical versus other people I might have spoken to about this subject?
I'm a sleep doctor. I take care of people's sleep problems like apnea, narcolepsy, insomnia, things like that. I've dedicated a good portion of my career not just to understanding how to treat those disorders, which are sleep disorders, but what I call disordered sleep. I'm really interested in behavioral habits, what's going on, what are the things that you might be doing right now that are kind of messing up your sleep that are easy to fix, and be able to maybe change how things are going forward. You know, I didn't start out thinking I was gonna become a sleep doctor, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like that was not on the path. I was actually going in a completely different direction. And one of the things I really discovered was when you change someone's sleep, dude, you change their life. Like it is fundamental to who they are. And it's important for me to be a sleep educator in a way, shape, and form that's practical so that people can actually get something from what I'm talking about and apply it right then and there.
And there's probably a couple of million people that have clicked onto this conversation to listen.
Yeah.
Who is this conversation for?
I think it's for anybody out there who's either curious about sleep or wants to try to improve their sleep or maybe suspicious that they could have a problem with their sleep. I think any one of those 3 types of people would find tremendous value here.
And what are we going to be able to do for those people today, specifically?
So I'm going to give people several different plans, if you will, maybe even a 5-step plan of things that they can absolutely learn how to do. They're also gonna learn about a genetic sleep code that they have inside them called their chronotype. A lot of people don't even know that they have a chronotype, or maybe they've heard of the idea, but they haven't ever heard of the term. We're gonna learn a lot about that. We're also gonna talk about dreams a little bit. I'm excited to have the opportunity to do that. I've spent the last year and a half learning more about how to use dreams in my clinical work as a psychologist, which is very interesting stuff. So I'm excited to share some of that. So I think people are gonna learn a whole bunch.
And dreams matter?
Oh yeah, they absolutely matter. I call dreams emotional metabolism, right? And so when you're dreaming, what is the function? What is the purpose? What are you doing? You're actually working through your emotional states that you had during the daytime. This is why we have nightmares, right? And so in a nightmare, it's a scary scene and all of a sudden it gets so emotional, you wake up. That is officially called a nightmare, that awakening, but you stop processing. And when you go back to sleep, you go back to the dream and you get to that scary point, you wake up again and you get caught in this loop, right? And so dreams matter because they can be incredibly disruptive. Also, they can tell you things about yourself that you may not want to know or may not have in the front of your mind at all times, right? Sometimes people have very interesting dreams, like dreams of being chased or dreams of their teeth falling out or all these different things, and they can mean a whole host of different things. But I want to be super clear, there's no guidebook that says, hey, if you're dreaming of that you're in water, you hate your mother. Like, it doesn't really work that way. Dreams mean something to the dreamer. And so the goal is to understand the context within that. So who is the dreamer? What is the dream? And then how do those two work together?
And what is the experience that you're drawing from, academically, but also professionally? Give me a view of how many people you've worked with. And the range of things people come to you with.
Yeah, so I've been an actively practicing sleep specialist for 26 years. So I work in offices with medical doctors because I'm not a medical doctor. I have a PhD. And I work with them on their patients, a lot of insomnia patients, but also the apneas, the restless legs, the narcolepsies of the world, because I have kind of a unique distinction in that I'm one of 168 people in the world who took the medical boards without going to medical school and passed. So I can work within that framework and really understand a lot of what's going on. I don't prescribe medication, but if I'm honest with you, most people don't need sleep medication. As far as I'm concerned, I can get them to sleep usually without any medication at all.
And you're a psychologist as well?
I am. I'm a clinical psychologist.
And how does those two worlds make 1 + 1 = 3?
Sure. So when you talk about sleep, psychology is all over the place. I would argue 75% of the reason people don't sleep is anxiety or fear. That really falls well within the range of psychology for sure. And it's different kinds of fears. It's fears that you know about that are right in your face, like something that's going on in your daytime. But it could be other fears. It could be fears of your relationship. It could be financial fears. It could be a whole host of different things. So I think there's a lot of psychology that gets to be played in all of this kind of thing.
I've got 2 more questions before we really get into the details and specifics and start really helping the audience with whatever they're dealing with. The first is, we have lots of props here.
Yes.
Give me a top-line view of the types of things you're going to show me and why you've brought all of these wonderful props.
Absolutely. So I get asked a lot of questions, as you might imagine. And one of the big questions that I get asked is, what bed and pillow should I buy? So sitting next to you is a large stack of pillows, all different types, actually. And I want to be able to show some of your viewers how you look at pillows and which pillows make sense for which people. Believe it or not, there's like a fitting process. We're going to go through that. This device right here is a sleep test, believe it or not. So it used to be, we'd have to send you to the hospital. Yeah, you can unwind it. You have to send you to the hospital. We'd put 27 electrodes all over your body, respiratory belts across your chest. We'd have cameras zoomed in on you. And then, by the way, you're supposed to be able to go to sleep, right? And we're supposed to be able to monitor you. Now, historically, we were able to do that pretty well. But once COVID hit, nobody wanted to sleep in the same bed that somebody else had been sleeping in the day before. So now we have what are called HSTs, or home sleep tests. Yeah, we'll talk about how to use it and what it can tell you.
My last question before we get into the details is, what are the most popular questions that people come to you with as a sleep doctor?
So I'd say there's probably 3 biggies, right? Number 1 is, hey, Dr. Bruce, I fall asleep just fine, but I wake up somewhere between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning, and it either takes me 20 minutes or 3 hours to fall back asleep. What the heck is going on there?
And you can help people with that.
Absolutely. I'm going to give everybody exactly what I do in clinic. Like, I'm going to explain to everybody exactly what I say to my patients and how to go about getting through that particular problem, because it's so flagrant. Everybody needs to know how to work with that. The second question would be, what bed should I buy, or what pillow should I buy? I think we're going to address that over here. And then another one that people ask me all the time is, is there some kind of timing? Is there something like, I feel like my body is off. They say this all the time. They're like, if I just lived in a different time zone, I feel like everything would work out well.
So, the very basics of sleep. What do I need to know about what sleep is, the role it solves, for us to even understand the context of the things we're going to talk about today?
Yep, there's only a few things that are truly important to understand about sleep. One is, how does sleep work in the brain? It turns out that there's two separate systems in the brain. One is called your sleep drive, the other is called your sleep rhythm. And they both work in an interesting way. They're both a little bit like hunger, right? So sleep drive is like hunger because I'm hungry, I eat something and that hunger begins to dissipate. Same holds true with sleep. The longer you stay awake, the more sleepy that you get. When you look at it from a biology standpoint, it's kind of interesting. So when a cell eats a piece of glucose, something comes out the back end. One of those things is called adenosine, works its way through your system, goes to a very specific receptor area. As adenosine accumulates, you get sleepier and sleepier and sleepier. Now, why am I going into so much detail? Turns out when you look at adenosine and you look at caffeine, they're off by one molecule. So here's a little tip or trick early in the pod for everyone. I call it the Napa latte. So what you do is you take a cup of drip black coffee, just throw in a couple of ice cubes, right, merely to cool it down. Drink it as fast as you can, then immediately take a 25-minute nap. The adenosine that's built up in your brain will burn through while you're napping. Caffeine, since it's so close in molecular structure, can fit into that receptor site. It blocks any new adenosine. You're good for 4 hours, guaranteed. I use it with every CEO that I work with. So let's say you only got 3 hours of sleep the other night, you've got a big presentation to do or an awards ceremony or something like that. You can do a Napa latte for about 25 minutes or so, and you will feel much better. That's sleep drive.
Let me just...
Sure.
I want to make sure I really understand this. Can you explain this to me again as if I'm a 16-year-old? Why having a coffee and then taking a nap would make me feel energetic? Because one would think that having a coffee and taking a nap are like...
would be almost impossible, right?
Yeah.
So number one, the caffeine doesn't kick in before the end of the nap. So a lot of people think when I drink coffee, boom, it just kind of spins up and all of a sudden I'm able to, I get a lot of energy from it. That's really not actually how caffeine works. It has to go down, it has to get absorbed, it has to be digested. And so while all that's going on, which takes approximately 25 to 30 minutes, you're actually taking a nap to lower the amount of adenosine that has built up in your brain. Let's say it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you only slept for 4 hours and you are dragging, right? All that adenosine that's built up, when you take that 25-minute nap, you'll burn through a lot of it, and then caffeine fits in and blocks any additional adenosine from coming in. So that way, you're actually adding caffeine to the situation, and boom, your energy goes straight up.
Okay, so adenosine makes me tired.
Exactly.
When it's docked in my brain.
Exactly.
So I have 4 hours sleep, which means there's lots of adenosine. And sleep clears the adenosine.
Correct. And then caffeine comes in because it fits so perfectly into that receptor site, and off you go. That's sleep drive. Sleep rhythm has to do with your circadian rhythm, right? And so lots of information about that, but basically your circadian rhythm is also a lot like hunger, right? You ever notice you're hungry around breakfast time, around lunchtime, around dinner time, right? That's your circadian rhythm for hunger. For sleep, most people, at least here in North America, have a tendency to fall asleep somewhere between like 10:30 and 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night. So that's kind of the circadian rhythm there. So when your circadian rhythm is high and your drive is high, you sleep. But if either one of them is off, that's when you have a sleep disorder or disordered sleep.
My circadian rhythm is high.
When your circadian rhythm is on point.
On point.
High is probably not the right word. On point, so meaning you are abiding by your circadian rhythm. Now, another question you might say to me is, well, how do I know what my circadian rhythm is? And we're going to talk a lot about chronotypes because that's what your circadian rhythm is.
Okay, so let's do chronotypes then. You've got some cards in front of you.
I do. I kind of like these cards. So when we talk about chronotypes, a lot of people may have heard of the idea, but not actually heard the term chronotype before. So if anybody out there has ever been called an early bird or a night owl, those are chronotypes. So we've got early birds. These are people who, by the way, this is genetic. You don't actually get to choose this. There's a special area on your genome called the PER3 area. And when you have something called a single nucleotide polymorphism or a SNP, if it's flipped one way, you're an early bird. If it's flipped another way, you're a night owl. If it's not flipped, you're in the middle. Okay, so far I haven't told anybody anything new. Like this is all stuff that we've already learned. The new part is this irregularity that seems to happen for people for their sleep schedule, specifically an irregularity in their melatonin and cortisol production. So all of this is predicated on when does your body make melatonin. So if you're an early bird, your body makes melatonin earlier in the night, starting at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Makes you want to go to bed around 9:30.
So melatonin is a hormone.
It is.
That
you produce inside of your body that actually helps you sleep. It guides, it tells your body when it's bedtime, which is a little bit different than the adenosine, which makes you feel sleepy.
I guess people listening now would be asking themselves, why does it matter to know my chronotype? As it relates to my productivity, the way I live my life, my relationships, whatever matters to me, why does it matter?
Because I can show you, based on your chronotype, the perfect time of day to do almost any activity. So if you know when your body is doing certain things, when it has melatonin or when it has cortisol or adrenaline or all these other things, if you know the schedule, you can actually just change your activity to when your body is naturally producing the hormone, and then you do the hormone better. So let's talk about the easy one, which is sex, right? So a lot of people want to know, hey, Michael, what's the best time to have sex? By the way, I think that might be the third question that I get asked most often, other than the insomnia one and the mattress one, I think is what's the best time for sex might be the other question that I get asked more than anything.
It must be tricky if the time you want to have sex and the time your partner wants to have sex are off.
Well, think about it like this. What if your partner's an early bird and you're a night owl?
Yeah, I think that's me.
Don't worry, we're going to be able to fix you.
Yeah.
So first of all, there's a couple of different answers to this question. So number one is you want to have a time. So first of all, most people are intimate between 10:30 and 11:30 at night. That's just a survey that we did. So it makes kind of a lot of sense. But here's what's interesting is your hormone profile doesn't look too good at 11:30 at night for having sex. In order to have successful sex, you want to have estrogen, testosterone, progesterone, adrenaline and cortisol all to be high, and melatonin to be low. What do you think your hormone profile looks like at 10:30 at night? It's literally the opposite, right? Melatonin is high and all those other things are low. That's hint number one as to when would probably be the best time to have sex. Hint number two, if you happen to be having sex with somebody who was born biologically male, what do most men wake up with in the morning? An erection. If that's not Mother Nature telling you when to use that thing, I don't know what is, right? So when you start to look at it, and we actually did the surveys, we discovered that people actually have greater connection and greater performance in their sex when they have sex in the morning time. Now, do you have to brush your teeth and throw in a little mouthwash first? Yes, of course you do. Like, let's be fair to your partner here. But you end up learning quite a bit. Again, your body is telling you this is actually the perfect time to do something like this. Did you know there's like a perfect time to have coffee?
I didn't.
Yeah, there's absolutely a perfect time based on your chronotype too. One of the first things that I ask people all the time, I'll ask you, is the first liquid that crosses over your lips in the morning caffeinated?
Yes.
So let's talk about why that's probably not the best idea. So most people don't know, but sleep in and of itself is a dehydrative event. You lose almost a full liter of water just from the humidity in your breath by breathing all night long. Caffeine is a diuretic, which means it makes you have to go pee. So when you're already lost a liter, now you add a couple of cups of caffeine, which makes you have to pee, you're gonna turn into a raisin before this whole thing is through, okay? So we need to get some water inside of you. And so one of the big recommendations that I give all of my patients is don't have caffeine for the first 90 minutes you're awake. Now, you're gonna sit here and say, 90 minutes, that's a long time not to have any caffeine. Like, how am I gonna do that? Like, I've got my morning routine, I can smell the coffee in the morning, it smells so good, everything's going, how's this gonna work? Let me explain the biology. In order to exit a state of unconsciousness, you need two hormones and you need a lot of them. You need adrenaline and cortisol, and they both wake you up. When you have a brain that's full of adrenaline and cortisol and you add caffeine to it, it's like adding weak tea to somebody who's taking cocaine. Okay? It's not a very powerful stimulant compared to the hormones that are in your brain that are a powerful stimulant. But if you just wait 90 minutes, cortisol and adrenaline naturally drop. If you have your caffeine then, it actually boosts the cortisol and gives you a bigger bang for your buck. So you hydrate before you caffeinate. And about the amount, somewhere between 15 and 20 ounces of water. If you can get that down in the first hour and a half that you're awake.
What's that in English terms?
Oh, I don't know we'll have to look it up.
Is it 1 cup? Is it 2 cups?
Oh, I would say it's probably 3 to 4 cups of water.
Okay, well, that's a lot.
Well, don't forget, you've lost a lot of water while you're sleeping, and you might have lost it the previous day because let's say you worked out or things like that.
So let's get into these chronotypes then.
Yeah, so let's start off with the lion. So lions are my early birds. You know you've got a lion in your midst when you get an email at 6 a.m., right? That's somebody who's been up for a while and who's got their brain kind of cooking. Lions like to make a list and go from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 every single day. They get a lot of confidence and they get a lot of pleasure following this list. But if I'm honest with you, being a lion isn't all it's cracked up to be, because dinner and a movie is out for a lion. They've been up since like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, right? They don't want to go see a concert late at night. They want to go to bed at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So when you're looking at lions, or early birds, what I call lions, they've got some very interesting characteristics. They make up between 10 and 15% of the population. From a biological characteristic standpoint, their melatonin stops early and their cortisol starts early. So their melatonin stops at about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and that's when cortisol starts, and that's the reason why they wake up so early.
What sort of window do the lions wake up in?
So it's interesting because I've got some lions who are kind of extreme, like they're getting up at 4:30 in the morning, which is not really probably the best idea. But generally speaking, my lions get up right around 5:15 up until about 6:30. They are definitely my early risers. They have a small breakfast. They don't like to eat a lot of food early in the morning time, because a lot of these people like to go work out fairly quickly after they've woken up, which is very different than some of my other chronotypes. My night owls don't like to work out in the morning. They don't like to do anything in the morning. So my lions like to work out early in the morning, a light breakfast, and also their best work window is usually somewhere between like 9:30 and 11:30. Like that's when all the good stuff gets done. Like when if they'd have to get details, or if they have to do brainstorming or things like that, that's really kind of where a lot of the magic happens for them. By about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there's not a lot of stuff left inside the lion to be able to do a lot of good things. That's when I have lions do more physical activities that don't require a lot of cognition. So maybe you go for an afternoon walk, or maybe you have you're meeting with your folks that may not be really detail oriented but more process oriented in the afternoon.
Admin and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I actually had one fellow chronotype his entire company and then move meetings based on who was going to be in the meeting. Like he had all the early birds and he had a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then all the night owls, he had a meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He said it was amazing. He said it worked out really, really well.
Wow. What's the next one?
So the next one is the bear. So bears are representative of people that are in between early birds and night owls, right? So bears are the best. Honestly, dude, I wish I was a bear, because the whole schedule of life works on a bear schedule. 9 to 5 is perfect for a bear, and they make up between 50 and 55% of the population. So literally 1 out of 2 people is a bear.
And when's their peak work time?
So their peak work time has a tendency to be sort of in the noon to 2 o'clock range. They're a little bit later than what you would see at the line. Some of them I think can actually be better at 11. It's kind of interesting. We've had almost 3 million people take the quiz, and we've discovered that inside of bears, there appear to be early bears and later bears. So there are people who fall into that category but like to get up a little bit early. So for them, their productivity window is probably 10:30, 11. But for the later bears, it's more like 11:30, 12, and then it's about a 2-hour window after that.
For the people listening, on screen at the moment is a grid showing you the different chronotypes, the wake times, the peak work window, and the sort of afternoon slump time. What's the next chronotype?
So the next chronotype is me, the wolf.
I think I'm a wolf.
You might be a wolf.
As much as I love lions,
I get it.
I
get
am
it.
A wolf.
Well, you might be. Hey, look, join me. It'd be great. So wolves represent the night owls, right? And so wolves are my artists, my actors, my creatives. If you know a creative, when do they get their biggest idea? It's not 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Wolves are my highest risk takers. I know that probably you fall into that category as well. Wolves are the folks that show up at the party at 11 o'clock at night, but they stay till 2 o'clock in the morning and they help you clean up. And they hate the mornings more than anything. Mm-hmm. So should we talk about that?
What's the next one? Yeah.
Dolphins. This is the category that you fell into. So let's talk about who are the dolphins and what does this actually represent. So dolphins are usually highly intelligent. They're usually people who are fast-talking, well-read. These are people who are a lot like a lion in terms of they like to get up. They crave longer bouts of sleep, but unfortunately their body just doesn't have a long sleep drive. And so they get really frustrated a lot of times. Also, I think they have just a teeny bit of anxiety behind them. So a lot of them, for example, the details really matter to a dolphin, right? Versus other people where details might not matter nearly as much. I think a lot of my dolphins have got just a little bit of obsessive compulsive disorder. So they're kind of focused in on the different things. Like if I ask a dolphin to do a project, generally speaking, they're never finished with it until I say, can you just give me the project back now? Because they're always working on a little detail here or working on a detail there. But dolphins are my favorite. They're the people that I actually wrote the book for. They're the ones that I enjoy working with the most because they're actually the easiest to work with because once I explain to them how their hormones can be up and down and sideways, it starts to make a lot more sense for them.
And for anyone trying to figure out which one of these they are, where do they go to do the test and how long does it take?
Yeah, you can go to my website. It's called chronoquiz.com and it takes about 3-4 minutes. It's not very long at all. It's going to ask you a bunch of questions about your sleep, about timing, things like that.
Okay, I'll put that in the description so after you finish listening, you can all go take it. And let me know your thoughts in the comment section as well. So once you figure out what your chronotype is, come back to the episode and let me know below.
Please.
And does my sleep change with age, Michael?
It does. Absolutely.
So do my chronotypes change with age?
They do, actually. So believe it or not, you've gone through all the chronotypes already. When you're an itty-bitty baby, you're a lion. You go to bed really early, you wake up really early, right? Then you're a toddler, right? In like grammar school, you're a bear. You're going to bed around 7:30, you're waking up around 7:30. Then adolescence hits, right? What do you want to do? Stay up until midnight and sleep until 2, right? You become a wolf. Then at about 23, 24, your chronotype has a tendency to set into one of those 3 or 4 things, and then you stay there for an extended period of time, like 25, 30 years, until you hit my age. So I'm gonna be 58 soon, and right when you hit in the mid-50s, what we see is melatonin production can either slow down or get earlier. So as an example, if your parents are still alive and you said, hey, Mom, Dad, I wanna go for dinner, what time would they wanna go for dinner?
Early.
Right, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4:30 in the afternoon. You're like, what is wrong with you, Mom? What's going on? That's her chronotype is going backwards, and your sleep changes over the course of time. To be clear, once you hit like age probably 50, 45 or 50, we start to see a slowdown in production of melatonin. We also see an increase in what are called EEG arousals, so things that break up your sleep and make it so it's not so continuous. That can be problematic as well. So there's a lot of things that can happen as you age.
So do I start sleeping less as I get older?
You start sleeping of poorer quality. I'm not convinced that it's always less.
And is that going to make me grumpy?
Yes, it is.
Really?
Absolutely. Poor quality sleep is, I would argue, is much worse than poor quantity sleep. I would rather, I've got somebody who got 5 hours of really great sleep versus 7 hours of really light, crappy sleep every time.
Does that mean that as I get older, I'm going to be more grumpy?
It depends on the quality of your sleep. So what I can teach you is how to not get poor quality sleep as you age. Perfect example, a lot of folks who are a little bit on the older side are used to drinking coffee late in the day. Well, if you change that habit, then you don't have as many sleep problems.
And I shouldn't be having coffee late in the day at all.
Probably you want to stop by about 2 p.m. Right? So if you stop around 2 p.m., the half-life of caffeine is between 6 and 8 hours. So 8 hours later is roughly 10, which is roughly when people are kind of wanting to go to sleep. So I would say that would probably be the time to do it.
I think about my siblings and us all being woken up for school, and I think about my performance in school. And of all my siblings, there's 4 of us, I was the one that always struggled with being woken up in the morning, in part because I'd gone to bed later, but then I was also the one that struggled with school the most. Yeah,
that characteristic of a wolf, characteristic of this night person. If I'm honest with you, dude, like most kids should not be waking up at the time they're waking up to go to school. Right? I mean, so many kids are waking up at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. They have an hour-long bus ride. Then they get there. And if you're an adolescent, I don't think anything could be worse, right? So we have to really start to try to be a little bit more thoughtful and look at like what are some of the activities that kids are doing? How can we get them to maybe take naps during the day if they need them? Athletic performance can depend on sleep. Academic performance can depend on sleep. It's unbelievable, all the different things. Yeah.
Has there ever been any research done?
There has.
On different chronotypes, academic performance?
There has been, actually. They labeled it directly as chronotypes, but they've looked at it based on age range. And we know that, for example, here in the United States, there's a big push to change school start times. So that way high schoolers aren't starting at 7 o'clock in the morning because high schools shouldn't be starting at 7 o'clock. Preschoolers should be starting at 7 o'clock in the morning because their body naturally wakes up at that time. So we've actually seen, there was a great study that was done at the University of Minnesota that discovered that when they just had people come in 1 hour later from their first period, they improved by 1 full letter grade. Meaning they went from being C students to being B students, or from B students to A students, merely by changing the timing of their first class. So that should give you pretty good insight as to sort of these big areas, like, and all children are vulnerable to this. Like, this is not, like, I'm not telling you anything that's new. These are studies that have been going on for quite a while. And there's actually a whole movement trying to get school start times to slow down.
Looking at some of the research here, it says research consistently shows that morning types, which is the lion, earn higher grades, not due to higher IQ, but because exams are scheduled during their peak alertness windows.
You got it.
That's crazy.
Sometimes wolves turn out to be much smarter, but because they can't perform at those early times, nobody knows. Remember, wolves are my creatives. Like, where do you think some of these great creative innovations and ideas come from in the tech world, right? Like, these are the wolves that are out there that are up late at night coding and trying to figure out what's going on. It's pretty cool when you think about it.
And there's this thing called the synchrony effect from a study in 2020 where nearly 800 students found a clear synchrony effect. Students performed significantly better when their class schedule matched their chronotype.
Exactly.
Those morning people dominated in morning classes, and the owls, or the wolves, often caught up and outperformed the morning people when tested in the afternoon or evening.
Exactly. It's pretty fascinating. Now think about it like this. Could you imagine a school system where if we identified children's chronotypes during their particular age range, and then we changed the testing so that they got tested when they're at their peak hours?
Yeah.
They'd actually do better.
People don't know this, but I never do podcasts in the morning.
I don't blame you.
Ever.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's not your time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have a very specific subscribed time that I think works well for you. So I think you should abide by that.
Duration of sleep. There's lots of conversation around how long you're supposed to sleep for.
Yep.
What's the truth here?
8 hours is a myth. Let's be fair. Like, we came up with that from like the 30s. There was a great study at Stanford that came up with 8 hours and 13 minutes plus or minus, and that's kind of where we came up with that as an idea. The truth of the matter is, somewhere between 7 and 9 hours really is kind of the amount that people should be looking for. But some people don't have that luxury. Some people don't have that much time that they can put towards sleep, and so they get a little bit less sleep. But for the lower level limit, I don't like anybody getting less than 6 hours. When somebody gets less than 6 hours sleep, their driving is off, and so you can't operate machinery. So if you're driving to work, or God forbid, carpooling your kids to school, and you only got less than 6 hours of sleep on board, it's probably not going to go well.
We do have to stop here and talk about parents, because listen, you're either a parent now, you might be someday.
Absolutely.
Maybe you won't be, but for those, I've just got a huge amount of respect for parents, because, I'm not a parent yet. I hope I will become one. But when I see what my brother, who has 3 kids under the age of 7 now,
how much sleep has he lost?
A lot, and his wife as well. But you must get parents coming to you all the time being like, what the hell do I do? Like, I've got to wake up when the kids wake up, but it's destroying my relationship, my marriage, my sex, whatever it might be.
Yeah, so parenting children and sleep are difficult to coexist, but they're not impossible. It really has to do with discipline and kind of thinking through some ideas for yourself. When so I have a 23-year-old son and a 22-year-old daughter, so I'm a little bit out of the realm of having to deal with them every day. But I was, like I said before, I was in charge of mornings at our house, waking them up, and it's a lot, right? And so the very first thing that I try to explain to parents, especially if they have a child who has an irregular sleep pattern and is really causing chaos for the rest, like one child who won't go to sleep and it's keeping the whole house up, first thing you want to do, educate the kid. Right? A lot of kids don't know what they're doing is causing a lot of problems. They're just kids. They're just hanging out, having fun. They've got energy. They want to be awake. So that you want to educate them and say, hey, now is a particular time to wind down. This is where your body recovers. This is how you get to do sports the next day, or theater the next day, or whatever your thing is. You can tie it to sleep and performance pretty easily. And so getting them to understand that becomes very, very critical. Number 2 is have some guidelines, right? Have bedtimes, have wake-up times, and follow them as closely as you can. For parents, oftentimes what I try to tell them to do is like, look, after your child goes to bed, if you've got a child that has problems for sleeping, take turns. Do what I call the on-call method. So as a doctor, sometimes, you get a call in the middle of the night because you're covering patients at the hospital for your buddy or something like that. You're on call. So when you've got 2 people who are managing one child, one person handles Monday night, Wednesday night, Friday night. The other one handles Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. You flip a coin for Sunday. So if the kid wakes up at 2 o'clock in the morning, both parents aren't awake. One parent has that responsibility. The other one can keep their eyes closed and go to sleep. Interesting study was done looking at men and women in bed when a child cries. So women take care of the child, whereas men lie there and fake sleeping in order to be able to stay asleep. Right. That's problematic. In a
How
lot
did
of
they
different
know
ways.
in the study that they were fake sleeping?
Because they asked the men afterwards, what were you doing? And they all said they woke up and they were faking it. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. But this is a big deal for parents, right? A lot of parents turn to me and they're like, this is killing our marriage. Like, we haven't had sex in 3 years because we've got a child who maybe the child has special needs, or maybe the child doesn't have special needs but has other things going on, or maybe it's just normal development, and they're worried about it. And so what I like to sit down with parents and do is, number one, let's figure out when your kid needs to sleep and let's set some guidelines and rules. But number two, let's do the same for you, right? But a lot of parents, when they're super stressed out, one of the first things they do, grab a glass of wine, right? Wine's about the worst thing you could possibly do for sleep, to be fair. Now, I'm going to teach people how you can still have a glass or two of alcohol and not completely destroy your sleep. But I want to be very clear about something. If you're using alcohol as a stress relief tool at night before bed, it's messing up your sleep probably pretty bad.
You might be asleep, but the quality of your sleep is
Shit. It's awful, right? And interestingly enough, during the one stage of sleep that alcohol knocks out, which is stage 3 and 4 sleep, what's the most interesting is that during that particular stage of sleep, there's something called the glymphatic system that comes in and scoops out these proteins that have a tendency to accumulate in your brain. And when proteins accumulate in your brain, they wrap around the nerves, and that's called Alzheimer's disease. So stage 4 sleep is imperative to avoid Alzheimer's disease. And when you drink alcohol, you destroy stage 4 sleep. So it would be great if nobody drank alcohol, but I'm not so stupid as to think that. Plus, I like bourbon. I like whiskey. I enjoy a glass of champagne every once in a while. So how can you successfully still drink alcohol and still get a decent night's sleep? I'm gonna give you a quick one, right? Let's say you're having dinner at 6:30. Have your first glass of wine, then have a glass of water, right? Then your second glass of wine starts at, let's say, almost 7 o'clock, right? Then you have your second glass of water. Then you stop everything by 7:30. You wait 3 hours, which would be 10:30, and then you can go to bed.
Why the water? Why the wait?
So the water helps wash it through the system, also fills your stomach up so you don't have too much, so you've got more fluid in there, so that way you don't drink extra wine. And it makes you have to pee, which flushes the system out as well. The 3 hours.
And it hydrates you?
It does.
Okay.
Absolutely, because remember, wine pulls both magnesium and most water out of your system because it makes you have to go pee.
Helps with the hangover?
So there's a couple of different things that I would say. Number one, this definitely helps with the hangover because you've got water going in. For a lot of my patients, what I tell them is the very last thing that you could do is have a little bit of coconut water. So coconut water is loaded with zinc, magnesium, and vitamin D, and those are some of the things that get pulled out of your system when you're drinking. By the way, did you know that there are happy hours specific to your chronotype?
Didn't know that, no.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So here's what's cool about it is your body produces something called alcohol dehydrogenase, which is how you metabolize alcohol, but it does it at a particular time, and the time is different for each chronotype. So your body is most efficient at drinking between basically the hours of 4 and 8, happy hour, as a lot of people know it.
And how do you think about what time you eat at nighttime?
Such a great question. So 3 hours before bed, you want to stop fluids, including alcohol and food. You want to just stop it all 3 hours before bed.
Why 3 hours?
So it takes your body about that level of time to, number one, digest, clear all the food, and then have all the mechanisms that are working towards digestion now be able to be refocused onto the recovery process of sleep. However, I will tell you that there's this, I've seen a couple people, and there are people out there that are claiming that if they stop eating at 11 o'clock in the morning, that it helps their sleep dramatically at night. And it turns out it has to do with your heart rate. So one of the big metrics that is very important that all of our viewers and listeners want to know is you need a heart rate of 60 or below in order to enter into a state of unconsciousness. And when you've got food in your stomach, your heart rate is up.
That tracks.
So, right? So if the longer you can wait, the lower your heart rate is, the easier it gets into sleep. And so when we're talking about, so a great example, let's get back to parents for a second, right? You feed your kids at an earlier time, and then what do? Oh, then you go back and have dinner with your spouse, right? Maybe that's not the best idea because you're having dinner so late. Maybe you should have dinner with your kids, right? And enjoy that time with them and eat earlier because that gives you more space later on to be able to relax and go to bed.
I said that tracks because I remember, I've told this story once or twice before. I remember when I was doing some podcasts over here in LA, and we had Seth Rogen on.
Sure.
And the day before in the hotel, before I lived here, I had a cookie from the minibar. I'm going to admit it. I had the cookie. And
they're so good.
And then I went to bed pretty quickly.
Oh God.
We were just fucking terrible. And I was looking at my Whoop the next day.
Yeah.
Hashtag ad. And my heart rate was like 75 or 80 for the first 2 to 3 hours after I got into bed.
Isn't that crazy?
And I woke up feeling like hell.
Yep.
Terrible day the next day. It was terrible during the conversation.
Yeah.
And I looked at my Whoop and oh my God, it was that cookie. It put my heart rate high.
So also on top of that is sugar.
Yeah, I mean,
right? So sugar actually slows production of melatonin. Remember, melatonin is kind of the key that starts the engine. Yeah, the key that starts the engine for sleep.
So is there anything else that I can do to make sure my heart rate is low as I get into bed?
Absolutely. Meditate.
Okay.
Breath work. All kinds of
brings my heart rate down.
Yeah, absolutely. So what a lot of people don't realize is just because we're breathing doesn't mean we're actually breathing in a way, shape, and form that can be helpful for us for sleep. So in my most recent book, Sleep, Drink, Breathe, I talk a lot about breath work and what is it and how does it work for you. But I'd love to teach you my favorite form of breath work and meditation that I think you'll get a lot out of. So,
and I do this before bed.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you can, by the way, you can do it in the middle of the night if you wake up as well, right? So let's talk about how to fall asleep and do some relaxation exercises for that. And then I'm gonna give you some different ones for in the middle of the night. So let's talk at the beginning of the night. So number one, you need runway to land the plane, okay? So many people think they're just waiting for their head to be bobbing in front of the TV and then they go brush their teeth and they get in bed and then all of a sudden they're wide awake and they don't know what's going on, right? So you need time for your system to shut down. It's not an on-off switch. It's more like slowly pulling your foot off the gas and slowly putting your foot on the brake. There's a process. It should take you about 12 to 15 minutes to actually fall asleep, okay? So number one, what I ask people to do is take the last hour before bed and chop it up into 3 20-minute segments, right? So let's say you're going to bed at 11, starting at 10 o'clock. And by the way, set an alarm on your phone to tell you that it's 10 o'clock because it's really easy to slide by your bedtime and then all of a sudden it's like all bets are off. So set the alarm, 20 minutes for shit you just gotta do. So in our house, it used to be getting backpacks together for school for our kids, finding sports equipment, maybe laying out my stuff for work the next day or getting last email sent, something like that. 20 minutes for hygiene, right? Brush your teeth, wash your face, maybe take a shower, something along those lines. And then 20 minutes for some form of meditation, relaxation, prayer. I don't care what you do, but it has to be something that's calming to get you there, okay? So one of my favorite techniques to do is meditation. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a terrible meditator. I have never been able to do it. I've actually gotten kicked out of meditation retreats because I'm the guy that's like, what's going on? Like, am I doing it right? You know, I'm kind of that person. And so I was told about this tool called a Muse headband. We have one right here. So this is my personal Muse. I actually brought it from home. And you'll notice on the inside there are sensors here, and there are sensors along the earpiece here. And so what happens is you wear it on your head, right? And it's measuring your brain waves. And so when we're, check it out. And so when we're doing it and we're measuring brain waves, yep, exactly. And that goes on the back part. Yeah, there you go. So what's cool about this is it's attached to an app. And then while it's measuring your brain waves, you're listening to a particular music. It could be a guided meditation. It could be any of those things. And while you're doing this, the volume gets lower. And then you know you're getting closer to a meditative state.
The volume comes down when?
On the app, when your brainwave starts to relax. So you're immediately getting feedback. We can try it if you want. But it's pretty interesting. And then when you get to the alpha state, little birds start chirping.
The alpha state?
Yeah, the alpha state is when your eyes are closed and you're at the most relaxed state of your brainwaves. It's called the alpha state. And that's really what people are trying to get to for meditation.
And are you affiliated with this company in any way?
I'm not.
And how much does it cost?
I think it's around $275, I think is the headband.
Okay, interesting.
It's pretty fascinating. I've been pretty impressed with them.
So that's meditation. You talked about breath work as well before?
Yeah, let's talk about it. So one of the other things that I do is I do something, well, this isn't breath work. This is called progressive muscle relaxation. So this is where you tense and relax muscles, starting from your feet and going all the way up your body. And as you tense and relax the muscles, you feel that relaxation from releasing that tension, and it helps you fall asleep. Actually, you know what I can do is I can send you an audio file that has me walking through progressive muscle relaxation that we can make available for everybody if you want, for free. It's no big deal.
Amazing. I'll put that in the description below as well.
Yeah, people will really dig it. I think they'll really enjoy it. So that's another thing that we do. But now let's talk about the middle of the night, right? So, by the way, do you have this as an issue? Has this happened to you before?
It happens sometimes, and it's typically when like my sleep is somewhat disordered or disruptive, or when there's really something on my mind.
Yes. So that precipitory anxiety, like before a flight, like if I have an 8 o'clock in the morning flight, like I sleep like shit the night before because I'm constantly worried about that, right? But a lot of times what people do normally is they just wake up in the middle of the night and they can't return to sleep and they're really not sure why. So number one, there's biology involved. So your core body temperature rises, and when it hits a peak, it drops. That drop is then a signal to your brain to release melatonin, right? Again, the key that starts the engine for sleep. However, your core body temperature continues to drop. By the way, this is the reason why we tell people you want to sleep in the cool, not the warm environment. Because again, your core body temperature is dropping. If it's too hot, your core body temperature can't go down and you can't go to sleep.
Which tracks with evolution.
Exactly. So here's where it gets interesting, is it keeps going, and then at some point in time, your body has to heat up. And if it doesn't heat up, you go hypothermic. Guess what time that is? 1, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, your body starts heating up at 1 and 3.
Every single person's body on Earth does this. Everybody on Earth wakes up between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning. However, most people burp, roll over, get comfortable, and fall back asleep in 30 seconds. However, there's a select group of people who end up being my patients who don't have that, and herein lies the problem. So here are the steps you want to take in the middle of the night to be able to solve this issue. So number one, don't go pee. I know. People are like, what? What are you talking about, Michael? So here's what ends up happening is when people wake up in the middle of the night, they say to themselves, well, I'm up, I might as well go pee, right? Here's the problem. Remember, I told you the big metric was in order to enter into a state of unconsciousness, you need a heart rate of 60 or below, right? What do you think happens to your heart rate when you go from a lying position to a seated position to a standing position, walk across the room? Your heart rate goes straight up. So what we want to do is keep your heart rate down. So if you don't really have to go to the bathroom, don't go to the bathroom. 75% of people sleep on their sides and they kind of squunch up, which means they're putting pressure on their bladder. So my guess is that most of those people, if all you did was when you woke up is lie and get on your back for about 25 seconds and see if you still need to pee. If you don't need to pee, stay in bed and keep your heart rate down. If you need to pee, please go pee, right? If you're going to go to the bathroom, have a strategically placed night light along the way so you don't have to flip on the light in the water closet, because if you do that, you just told your brain it's morning and it stops producing melatonin. But let's say you don't have to pee. Second thing, don't look at your phone. Now, this turns out to be very difficult for 99% of the people out there, because the first thing they do is they grab their phone and they head to the bathroom, right? And they're either checking emails, looking at Facebook or Twitter or whatever social media they're on.
Or we're just trying to figure out what time it is.
And that's where the problem is as soon as you see the time, you instantly do the mental math, and now you're pissed off, right? It's 3:30 in the morning, I gotta get up at 6. Sleep. And you try to force your brain to sleep. Dude, in the history of time, nobody has been able to force their brain to sleep, okay? Because your heart rate's going in the wrong way, right? It needs to be coming down. So if you can, don't look at the clock. All right, so you haven't peed, you haven't looked at the clock, but you're still awake and nothing's going on. Here's where the breathing technique comes in. It's called 4-7-8 breathing. I did not develop this technique. It was developed by Dr. Andrew Wild, Harvard-trained natural doctor, super smart dude. And he did it for the military to teach them how to lower their heart rate during stressful situations. We use it because it helps lower our heart rate past 60, and it's super simple. I'm gonna get you to try it. So go ahead and sit up straight, okay? And so all you're gonna do is breathe in for a count of 4, you're gonna hold for a count of 7, and you're gonna breathe out for a count of 8. And I'm gonna walk you through it. I want you to have your eyes closed, and what I also want you to do, you're gonna go in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then what I also want you to do is picture the number in your head. So when I say breathe in, 2, 3, 4, you should picture the 2, the 3, the 4 in your mind's eye, okay?
With my eyes closed?
With your eyes closed. You ready?
Yep.
Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Push, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. You don't want to get through about 20 cycles of that. It's incredibly relaxing. I actually did it before I came out here to do the pod because it helps lower my heart rate and gets me centered. It's pretty remarkable. Now, there's some problems with the technique. Number one, sometimes it's hard to hold for 7, and sometimes it's really hard to push for 8. So I tell people you can do this 4, 5, 6, 4, 6, 7, or 4, 7, 8. So just work your way up to it. right? If it's too hard to hold your breath for 7 seconds or it's too hard to push your breath for 8, you can do a little bit less just while you're getting used to it. And then the other big thing is it's hard to figure out where the 20 cycles is because you need to get to 20 cycles of this. So what I have people do is take their hands and make light fists while they're doing this. And when they do one cycle, they put out a finger. Another cycle, put out a finger. And before you know it, you got 10. And when you bring it back, you've done 20 cycles.
It's funny, I just did 2 and I started yawning.
I know, I just saw that. I'm telling you, dude, this thing works, right? And so I have people do this technique. Here's the best part, is it avoids monkey mind, right? So what is monkey mind? Monkey mind is I'm thinking about stuff that I have no business thinking about in the middle of the night for absolutely no reason. Like what's on the grocery list, or what did I say to my spouse, or did that podcast go okay, or any of the things that might be floating through your head. You cannot count and worry at the same time.
And why does it work? What's going on in my physiology?
You're distracting the brain from the thing that's stressing you out, and it's lowering your heart rate, and then the natural sleep process comes in after it. So all these are distraction techniques, to be clear. Now, there's several of them out there. One of the other ones I use for some of my patients is I tell them, hey, count backwards from 300 by 3s. It's mathematically so complicated, you can't think of anything else, and it's so damn boring, you're out like a light.
On that point of distractions, a lot of people go to bed listening to podcasts or movies. Jack was just saying that you know, he needs to listen to something to fall asleep. I'm the same. I listen to like serial killer stuff, which is
that's interesting.
Don't judge me.
Wait till we get to the dreams part of the podcast. I can't wait to hear what you dream about.
I think I always try and figure out why it is. And my sister's the same, Sister Amanda, and she listens to serial killer stuff to fall asleep. I think it's because, this is just hypothesis, my mum would always ask me to put on Forensic Files, which is this like serial murder documentary thing.
My
when
wife
we were
loves
younger, because she couldn't use the remote. So my mum would say, she'd pass me the remote, say, put on Forensic Files, and I'd like put on the number for her.
Right.
And so that was always playing in our house at night time.
Right.
And we all had TVs in our bedroom that just mirrored what was playing downstairs.
Of course.
So when I got into bed, I'd watch Forensic Files and I'd fall asleep.
This explains a lot about you.
I know, right? When you say that to people, they think
So let me tell you what it's like in my house. And actually, you and I have a commonality. So in my house, we have a big screen TV. It's on all night long.
Where? In which room?
In my bedroom. Okay. When I met my wife, she said to me, Michael, if you ever happen to spend the night, I want to let you know that I sleep with the television on. I said, don't worry about that, Lauren. I'm going to be a sleep doctor. I'm going to fix that. We met when I was 30. So known her for quite a while. And you ever tried to change something in your bed partner?
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, good luck. So I took the TV out. She said, if you ever want to come back in here again, I suggest I put the TV back in. And then I studied her to learn what was going on. And it turns out that she's listening to it out of what I call the corner of her ear. Her eyes aren't even open. And half the time it's a episode of Seinfeld or something like that. My wife actually likes murder mysteries, and so it's usually Forensic Files or something along those lines that's going on. But for her, it's a perfect distraction technique. Now, there's a second thing that's important in our bedroom that happens, is we have 2 dogs. They sleep in bed with us. I'm the freaking sleep doctor, dude. Like, it's insane. But the point here is sleep is flexible, okay? Just because it works for you doesn't mean it works for your bed partner, and vice versa is also true, right? Like, just because some people can't sleep with the TV on doesn't mean that it's gonna mess up your sleep forever to have the television on, because it's not. And by the way, 99% of TVs have timers built into them. Like, if you don't know what it is, ask your kid. I had to ask my son. He showed me how to use it. We turned it off. It wasn't a problem, right? So creating a sleep environment that is conducive to sleep for you and your bed partner can have a lot of variation to it. And I don't think there's no hard and fast rule that says, hey, nobody should ever sleep with the TV on. I mean, there are people out there who say that, but quite frankly, everybody sleeps with the TV on.
Well, a lot of people do. I wouldn't put the TV on in our bedroom. I mean, we've done it once or twice or whatever, because we're watching something and we slip off to sleep. And I wake up and I realize it's on and I turn it off. But I also really think it's an important point to say that people will listen to podcasts like this, they'll listen to the biohackers of the world.
Yes.
And then they'll get so militant about how they fall asleep that it will cause friction because one partner's different.
Don't do that.
And I had this problem in my relationship, which was my girlfriend sleeps in silence and has such a glorious routine to everything she does.
Right.
And I am
completely the opposite.
The opposite. Like, I want to listen to a murder.
Opposites attract.
I could be on my phone. It's like when I look at my Whoop scores, works for me.
Yeah.
It's like I get great sleep, even if I'm listening to a serial killer documentary. So,
But not if you eat a cookie before bed.
not if I eat a cookie, that's gone. But what I do is I put one AirPod in my right ear, so whichever ear is not going to be on the pillow. And it means I can listen to her if she says something.
Right.
But when it's silence, all I hear is the thing that I'm listening to.
So I've got a trick for you.
And I wake up in the morning and dig the AirPod out of the bed where it ended.
Right, so now I'm going to help you with the digging of the AirPod. So first of all, they now make these things called pillow speakers.
Oh, interesting.
Right, so it's a Bluetooth speaker that will attach to your phone that you can just slide, and it's just under your pillow, so only you can hear it. So that's number one. You might want to consider that, and they're pretty inexpensive. Number two, they now make specifically earbuds designed to be slept in.
Oh, nice.
So there's a new company out called NextSense, and they have developed an earbud that actually measures your brain waves while you are sleeping. And when you move into a lighter stage of sleep, it sends in a frequency signal to help you go back to sleep or to stay in that depth of sleep. Brand new company, NextSense. I have nothing to do with them. I mean, it's a friend of mine who owns the company, but I'm not on the board.
I would like something to do with them.
We'll figure that out.
So does it allow you to play your music as well? Or your podcast or whatever?
I can listen to Diary of a CEO every single night while I fall asleep. And it will make sure that I don't wake up from any dreams.
And you can still like and subscribe and stuff.
Even through the earbuds, of course. I think everybody should like and subscribe.
It's a good feature. Like an AI agent that helps you subscribe. Okay, so that's you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't pee, you don't check your phone, you're doing these breathing exercises, you don't give yourself a hard time.
And then what happens? It doesn't work. What do you do?
Yeah.
Right? So there's the new research on something called non-sleep deep rest. We call it yoga nidra. Okay, it's been around for thousands of years. When you lie relaxed in like a corpse pose like this, you're actually doing something that's valuable for your sleep. Now, I want to be clear, it's not the same as sleep, but if you lie there for an hour, it's like 20 minutes worth of sleep. So everybody should know that even lying relaxed and calm is very, very helpful, right? But if you start to get anxious and your heart rate starts to tick up, you need to get yourself out of bed, because all you're doing then is thinking, hey, this bed is this place where I get anxious and pissed off. This is not a place to sleep. So as long as you stay nice and quiet, the non-sleep deep rest, absolutely the thing to do. The other big thing that I do, and by the way, this happens to me on occasion too, like I'm not immune to it just because I'm a sleep doctor, you have to stay positive. And what do I mean by that is everybody, when they wake up in the middle of the night, your brain is set to negativity. There's no reason you should be up at 3 o'clock in the morning that something good is going on, right? Nobody's coming in wishing you happy birthday at 3 o'clock in the morning. Something terrible has happened, and your brain has gotten accustomed to that. So when it wakes up, it immediately goes to the negative, and you start thinking about bad things. You can't stop your first thought, but you can stop your second thought, right? And so when you wake up and you think negative, what I want you to replace that with is, okay, Michael, for some reason, your body has decided to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's not the game that I wanted to be playing tonight. However, I think I'm going to be okay. I'm just going to lie here and relax and let the natural sleep process take over. If I feel my heart rate increasing, I'm going to go to another room in the house where I've already got a book and a light set up so I can do a little bit of light reading and then come back to sleep. And I just tell myself that. I give myself permission to just chill. Just relax. And then you know what happens? The natural sleep process comes over. As soon as your heart rate starts to go down, your body wants to get back to sleep. And so it really has a lot to do with heart rate.
I love having these conversations on the Diary of a CEO because I have a huge amount of sympathy and concern for people that don't get sufficient sleep. And I know there's a lot of people that don't. And I actually think it's, to some degree, it's somewhat increasing because of the way we live our lives. I was looking at some of the stats around the increase. And there's a study done in 2025 and early 2026 that revealed we're in a global sleep crisis.
Oh, yes, we are.
Both the CDC and Stanford Medicine report said that 1 in 3 adults and nearly 80% of teenagers are now chronically sleep deprived.
Correct.
The 2026 survey by the American Academy of Sleep Medicine found that 93% of Gen Z admit to regularly losing sleep due to social media usage, and 71% of employed respondents globally have said that they sometimes call in sick at least once or twice due to poor sleep.
Just to sleep, yeah. When I was down in Australia doing some work down there, a lot of Australians, they take holiday and they just sleep.
Yeah.
Just to catch up. Like, it's pretty remarkable. We're in a very sleep-deprived society, and I think there's a couple of different reasons why that is. Number one, have you seen what's going on outside in the world today? It's pretty crazy out there.
Well,
I can understand why people are getting a little anxious.
I think one could argue it's been crazier through history, but we never knew about it.
Right. Well, I mean, the media getting us this information so quickly, I think, is definitely what I would agree with you. It was much crazier during like World War II, and stuff like that. Now we're getting information so quickly, and people are getting so ratcheted up about it. I think that has something to do with it. But I think the bigger culprit is people being overweight. When you look here in the United States and you look at the obesity epidemic and you look at people being overweight, it's something close to like 70-something% of people in America are overweight. When you're overweight, that puts you in line for potentially having something called sleep apnea. I want to be clear, not everybody with sleep apnea is overweight, but a large percentage of the people with sleep apnea are bigger people. And so when you look at a society that's getting bigger and all of the unhealthy food that we've got going on, all this highly processed food, things of that nature, that isn't helping anybody. It's adding the pounds. And specifically, like for men, we gain weight through our necks. Like, I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but like if you ever were heavy and you lose weight, the first thing somebody says is, oh, it looks like you lost weight because I can tell from your face, right? And they're like, oh, your neck looks, different now. And so we see a lot of what's going on in the world from a weight perspective and a food perspective could be driving some of the sleep problems. Then there's the anxiety perspective that I spoke of earlier that I think comes in. And again, I agree with you. I don't think we have more crazy stuff going on. I think we know about more crazy stuff that's going on.
But also work is now largely digital. And I imagine for my great-grandfather, he would go to, the factory or wherever he worked.
Yeah.
His work would finish at 6.
Yes.
Your work doesn't finish at 6 now. It finishes when you're awake.
Yeah, absolutely. It finishes when you go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah. And that becomes problematic, right? Because a lot of times, also, by the way, you need to have dividers in your home. Like, let's say you live in a studio apartment and your bed is your couch is your kitchen, right? You have no designated spot for sleep. Your body needs to know, hey, this is the spot where I can chill out and finally get some rest. And I think a lot of times our environments just aren't that way.
So many of us are pursuing passive forms of income and to build side businesses in order to help us cover our bills. And that opportunity is here with our sponsor, Stan, a business that I co-own. It is the platform that can help you take full advantage of your own financial situation. Stan enables you to work for yourself. It makes selling digital products, courses, memberships, and more simple products more scalable and easier to do. You can turn your ideas into income and get the support to grow whatever you're building. And we've just launched Dare to Dream. It's for those who are ready to make the shift from thinking to building, from planning to actually doing the thing. It's about seeing that dream in your head and knowing exactly what it takes to bring it to life. It's not too late to join the challenge. Enter to win $100,000. Visit daretodream.stan.store. I've had so many founders speak to me and say, why didn't this particular ad that I ran on this platform work for me? Maybe the copy wasn't good, the creative wasn't strong, but usually the problem is they're not having the right conversation because that ad never reached the right person. And if you're in B2B marketing, that is much of the game. And this is where LinkedIn ads solves that problem for you. Their targeting is ridiculously specific. You can target by job title, seniority, company size, industry, and even someone's skill set. And their network includes over 1 billion professionals. About 130 million of them are decision makers. So when you use LinkedIn ads, you're putting your brand in front of the right people. And LinkedIn ads also drive the highest B2B return on ad spend across all ad networks in my experience. If you want to give them a try, head over to linkedin.com/diary. And when you spend $250 on your first LinkedIn ads campaign, you'll get an extra $250 credit from me for the next one. That's linkedin.com/diary. Terms and conditions apply. Which sleep disorder should we start with?
Sleep apnea and insomnia. Sleep apnea, for folks out there who may not know what it is when you are snoring at night. Almost everybody who has sleep apnea snores. Not everybody, but almost everybody. And when you're sucking air in, you pull your tongue to the back of your throat and you cut off your air. And you literally stop breathing, right, for a few seconds. Then all of a sudden you make all this kind of grunting, groaning noises, and then you wake up. This can happen hundreds of times a night, and it can be very problematic because, of course, it wakes you up every single time that you have one of these events, right? And so as an example, we measure the events per hour. So as an example, somebody with sleep apnea could have between 5 and 15 times per hour that they stop breathing, and that's mild.
So how are they going to get into the deep sleep that clears out the
They can't.
brain?
That's the problem,
Oh, okay.
right? And so apnea prevents them from getting into a lot of that deep sleep, and so their brain doesn't clear out, and then they're kind of screwed. So at the end of the day, the goal here is to get as many people to, number one, identify if they have a sleep disorder, and then be able to try to figure out what to do about it. And the percentage of people in the US that have undiagnosed sleep apnea is pretty big. It's like somewhere between, I think, like 18 to 20%.
This is crazy. I was just looking at the stats. It says, according to 2026 data, approximately 936 million people to 1 billion adults worldwide have obstructive sleep apnea, which is what, 1 in 7?
Yeah, that's about right.
Making it as common as diabetes. 1 in 7
Correct.
people listening have sleep apnea.
Yes.
Wow.
As popular as diabetes. Let that sink in for like half a second. Everybody knows what diabetes is. Almost nobody knows what sleep disorders are, specifically sleep apnea.
And it says 80 to 90% of those people remain undiagnosed.
Undiagnosed. That is
Wow.
correct.
So there's people listening there's actually a huge percentage of people listening right now
Yeah,
that have sleep apnea and have no idea that they have it.
exactly right.
How would they know?
Do the sleep test.
This thing here.
Yeah.
And what would this show?
So this actually collects what is your oxygen levels throughout the night, what is your heart rate throughout the night, how many times do you actually stop breathing, and also the depth of your sleep, which stages of sleep you get when you fall asleep, things like that.
And what would this, so because people are going to be saying, well, like, how do I know if I need to do the test?
So great question. So you want to think about the symptoms that you might have. So
Yeah.
do you snore? Do you wake up gasping for air? Has anybody told you that your snoring stops for brief periods of time, or that they've heard you gasping for air? Do you wake up with a headache in the morning? Do you find your moods are up and down? All of those are signs and symptoms of sleep apnea.
And this test, are you affiliated with this company at all?
I am not, but we do have that test on my website. We sell it to people so that way we can test them.
And how much does it cost?
$189.
Okay, so
It's not exorbitantly expensive, and it also is covered by insurance.
and it connects to an app.
Absolutely. So you put it through your sleep.
So I put that there and
Exactly.
like this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. You go to bed, wake up, then the information ports over to your phone, and then tells us exactly what's going on. Now here's where it gets even better. I know, right?
Can you imagine me getting in bed with my fiance and being like, come on, babe,
We're recording all kinds of good stuff. Who knows what she might like?
is this going to help my sex life?
It's absolutely it will, because getting into bed and knowing how well you sleep and knowing if you have sleep apnea or not will definitely affect your sex life. Also, by the way, I've saved more marriages as a sleep doctor than I ever would have as a marital therapist, dealing with snoring in the middle of the night and things like that. So you'd be surprised. But what's nice about this is it's one night. You don't have to do it multiple nights. It's super easy. And again, believe it or not, that's disposable. You can actually throw that whole thing away after it's all said and done.
And on that point, before we just go a little bit further into sleep apnea, should we be sleeping in bed with our partners? And I know that's an interesting thing to say.
Great question. The strength of your relationship has nothing to do with where you sleep, okay? So lots of people are like, I gotta sleep with my partner, otherwise my relationship's gonna go to shit and everything's gonna go terrible and we're never gonna have sex and we're not true, okay? So a lot of times for people that I have, so for example, I've got people who have sleep apnea and they use a machine to help them sleep called a CPAP machine, right? And that noise for some people can be disruptive, and so they sleep, let's say, in a different room, right? So is that detrimental to your marriage? No, it's not. Because here's what you do, is you vacation on the weekends in your bedroom, right? I can't count the number of people who sleep separately during the week and then together on the weekends, and it turns out that they get much better sleep during the week. And then guess what? Intimacy shows up much faster on the weekends because they're not so tired. Used to be, not tonight I have a headache. It was really not tonight I'm exhausted. When you allow your partner to get good sleep during the week, there's a reasonably good shot that you're gonna be able to be intimate over the weekend if they got good sleep. So wearing that to bed might not be the sexiest thing in the universe, but it's better than having sleep apnea and eventually ending up dead.
Are the symptoms of sleep apnea different for men and women?
They are. Great question. So it turns out that men and women are quite different, but we've historically been scoring them the same. So women don't have a tendency to have as much snoring as men do. Women have a tendency to have more arousals where they wake up constantly. Women have a tendency to report headaches in the morning more so than men do. So it's actually different types of symptoms for women versus men when it comes to sleep apnea, to the point where we're now considering using different testing devices. So this testing device would not necessarily measure EEG, and in women, EEG might be important. That's what we're learning. So as an example, our company is finding a device specifically to send to women, so that way we can more accurately measure sleep apnea in women. Now, there's a lot of questions about treatment for sleep apnea, and the biggest reason why nobody gets sleep tested is because they're afraid that they're gonna end up sleeping with a CPAP machine on their face at night. And so let me describe to your audience what that is. Also, full disclosure, I have sleep apnea. I don't look like somebody who has sleep apnea. I stop breathing in my sleep, I think it's 26 times an hour. I know, right? Kind of crazy. And I wear a CPAP machine, and it helps me sleep every single night. Let me explain what it is. So when your throat closes here, a CPAP machine is a little air compressor with a tube and a mask that sits on your nose, pushes a just thin stream of just air, and when it hits that blockage, it ever so slightly opens it up, shoots air straight down to your lungs. Now you might be saying to yourself, that sounds barbaric. That is insane. That's a hairdryer blowing up my nose all night long. Here's what I can tell you. Is when you have a severe case of sleep apnea, this can be a lifesaver. This can be one of the biggest, most important things that you possibly do. Now, a lot of people say, oh, I don't think I could sleep with a mask on my face. Well, that's not the only treatment. There are other treatments called oral appliances. This is like a mouth guard, like you see the footballers wear, but it's an upper and a lower, and the lower slowly brings your jaw forward, which opens up your posterior airway space. The same way that air pushes things aside, the oral appliance structurally moves your jaw slightly forward, thereby opening up your airway. So that works well, and there's no mask on your face. There's a third device that you can wear on your tongue that vibrates, that shrinks your tongue by a couple of millimeters, which opens up this posterior airway space and allows you to breathe better.
Have you tried all of them?
I have, as a matter of fact.
And why did you choose the apnea machine?
So for me, the apnea machine worked the best and made the most sense for me right now. But I'll be honest with you, I will probably get the mouth guard for when I travel. There's a lot that can be done out there. And by the way, there's also surgeries. And surgeries are a little bit more permanent fix, but in many cases, those surgeries can be quite effective. Also, by the way, they're working on a pill for sleep apnea now. And that's just apnea. We haven't even talked about insomnia yet.
I was just reading about the FDA approving a drug.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. And there's actually three different companies that are working on different drugs right now for sleep apnea. And I mean, to be clear, when that happens, I think it's pretty much game over for sleep apnea, right? I mean, once we can get it in a pill form, which means compliance increases dramatically, we can help a lot of people with sleep apnea, which I think would be pretty amazing.
And women are heavily undiagnosed, right? Because we think of it as, I mean, I've heard it being referred to as a sort of an old man's disease.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, many women have a tendency to report insomnia types of symptoms over sleep apnea types of symptoms, when in fact, they actually have undiagnosed sleep apnea, which we can catch.
We talked a little bit earlier, but from many of the conversations I've had on the show about Alzheimer's,
yes,
your chance of getting Alzheimer's, I imagine, is going to increase, right? Because
absolutely,
you have sleep apnea.
Yeah, well, because when you have sleep apnea, it keeps you out of the deeper stages of sleep. The deeper stages of sleep is where that glymphatic system comes in and scoops out those proteins, and that's really probably one of the big causes for it. So that's one of the things that we always want people to understand. But there's also something else that I think is important to maybe talk about, which is on the other side, not sleep apnea side, but on the insomnia side, which is there's a lot of people who go to the drugstore and they buy an over-the-counter sleep aid. Right? Now, I'm not talking about supplementation yet. We can get into supplements in a minute if you want to, but I'm talking about things like the PM medications, right? You know, here in America, we have them where there's like an analgesic plus a PM. So there's Tylenol PM, Advil PM, and what it is it's a pain reliever, but they add something called diphenhydramine, and it makes you feel sleepy, and it makes you fall asleep. Diphenhydramine is actually an antihistamine, right? So it's used for congestion and things like that. But there's now data to suggest that daily use of the PM part of this, not the pain relieving part, but the PM part, can lead almost directly to Alzheimer's. Right. So if people can just go to bed and follow a couple simple rules and go to bed naturally, you'd be shocked at how much better your world is going to be.
The Queensland Brain Institute at the University of Queensland found that people with untreated apnea have a 45% higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease.
Like I said.
Which is crazy.
So
it's really important.
Here's the thing, is we've got all these people who are watching your show right now. They need to start thinking in their head, like, maybe I have sleep apnea, maybe I don't, but maybe I should take a look at what are some of the symptoms and see if that's something that could be going on for me. Because again, testing is available. And to be clear, it's not like I'm the only guy out there testing people. I mean, there are sleep doctors all over the world that are testing people. My encouragement to people is, hey, figure it out. If you can't figure it out, shoot us an email. We'll find a sleep center for you to go to. But if you think there's something going on, it's definitely worth checking out. Because by the way, you can stay with undiagnosed sleep apnea for your entire life. And all it does is basically break down everything that's going on inside. That's not what you want. Like, remember, sleep is recovery, right? This is how your body still functions. Like, if you want to lead a nice, prosperous life, you want to sleep.
Insomnia has become a bit of a word that people throw around.
For sure.
Right? They kind of self-diagnose themselves. We kind of think of it as this one specific thing. I think people say I have insomnia when they just don't sleep well.
Right.
What is insomnia and what's the big myth around it?
Yeah, so number one, there's a couple of different flavors of insomnia. There's the I can't fall asleep. There's the I can't stay asleep, which we talked about quite a bit. There's the I wake up too early. And then there's just the I wake up from unrefreshing sleep. So we really think that there are 4 sort of types of insomnia, right? And when people, I would say some of the biggest myths that a lot of people have surrounding insomnia is, or like the biggest problem that they do is when somebody has a really crappy night, then what they try to do is the next evening go to bed early and try to catch up on some of that sleep that they missed. So to be clear, this is a terrible idea because your circadian rhythm isn't ready to go to bed early. So you lie in bed and you're exhausted, but you can't fall asleep. You're what I call wired and tired, right? And so what we want people to do is if you do have a bout of insomnia where you have difficulty falling asleep or difficulty staying asleep, number one, don't over-caffeinate during the daytime. So many people are like, oh, I'm dragging, I gotta get a coffee, and they caffeinate, and then they caffeinate so late into the day that they have shitty sleep that night, and now we're in the washing machine cycle going over and over and over. It sounds like you might be relating to this a little bit maybe yourself. And then, so we want to avoid that. The other thing we want to avoid is overstimulation at night, right? So a lot of times people get that nervous energy, and so they're just doing. Again, you need runway to land the plane, so give yourself some kind of that space. And then just make sure that you've got some level of regularity. I would argue for my insomnia patients, but quite honestly, for anybody who's watching this, the number one sleep tip that I can give people is to wake up at the same time 7 days a week. Not go to bed. I don't actually care when you go to bed that much. I know there's a lot of sleep specialists out there who are like, you gotta go to bed at the same time and wake up at the same time. I'm not of that ilk. I don't really care that much about the going to bed time. I really only care about the wake up time. Let me explain why. When you wake up in the morning, sunlight hits your eye, and you have a special cell in your eye called the melanopsin cell, which sends a signal to your brain to turn off the melatonin faucet in your head. It sets a timer for exactly 14 hours later. It's called the melatonin phased response curve. So if you're waking up at 6, melatonin turns off until about 8 p.m. Then it takes about a couple hours for it to get up and in. So then you start to get sleepy around 9:30 and you go to bed. But if you did that and now it's Saturday and you sleep in until 8, melatonin doesn't kick off until 10 Saturday night. So what I'm saying is the time that you wake up directly determines when your internal melatonin kicks into gear. So if everybody woke up at the exact same time every single day, 7 days a week, automatically you would get tired at the right time and you would start going to sleep.
And is there 2 different types of insomnia? Sometimes I hear primary, secondary insomnia. I think I heard that on your YouTube channel.
So when you look at primary insomnia versus secondary insomnia, the way we categorize that, secondary insomnia is usually due to something else that's going on in your life.
Psychology.
So maybe caffeine abuse, right? Maybe something along those lines. Whereas primary insomnia is there's nothing else. The only thing you've got going on is sleep disorder. Another example of something where insomnia might be secondary would be pain. Right, so if you have a pain syndrome, you have fibromyalgia or low back pain that can prevent you from sleeping, that would be secondary insomnia, secondary to pain.
And I hear that the most common treatment for insomnia is CBT therapy?
So, yes and no. So I would say that the most common therapy for insomnia is alcohol. More people drink themselves to sleep than any other single thing out there. And then you start to get into the pharmacy of it all, and there's a lot of pharmaceutical drugs out there that people utilize for sleep. And I want to make a point, if I can, is there's nothing wrong with needing a pill to sleep, okay? I want to be very clear about this. There are people out there who need pills, right? All kinds of different ones. Thank you. There's a whole host of reasons why you and your doctor may have come to the conclusion that a sleeping tablet is good for you. The problem comes when those sleeping tablets are overprescribed. So insomnia is, in the sleep world, we call it a door handle diagnosis, because when the doctor has their hand on the door and they're just about to leave, that's when the patient says, oh, and by the way, I'm not sleeping. And then the doctor usually pulls out the prescription pad and says, Ambien or Trazodone or something like that, writes it, says, here, come back in 30 days. Well, you haven't really done anything for this person. You've handed them a pill, and by the way, now they're probably either psychologically or physiologically addicted to said pill, right? Now, once again, if you've got a major mental health issue, I don't think I care. I think it's okay for you to have your Ambien and be fine.
And a lot of people that do have insomnia have depression.
Oh, I think it's one of the biggest things that we see. But I would argue anxiety might be a little bit more than depression. But yes, anxiety and depression, I would argue, make up 75% of insomnia at any given time, right? I work with people and I do something called cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, which you correctly identified as CBTI, right? And so I work with patients all the time. And that's exactly what we do, is we reschedule them. So that's the behavioral part. And then the cognitive part is we talk to them about, how do you think about sleep? Because a lot of people think about sleep in disastrous ways. They're like, I don't get 8 hours, my whole day is screwed and everything's gonna happen. It rarely happens that way. Like, it's called catastrophizing. You just make it worse and worse and worse. And so we look at those cognitive distortions and we help fix them in therapy by really kind of what I call doing the math. And so I say, well, have you ever had 4 hours of sleep? Yes. Did you do something terrible the next day? No. So where's your evidence, right? And you start to get people to challenge themselves, and all of a sudden they can kind of get there. There's also another area of that a lot of people go to, somewhere in between the pills and therapy, and that's supplementation. So there's a lot of people out there who like to use supplements and try to understand how to fix, quote, their insomnia with supplementation. So if we can, let's talk a little bit about supplements and sort of what's good and what's bad.
What is the difference between a supplement and a pill? Or are you talking about the same thing here?
So under the context of this conversation, a supplement is a non-FDA regulated thing that you can purchase at any drugstore, and a pill is a by prescription only from a doctor.
Okay.
That's how we're going to make the distinction for this particular conversation.
Okay, so those pills that are in front of you
So
there.
right in front of me, these are actually all supplements. So these are different things. So these are not pharmaceuticals, these are different things. So we've got,
I mean, in different countries it's different, right?
great point. So let's talk about melatonin, since that's kind of the biggie that a lot of people like to know about. So number one, melatonin is by prescription only almost everywhere other than the United States, right? So in England, in Australia, in Europe, you can't just walk into the drugstore and buy melatonin, and there's a reason. A lot of people don't realize it, but melatonin is a hormone. There's a reason you can't go to the CVS and get testosterone and estrogen, right? Because hormones affect the entire system. They affect almost 300 different things in your body. So what you don't want to do is have somebody just willy-nilly grabbing a hormone and starting to pop it without somebody understanding what's going on with it. More importantly, melatonin in particular, and the point I wanted to make earlier about depression, melatonin interacts with all SSRI medication. An SSRI is a serotonin-specific reuptake inhibitor, an antidepressant. So things like Prozac, Zoloft, Celexa, all of those are medications that will be affected by melatonin ingestion, and nobody knows that it is. In addition, melatonin affects birth control. Yes, you heard it here. Birth control. It affects blood pressure medication, and it affects diabetes medication. So one of the problems is that people go into the local drugstore and they're like, I'm gonna grab some melatonin and I'm gonna make my sleep better because I'm sleeping poorly. So first of all, that's not what melatonin does. Melatonin is a sleep regulator, not a sleep initiator. Melatonin doesn't affect sleep drive, melatonin affects sleep rhythm. So remember, in the beginning of our conversation, we're talking about the two systems. Melatonin only affects your brain telling it when it's time to go to bed. It does not make you sleepy. That's adenosine. We already talked about adenosine and caffeine and how similar their molecular structures are. So when you look at something like melatonin, you need to really be thoughtful about using it. Number two, melatonin is not to be used in children, okay? So a lot of people are like, Michael, I've got pediatricians all over the country telling me to give my children melatonin. I'm gonna say it right here in front of everybody. That is the dumbest idea I have heard in a long time. because you just taught your child that they need a pill to sleep. Normally, no child needs pills to sleep. And by the way, most children make almost 4 times the amount of melatonin that their brain even needs. So giving them extra melatonin doesn't do you any good. There is, however, one group of children where melatonin does work well, and that's in kids on the autism spectrum. We don't know exactly why, but or at least I don't, but there is data to suggest that at 5, 6, 7 milligrams, that can be very helpful for them. Dosage also is a problem. Like if you go to the drugstore, you almost can't find it in the appropriate dose. The appropriate dose is anywhere from about 0.5 milligram to 1.5 milligrams. Maybe top out at 3. That's about as high as you want to go. But when you go to CVS, you find the gummies in 10 and 20 milligrams. And people tell me all the time, oh, I can't take melatonin, it gives me crazy dreams. The number one side effect of overdosing on melatonin is crazy dreams.
On this point of going to a supermarket and picking some melatonin off the shelf, FDA approval and the lack of FDA approval in melatonin means that there's less clarity on what's actually in there, right?
That's exactly right.
I was reading about a study in 2024 where they looked at different melatonins that were found on the shelf.
And they found very different things inside the bottle.
Very, very different things. They looked at an analysis of melatonin gummies marketed for children and found that the actual amount of melatonin ranged from 0% to 667% of what was listed on the label.
Yep, see it all the time.
And in the same study, some melatonin gummies contained absolutely no melatonin, while others contained hazardous contaminants like CBD that were not disclosed on the label.
Yep.
Because melatonin is sold as a supplement in the US and not a drug, the FDA does not test it for safety or accuracy before it hits the shelf.
You are 100% correct, and that's a huge problem. Just think about that for a second. I mean, the market for melatonin is tremendous. It's huge in the supplement world, yet there's no regulation whatsoever. Nobody knows about these interaction effects, which are big, big, big. And by the way, most people are using it wrong. There's really only 3, maybe 4 different instances when melatonin would be useful. I would use melatonin for jet lag, and we should talk about jet lag. I would use melatonin for shift workers, right? So for people who work, night shift, who have to sleep during the daytime, they would be excellent people to use melatonin. People with a melatonin deficiency, a lot of people don't think about that, but right around age 50 is when, if you're gonna have a melatonin deficiency, we start to see that happening for people, is that their ability to produce melatonin begins to decline. So I think those 3 situations absolutely would be on board for melatonin. Believe it or not, there's some data to show that in ADD and ADHD, there's some use for melatonin, and then also for a very specific sleeping disorder called REM behavior disorder.
We're going melatonin crazy as a society, aren't we?
Absolutely. We don't need it. It's completely unnecessary.
I was looking at the data. 1999, 0.4% of Americans said they used melatonin. Today, it's almost 30%. So about 70 million.
Messed up.
That's crazy.
Dude, that is problematic. And again, they have no idea what it's doing to them, right? And they're giving it to their kids. Like, I can't think of anything worse for a young female developing body than to add a contraceptive when it's not necessary. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
The rise in children overdosing on sleep gummies is the fastest growing trend in poison control data.
Yeah, I think it's like almost 600% increase or something crazy like that for kids who have who've overdosed on melatonin. Like there was a study that came out maybe a year and a half ago. It showed like almost 600% of increase in overdosage for kids. Like, that's pretty messed up when you start to think about it. And here's the thing, kids know how to sleep, right? You just gotta stop. You just gotta let them sleep, right? You gotta give them some parameters. Here's when you go to bed. Here's when you wake up. Don't get out of bed. Don't come in and ask for 12 glasses of water. All the stuff that goes on there. I mean, this isn't hard.
So when and how? So I used melatonin once in my life.
Okay.
And I've got to be honest, it fucking worked.
Yeah. Oh, if you use it right, it works, bro.
And it was actually about a week ago because I'd been struggling with lots of jet lag. I'd flown from the UK to LA to the UK to LA to Cape Town to the Middle East to wherever. And I was getting to bed every night at like 4 or 5 a.m. and still waking up at, having to wake up at about 10. So I thought, I need to correct this.
Yes,
it's been going for 2 weeks and I need to correct this.
Absolutely.
So I thought, fuck it, I'm going to cave. I took the melatonin and corrected it.
Yes, it does. So let's talk about jet lag. So it's a bit of a story, but I got involved with a company that has got an app, which is very interesting, okay? I don't have any, I'm not invested in the company, just to be clear, but it's one of my close friends who developed this. So I'm kind of a space nerd.
It's not time shifter.
It is time shifter.
Oh, really?
It is
I would
time
also
shifter.
like an affiliation with time shifter. Because
No problem.
I used them, yeah.
Yeah, I will get you that. So here's what's fascinating is the way the whole time shifter started was, so aren't you kind of a space guy? Like, aren't
I
you
love,
interested?
I'm an investor in SpaceX and
Okay,
space,
so
yeah.
I'm a space nerd myself, right? So you know the ISS is moving around at 17,500 miles an hour around here. It's cooking.
ISS meaning the International Space Station.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's whipping around, right? Can you imagine how many sunrises and sunsets they get in a given day?
I don't know, how many?
Every 2 hours. So they basically get 12.
Wow.
Think about how messed up their circadian rhythms would be from seeing the sun rise and seeing it go and seeing it gets really messed up, right? And by the way, you don't want to make big mistakes in the space station. Like, you don't leave the airlock open, you know, or shit like that. Like, that's when things get really, really bad. So they called down to NASA and they were like, hey, we got a problem up here. Everybody wants to use the lab at the same time. Like, people are seeing the sun. Like, what's going on? So they called a buddy of mine named Stephen Lockley over at Harvard. Stephen is arguably one of the best circadian researchers in the world. Super smart dude. And he was like, well, let's send up a lighting kit and let's create shifts on the space station, right? So that's exactly what they did. So they sent up a lighting kit. I think it was on the Columbia shuttle before it got decommissioned. And they set up lighting, and then they set up timing for lighting. And so there was a morning shift, a mid shift, and a night shift for the astronauts. Once they got the algorithm working, they brought it down terrestrially, and they put it into the Mercedes-Benz Formula One race car team. So they gave it to Lewis Hamilton, right? Because when you think about it, think about what he has to do, right? He's on or off the podium on hundredths of a second, right? And he's in a different country every 3 weeks, right? So this guy's got jet lag like you wouldn't believe. And so once we were able to get it going there, then we created the Time Shifter app. And so it's an app, you can get it on your phone. And what you do is you put in your flight number and it automatically pulls up the flight and knows where you are. This is why I think that jet lag is a math problem. Let me explain. We learned about 20 years ago that when you take a certain frequency and intensity of light and you shine it in somebody's eyes, you can move their circadian rhythm by about 8 hours if you want to.
Their circadian rhythm again being
That internal biological clock, the times when your body wants to go to bed and wants to wake up. We can actually move that by about 8 hours with about 10,000 lux, which is the brightness level of a blue light, particular frequency of light, okay? So when you hit that, if you start in LA and you're going to Manchester, right? And there's a big time difference, and you know what time it is in LA and you know what time it is in Manchester, it's a math problem of when do you get the light. So that's what Time Shifter is it determines when you need that light. And then on the times when you don't need light, it has you use caffeine, right? Or to keep you awake, or if it's time to sleep, then you use a little bit of melatonin. That's when melatonin becomes so valuable.
it also tells you when to eat.
It does. It tells you all of these different things. And it's kind of nice because it kind of shows up on your phone. It's like, hey, do this then, do this then. And it works really, really well. But yeah, Time Shifter is one of my favorites. I've been using it literally for 15 years. And it solves jet lag, bro. Like, we're going to fix that for you. No question.
How often should someone be having melatonin? Is there like too often? Because some people literally have it every day.
Yeah, I would argue it's a bad idea. So if you have a melatonin deficiency, sure, have it every day. But, or if you're a shift worker, probably. But I use it only for jet lag myself. Otherwise, I'm not using it on the regular.
And what's the risk there of having it every day? Is it
It's a good question. So when you start to look at melatonin overdose and you start to look at melatonin on board for long periods of time, there's been some conflict in the research. There's a group of people that say if you stay on melatonin for extended periods of time, your body stops producing it. There's another group of people that have looked at research and have said, actually, that's not the case. So right now, we have studies that lead out to about a year or so on melatonin. And when you stop their melatonin production after they've been taking it for a year, their body seems to start back up, no problem. It's different than testosterone, right? So with testosterone, we know that when men start taking testosterone, their body actually stops producing it. With melatonin, that does not appear to be the case, but we don't have studies that go out past, that year long. And so if somebody's been taking melatonin every day for 5-10 years, you kind of start to wonder what's going to happen. Also, don't forget that melatonin is different than the melatonin that's actually produced in your head.
I think it was Andrew Huberman who I was speaking to a couple of weeks ago that was saying about not giving kids an overdose of melatonin. And I think afterwards I was doing some research on it and I read melatonin. And I think afterwards I was doing some research on it and I read something that said it has an impact on puberty, potentially?
So in high dosages, melatonin is a contraceptive.
So that would pause puberty?
Exactly. Or change it. And ways we may or may not know. So I agree with Andrew on that point that, again, melatonin is not something that kids need unless you've got kids on the spectrum, which is, again, where I find it to be helpful, and I've treated kids with that before. But generally speaking, I don't put melatonin on anybody under the age of 18.
Am I more likely to have nightmares if I'm having lots of melatonin?
If you're overdosing, you are.
Why?
So the number one side effect of a high dose of melatonin is super vivid dreams and then eventually nightmares.
Why?
I'm not really sure. If I was garnering a guess, then what I would say is that part of the reason why that you have crazy vivid dreams from melatonin is because it probably does put you into REM sleep a little bit quicker than you normally would and might keep you there a little bit longer. I don't have any data to support that, so I want to be clear. This is more of a hypothesis on my end, but that might make intuitive sense to me.
Just done a quick search.
Sure.
You're right. It says it keeps you in REM sleep a little bit longer and more intensely.
Here we go.
This leads to highly vivid dreams or night terrors, which paradoxically makes you wake up feeling more exhausted.
Right. I can't count
Interesting.
the number of people who tell me I need to go back to sleep because I'm so exhausted from my dreams.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
Right.
this is not
So let's
good.
finish off on these supplements then.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked a little bit about melatonin, which, like I said, select usage.
All's well that
A couple of
ends
other ones that we've got here. One of them is valerian, right? So when we talk, valerian is probably the most studied.
teamwork.
It's a root.
Pretty good, right?
It's called the valerian root. But to be clear, it's an anti-anxiety medication, right? So what it is it helps lower your level of anxiety. And that is the reason why it has a tendency to work. Interestingly, when you look at the data, it works better when combined with hops, like what you find in beer. So a lot of times when you're looking for a preparation, you should look for valerian plus hops as the preparation. Also, we should talk for a second about supplements. A lot of people don't understand this, but a lot of people will put a whole bunch of different supplements together and put it into a capsule. I don't think that's the best idea. I think you should have single ingredient supplementation.
Why?
Well, number one, you get the correct dose, so you know it's actually working for you. There's a lot of companies out there that are that make a powder or something, and they put a bunch of stuff in it, and they put just enough in there to be able to say it on the ingredient profile, but not enough for it to actually do any good for the patient. So I like using single ingredient supplement profiles because I know exactly how much of each thing that I'm going to get in there, and I can make sure that it's the correct dosage for what the person needs. So I prefer single ingredient supplementation.
Okay, so valerian.
Yep, valerian root.
Not going to mess up my hormones?
Nope, it's not going to mess up your hormones.
Going to help me with overthinking?
Probably not. What it'll probably do is slow your thinking down a little bit, depending on how much of it you take. I think if you're looking for something that's going to slow down your thinking, then I would say we don't have the thing here, but it's called GABA, G-A-B-A, gamma aminobutyric acid. So this is a substance that your body makes. It's kind of the brakes of the brain, and you can buy it as a supplement. I've had several people use that, and that seems to help calm people down in the evening time.
What about ashwagandha or whatever it's called?
Ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha.
Exactly, I just kind of like saying it. So here's my theory on supplementation, is the first thing I tell people to do is go do blood work, okay? What deficiencies do you have? Fix your deficiencies first. Before we start going to the valerians and the melatonins of it all, if you're deficient in vitamin D, magnesium, iron, fix those three things first. Dude, I can't tell you. I've got 15% of the people that show up at my doorstep, we do blood work on, and all I do is fix their deficiencies, and their sleep magically gets better.
What are some of the surprising things though that you discover? Is it like blood sugar, like diabetes, that impacts sleep, no?
It absolutely does. I also think that a lot of people who have uncontrolled diabetes, it wakes them up in the middle of the night because their blood sugar gets so low, and then they're hungry in the middle of the night, then they have eating in the middle of the night, then they have the sleep eating syndrome, which is
There's this one here that I've never heard of before. What's this one?
It's called tryptophan. So L-tryptophan in particular. So tryptophan is the substance that we find in turkey that has a tendency to make people sleepy. However, when you really look at the data, you'd have to eat a 46-pound turkey in order to get enough tryptophan to make you sleep. Even in my best days in college, dude, I couldn't eat a 46-pound turkey, okay? Same holds true with milk. Tryptophan is the thing in warm milk that supposedly makes people sleepy, but once again, you'd have to drink almost a half a gallon of warm milk, which is kind of disgusting. in order to do it. Tryptophan can be helpful for people if you have a tryptophan deficiency, but it's definitely something that lowers a little bit of anxiety. It can make you feel a little bit sleepy, but it is a naturally occurring amino acid in your system.
Calcium?
So calcium, turns out, is interesting because when you mix calcium with magnesium, it's easier to absorb. So for some people, what we've discovered is if you have a magnesium deficiency and you fix the magnesium deficiency, in many cases it can actually help with overall sleep. And calcium is one of the things that can be added to it that helps with absorption. Now, unfortunately, the big problem is that there are 13 different kinds of magnesium out there. And so people don't know what's been studied and what hasn't. So I'm here to let you know there's only a couple of brands out there that have actually been studied for magnesium. The ones I like is there's one called magnesium threonate, which is made by a company called Magteen. They actually have a published research study in the journals. That's why I mentioned their brand name. I have no association with them. There's also another company called Upgraded Formulas. They make a magnesium, and it's kind of funny story is the guy who runs Upgraded Formulas told me, he says, my magnesium is the best in the world. I can make anybody fall asleep. And I said, hey, you want to put your money where your mouth is? Let's do a clinical trial. He handed me a check for 75 grand. I went and did a clinical trial, and he was right. His magnesium really made people sleep better.
What is magnesium doing?
So we're not 100% sure. In the deficient people, it's obviously clearing up the deficiency of magnesium, and then magnesium is used in about, I think, almost 300 different functions in the body. So it probably lets the body work more efficiently, and probably that helps to overall sleep. But I'm not convinced that we have the whole mechanism of action worked out. I will tell you that when people take magnesium, they tell me that they introspectively feel calmer. And we definitely know that it can definitely help cause a relaxation response in the musculature. So I think that might have something to do with it.
Why did you bring a banana and a knife and a teapot?
This is my favorite way to get magnesium.
Oh.
A lot of people want to know, how should I take my supplements? I'm tired of taking a fistful of pills every morning, Michael. There's these powders. Like, what's the best way? The best way, so number one, supplementation is when you're not getting all of the things, the vitamins and minerals that you need from your food. So the best place to get it from is food, generally speaking. Turns out magnesium is one of the best ones, but it's problematic because we have to eat our magnesium. Our body doesn't actually produce it ourselves. And by the way, you can eat a bushel of kale and still not get enough magnesium, because here in the United States, the soil has been over-tilled, which means the magnesium isn't in the soil, so it's not coming up through the root stalks and allowing people to have it. So a lot of people require magnesium supplementation. Believe it or not, between magnesium and vitamin D, I'd say we probably covered most of America in terms of having a deficiency. Bananas are loaded with magnesium, but it turns out it's not the fruit, it's the peel.
Oh.
Itself. So no, I'm not going to make you eat the peel.
I was going to say.
Don't worry. So I developed a recipe that I call banana tea. All it is a regular old banana. So what you do is you cut off the stem, right, and cut it in half, and then you drop it in to some boiling water. Okay, so we've already done this, right, and you can see the banana has turned brown, right? It's been soaking in the boiling water. So it's not really tea, it's just basically hot banana water. But with the banana, from the skin, you also get these things called phytosteroids that actually help you absorb magnesium better than if you just had it from a supplement. So you have to really like bananas. My daughter says it's very banana-y, Dad, the flavor.
Oh, it does smell like banana.
I'm telling you, if you like bananas.
It's nice.
I know.
It's nice.
And you can use this as an evening ritual, and you can make banana tea and have it in the evening with, a biscuit or what have you, and have a night and read a book and just be chill.
How do I know the magnesium's actually in there?
Because it came through from the steeping in the water.
Oh, okay.
We could test it if we want, but I can assure you it's in there. You need to leave it in there for about 5 minutes, and we've been talking for a while, so I'm pretty sure it's there.
And how long before sleep to get those effects?
I would say about 25, 30 minutes. You don't want to have too much, by the way, because then you're going to have to wake up and pee. So try, if you can, to be able to have it about 30, 40 minutes before bed.
So you can put it in anything. So a lot of people have different types of tea, so you could just use that as the water instead.
Yeah. Oh, without question. Actually, that would be a really good idea. If you mix it with like a fruit tea, like an herbal fruit tea, that would be really delicious.
Are there any other supplements that you do encourage people to take if they're struggling with sleep that we haven't talked about yet?
We haven't talked about vitamin D, and that's a big one. Mm-hmm. So it turns out that vitamin D is a circadian pacemaker. So when light comes into your eyeballs, it helps change your whole circadian system. And if light is coming in for a certain amount of time, about 15 minutes, your body will start to produce vitamin D. Vitamin D does a whole host of important things to your body, but most importantly from a sleep perspective is it helps regulate melatonin and when your body produces it. So by taking vitamin D every day or getting 15 minutes of sunshine, either way, you're going to be in better shape. So like as an example, my morning routine that I have all my patients do is I have them, when they wake up in the morning, I have them go outside if it's nice out, sit in a chair and have 15 deep breaths merely to wake up the respiratory system, then 15 ounces of water, because once again, remember, you're dehydrated, and then 15 minutes of sunshine. So they can do all of this together at the same time, and it's a nice way to wake up in the morning.
I don't know any founder who started their business because they like doing admin. But whether you like it or not, it's a huge part of running a business successfully. And it's something that can quickly become all-consuming, confusing, and honestly, a real tax because you know it's taking your attention away from the most important work. And that's why our sponsor, Intuit QuickBooks, helps my team streamline a lot of their admin. I asked my team about it, and they said it saves them around 12 hours a month. 78% of Intuit QuickBooks users say it's made running their business significantly easier. And Intuit QuickBooks' new AI agent works with you to streamline all of your workflows. They sync with all of the tools that you currently use. They automate things that slow the wheel in the process of your business. They look after invoicing, payments, financial analysis, all of it in one place. But what is great is that it's not just AI. There's still human support on hand if you need it. Intuit QuickBooks has evolved into a platform that scales with growing businesses. So if you want help getting out of the weeds, out of admin, just search for Intuit QuickBooks now. This is something that I've made for you. I realize that the Diary of a CEO audience are strivers, whether it's in business or health. We all have big goals that we want to accomplish. And one of the things I've learned is that when you aim at the big goal, it can feel incredibly psychologically uncomfortable because it's kind of like being stood at the foot of Mount Everest and looking upwards. The way to accomplish your goals is by breaking them down into tiny, small steps. And we call this in our team the 1%. And actually, this philosophy is highly responsible for much of our success here. So what we've done so that you at home can accomplish any big goal that you have is we've made these 1% diaries, and we released these last year and they all sold out. So I asked my team over and over again to bring the diaries back, but also to introduce some new colors and to make some minor tweaks to the diary. So now we have a better range for you. So if you have a big goal in mind and you need a framework and a process and some motivation, then I highly recommend you get one of these diaries before they all sell out once again. And you can get yours now at thediary.com, where you can get 20% off our Black Friday bundle. And if you want the link is in the description below. So let's talk about waking up in the morning.
Sure.
Morning routines.
Yep.
A lot of people talk about what's the perfect morning routine. Do you need to have a morning routine? What's your take on that?
So it depends upon how disciplined you want to be, and it depends upon how much time you have. I can tell you what my morning routine is because it's very specific, and I've discovered that it works really, really well for me. So I wake up naturally somewhere between 6:10 and about 6:25 or so. My body just seems to naturally wake up. I do 15 minutes of red light therapy. So I have a red light in my office that I sit in front of, and I do my meditation at the same time in the morning time. So I have about 15 minutes of meditation. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll sit on the floor and the boys will come and sit on my lap, and then we'll all meditate together. I know that sounds a little weird. Then we do a 15-minute walk. I try not to have any music or any telephone or anything like that up until this point. I put the dogs away and then I hit the gym. I'm at the gym from about 8 till about 9:30, 10 o'clock. I do a sauna every day afterwards, and then I'm in front of my desk by about 10:30, and that's usually when I have my breakfast. And so I make the same breakfast almost every morning. I do ground turkey with a third of a pound of ground turkey, 3 eggs, and broccoli, and I put it all into a skillet, and I make it every morning.
Do you use any sleep trackers?
In the past, I've used a few of them. I tried them out because a lot of my patients try them out. I think if I was going to be looking at them, I think the Oura Ring probably does the best job. I really don't think they've gotten there quite yet, because remember, depth of sleep is based on brainwaves. And it's hard to get brainwaves from your finger, right? And so what they're doing is they're creating a proxy. So they're looking at heart rate or oxygen or pulse or something along those lines, and then saying, okay, when Stephen's at this pulse, we think he's in REM sleep, so we're gonna label every time that REM sleep, when in fact they don't really know because they're not measuring your brainwaves. So I think until we get to the point where we can measure brain waves from distally, I think we'll have a little bit better shot at it. However, there's some interesting things that are going on kind of in the sleep tracker world. And some people get a little too into the whole tracking of it all, if you know what I mean. Like, I can't count the number of people that are like, oh my God, Dr. Bruce, this says I only slept 14 minutes last night. Like, what do I do? And I'm like, well, number one, how much did you sleep the night before? And they say, 16 minutes. I'm like, okay, well, let's check you tomorrow. They come back tomorrow. It's even worse, 12 minutes. I'm like, oh, you're fine. I'm like, what? I'm like, look, it's being consistently inaccurate. There's no way you only got 14 minutes of deep sleep, right? That's just not how the body works, right? But if you got 14 minutes, and then one night you look at your score and it's 407 minutes, I want to know what happened on that night.
My friend was a big fan of Whoop, so he told me to try Whoop. I tried a Whoop. The most, I think, critical thing it's done for me is it allowed me to create some understanding of like causation and like associations with my sleep. So one of the ones that completely changed my life when I first wore my Whoop, which by the way I'm an investor in the company, so I have to disclaim that, was I didn't realize how impactful alcohol was on my sleep.
It's massive.
Like it blew my mind because I had one glass of wine. And then the bloody Whoop thing said, you're either really sick, really stressed, or you drank alcohol. And then I watched a video online where they compared all of the devices to the hospital grade stuff.
Polysomnography.
And the Whoop 4 was the closest to the hospital grade. And then I contacted the company and said, I invest, etc. I've also tried like 8 Sleep.
I would argue that temperature, like if we're talking about what is the easiest thing to manipulate to change your sleep, either good or bad, temperature is it. And people don't realize it, but you can change the temperature in your bedroom, even in your bed, and you can change the quality of your sleep. You mentioned 8 Sleep. That's a company that has a topper type of thing that can change the temperature underneath the covers. There's also taking a look at the accoutrement that's on, so pillows, sheets, comforters, all of those things. But if you can get your body to cool down, your body will go down and get into deeper stages of sleep. You can stay cool versus bumping up and down all night long. Let's say you're a woman in menopause, right? That becomes highly disruptive. And so by being able to keep a consistent temperature stimulus to the body, it ends up sleeping a whole lot better.
Dreams.
Let's talk about dreams.
People are so fascinated by dreams.
Aren't they? I love it.
But so little is known about dreams.
Yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, here's the thing. Dreams have been studied, honestly, since the dawn of time. If you look in the Bible, you will see that people are talking about dreams. If you look at ancient texts, people are wondering about these crazy movies that are going on in my head, right? When you start to look at dreams, here's the thing that I will tell you is dreams mean something to the dreamer. They don't necessarily mean something to somebody who is not the dreamer. And so when I do dream work, so to be clear, just take a step back. I took a year and a half and I became a dream therapist. So what is that? What is that even? Is that even a thing? So dream therapy, by the way, is not dream interpretation. That is not, here's a symbol, here's what that means. Dream therapy is where you use dreams in the therapeutic context to help people with things like depression and anxiety. Let me give you an example, a nightmare, right? So when somebody let's say somebody was in an active theater of war and they watched one of their friends, God forbid, something terrible happened to them. And that image is now in their head. And now they constantly have this image over and over and over. But what happens is they're going, and they wake up. They're going, and they wake up. We talked a little bit about it earlier, that dreams are emotional metabolism, right? So dreams are where you work out all of these different things that are going on in your head and kind of become okay with them. So that way next day you can kind of move forward and keep doing your thing.
Do we need to explain why we dream? Because I think that's the big sort of...
Sure. So there's a couple of theories. One theory is that this is a great stage for practice, right? So we dream about things that we're eventually going to try in the real world, and so we get a chance to practice them in our head beforehand to make sure we don't kind of screw the whole thing up. So there's that whole idea of being able to kind of work stuff out in my head. Then there's the processing idea that we talked about before, where this is emotional metabolism. So,
therapy.
Right, exactly. It's like you go to therapy every single night. Actually, it's a really good way to think about it. I hadn't thought about it like that, but I think I'm going to use that. I'm going to take that from you. Okay. I like that. Dreams are therapy every single night, because they really are. You're really moving through a lot of that emotionality. Some people think dreams are complete nonsense. Some people think that's just some crazy movie in your head, and it's just this after effect of your brain moving into a different mode, and who knows what it could mean. I find that one hard to believe myself.
Because humans don't do anything.
I don't think so.
That isn't for some type of survival benefit.
For sure.
It's a waste of energy, or,
Yeah, I agree. And so if we looked at it from an evolutionary perspective, like what is the evolutionary purpose of dreams? I would argue that it probably has something to do with emotions and being able to move through some emotionally difficult times. And or it's an early warning system. A lot of people dream things, and it helps them understand something else that's going on in their life. You ever heard the thing people say, before I make this big decision, I want to sleep on it?
Yeah.
Right? This is what they're doing, is when they sleep on it, all these desperate pieces of information come together and work themselves so that you can come to a solution. So I think the other reason that we dream is to come to solutions and to create innovation.
That tracks in my life. I can be going to bed really thinking about something, quite remunerating about something to the point that it's like overthinking and It's a problem, it's stressing me out. I can get 8 hours sleep and wake up, and it's like the clouds have parted.
Right, it's like magic.
It's like magic.
It's great.
And I only realized this in the last couple of years when, my business has got bigger and there was more problems to work through.
Right.
That actually I could use sleep as a weapon against the problem.
Absolutely.
Versus trying to stay up all night and solve the problem, I could focus on the sleep to solve the problem.
Yeah, I do it all the time. And what you can actually do, it's called priming, is you can think about the problem in a way before you go to sleep, and then it triggers your brain to think about the problem while you're sleeping.
What, do you write it down, or do you?
There's a lot of different ways you can go about doing it. So, for example, what I have some people do is write down everything they can remember in their dream beforehand, before they come to therapy. But what you can do is something different. If you want to change your dream, you write it all down, but then you change the ending. Okay? You read it several times before bed, and it will actually change your dream.
So what am I writing down before bed then?
So let's say you had a scary dream, okay? You're walking through a haunted house and something terrible is going to happen when you walk out the back door.
The night before?
Yeah, the night before. Then I have you write all of that down, and then when you come into session with me, I say, okay, we're going to change the ending, because at the very end, you walked out onto the porch and somebody, gotcha, right? So instead of that happening, you're going to walk out onto the porch and you're going to pull out a gun and you're going to shoot the guy. Okay, and so we change that in the dream, in what you wrote down, and then we talk about it in therapy, and then right before bed, you read this to yourself multiple times, and over 7 to 10 days, you change the ending of the dream.
And how does that help?
So it makes it more positive. And when you change the ending, the reason you're waking up is something is scaring you so much that you're waking up and you stop processing. And so when you change the ending and you don't wake up, you continue to process, and then you move past the dream. Just like you said, when you wake up and the clouds have cleared, a lot of people wake up and the clouds don't clear because they have nightmares, and they keep repeating it over and over and over. It's quite remarkable. The process is very interesting. So what I do is I bring them into session, put them into a mild hypnotic state, only by doing some simple breath work, right? So let me give you an example of somebody that I worked with and tell you exactly how it went. So I was working with somebody who had pretty significant trauma. They had been raped. Right? And so they were having nightmares about this. So serious situation, right? So she had a nightmare of being in a jungle. And so I had her come in session, wrote it all down, and when we got to the end, we were walking through the jungle, which she was actually being chased through the jungle. So I turned to her and I said, okay, well, we're in the jungle. Tell me more about this jungle. She said, what do you mean? I said, well, in jungles, there's lots of tropical plants. There are a lot of colorful flowers. And she'll stop. And you can see she's looking around inside her head at the dreamscape. And then she says, oh, there's some beautiful flowers over there. I've now advanced the dream, right? Because she didn't know there were flowers before. Now she's imagined that they're flowers. I'm moving the dream forward. So we go over and we smell the flower. And I said, well, usually in jungles, there's animals. Are there any animals? Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, there's a lion. Oh gosh, is the lion friendly? Yeah, the lion is friendly. Can we go over and talk to the lion? Yeah, Michael, we can. So again, in her head, we walk over. So I say to her, does the lion have a name? And she said, I don't know, let me ask. So she asked the lion his name. She said, yeah, his name is Jack. And I said, what does Jack mean to you? And instantly she says, Jack was my uncle and he saved me from getting raped by my stepmother. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we understand what's chasing her. Now we understand where she's headed to. She's trying to head to the person that saved her. Now she starts to understand where this dream is coming from. And guess what? In 3 or 4 more sessions, she doesn't have the dream anymore.
Because you did what?
Because she now understands where it is. She's no longer scared in the middle of her dream. She's able to understand it, wake up, and move forward. It's remarkable. It's kind of the coolest thing ever if you want to know the truth of the matter. Working with people's dreams is just amazing stuff.
And for people at home that might not have access to you, is there a simple thing that they can do to start to sort of get a hold of these dreams?
Yeah. Number one is you could actually start a dream journal. So it's just a journal, and there's a couple things that you would write down in a given dream journal. So you might write down what was the theme, right? So describe it. Like, was it dark out? Was it light out? Was it scary? Was it happy? You might describe the surroundings of it, and you might describe the people that are in it as well. And start listing these things and getting as detailed as you possibly can. Once you've kind of gotten through the point of getting the details down of your dream, then if you want to change them, you can change the ending. It's not hard. You just change it the way you want it to be. Then you start to read it over for yourself. Now, I want to be clear. In terrible nightmare situations, this can be a little bit difficult, and so you're probably going to want to talk with your therapist about it and maybe work with the therapist while doing something like this. But it is absolutely possible to collect information in a dream journal and be able to do some interesting stuff with it. I would not recommend taking your dream and stuffing it into ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT what it means. Lots and lots of people are doing that these days, and here's why that's probably not the best idea. So, number one, unless ChatGPT really knows and understands you, it's going to give some very broad-based sort of encyclopedia, here's a symbol that means this type of thing, which once again, we have very little evidence that actually works. So I would argue that you're better off talking about your dreams with people who know you, because they can actually help you understand a little bit more about what's going on.
There's a few other items on the table here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, I don't use this exact one, but maybe I should, but this has been an absolute game changer for me. So when I travel, when I'm on planes.
I love a good sleep mask. My wife says it looks like I'm living in the 50s, when I'm wearing it, but I love a good sleep mask. That one in particular is pretty cool because you can remove the eye cups and you can change the sizing of where you want it. And then these can you can replace these with things that heat or cool. But I love that particular eye mask. It works. Yeah, it's really works quite well. It's very dark in there. You definitely can't see a thing, crazy. Right? And then I've got one more thing that I think people will find interesting.
I can't explain how much of a game changer it has been to cover my eyes when I go to sleep because, gosh, the amount of nights per week where, I don't know, there's like a crack in the curtains or, I don't know, someone gets up early and...
Well, also for you, you're traveling all the time.
So
planes, you're in planes, you're in different environments. Also, by the way, every time you're in a different environment, you have something called the first night effect. So we see this with every human on Earth. When you sleep in a new place for the first night, you never sleep well because there's new sounds, new sights, new smells, all that stuff is new. So what's nice about having this is when I put one of these on, I don't have to worry about light, I don't have to worry about anything.
Does CO2 play a role?
In what way?
In changing sleep. I was thinking if ventilation, the amount of oxygen in the room matters at all, because sometimes I go to hotels and they don't have windows you can open.
Right. So air quality is also an important thing, not just air quantity, right? And so number one thing, if I was to tell people, hey, here's an easy thing to do to make your sleep better, just go out and buy an air purifier for your bedroom. Think about it. It's the room you spend more time in than any other room in the house. You want that air to be fresh and filtered, right? And it's not expensive, 20, 25 bucks. One sits in the corner, just runs the air, cycles all day long. That way you have good, clean, fresh air. Also, I tell people, open the windows once a week. It's good to get fresh air in. Now, the only problem comes is if you have allergies and the allergens fly in and there's pollen or dust or things like that, that can be somewhat problematic. But generally speaking, if you don't have enough oxygen going on, you're definitely not going to sleep well and your body's going to wake up. So if you were in, let's say, a oxygen restrictive environment, so let's say that you were underneath the covers, right? And you've got the thing all the way over your head, you're not going to sleep particularly well. And eventually you're going to feel so restricted that you're going to open up the covers.
I want to understand the best possible sleep position. I do have a bed in the room next door that we can go to and talk about these pillows. But before we do that,
Sure.
I would like to talk about relationships, arguing with your partner, sex,
Sure.
all those kinds of things. What do I need to know to protect my sleep, but also to protect my relationship? If we start with talking about, I know you wrote about it in your book, The Power of When. You talked about, I think it's on page 101, you talk about arguing with your partner before bed.
Possibly the worst thing you can possibly do is argue with your partner before bed, because it's increasing heart rate, right? What I tell all my patients to do is if you need to have an important discussion with your spouse or your partner, do it right after dinner, right? So like in that 7 o'clock range, 7 to 8 o'clock range, so that way you have enough space and time to be able to discuss something and not hopefully go to bed angry. If you can avoid it at all possible, it happens. Look, I can't say that I've never gone to bed angry. I'm sure you can't say that either. Sometimes things are a bigger deal, but if you can find better times to schedule those things, they work out a lot better. For me, the other thing that I oftentimes ask a lot of my patients to do is, for example, if there's known issues that are going on, like let's say somebody's going through marital therapy, or if there's an issue that they're trying to work on, then maybe that's better off done at 11 o'clock in the daytime versus starting to kind of address some of those issues in the evening time. I like evening times to be as stress-free as humanly possible. Now, if you got something you got to talk about, you got to talk about it. But generally speaking, I would say the less emotionality that you have towards the evening, the better, unless it's joy or happiness.
So many couples, they have these difficult conversations on the pillow.
Yeah.
Including me sometimes.
Yeah, well, and it makes sense. Like, when else do you see that person, right? You haven't seen them all day. You're literally face to face. Like, hey, I got something I got to talk to you about. This is kind of the best time to do it.
It ruins your sex life as well, doesn't it?
It absolutely ruins your sex life and lets you have makeup sex afterwards, and then it's great. But at the end of the day, it's not a lot of fun to have those conversations at night. That's again why I choose to, if I'm going to have that conversation, the best time, honestly, to do it is right after breakfast.
In my relationship, we've banned difficult conversations at nighttime.
Good. That's probably a smart move, dude.
You're tired, and it's going to destroy your sleep.
Right.
You can't think straight. You're probably more emotional.
And you haven't put all the pieces together yet of the issues that are really going on. I can assure you, if you sleep and then have your discussion in the morning, you'll actually think about the issue better.
It's so crazy. As I've gotten older, I've realized how much of my mood is determined by my sleep. Like, it's
remarkable.
I think it's got worse with age.
Oh, absolutely it does.
Because at 25,
you can blow shit off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, or you could drink a Monster or a Red Bull or whatever. Yeah, sleep matters, and I think that's what that's the button that you're pushing here. And I think it's important for your audience to hear that, right? Look, you're 33 years old and you're already seeing things changing in your sleep that have a big effect in your life. I'm 58 years old, okay? I see the same thing happening. Sleep is so fundamental to the human condition that it's one of those things that we've got to really pay attention to. And the thing is, most people don't pay attention to it because they're like, well, my body does it automatically, Michael. Like, how tough could this be? I walk into that room in the back of the house, I turn off the lights, go to bed. Then I wake up, something magical happens, and I should be great, right? It doesn't always work that way.
I was reading in your work about the best time to fall in love.
Yes.
That's a strange thing for
right?
Somebody of your profession to be thinking much about. This book, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
When you think about it, everything is based on timing, right? So the timing when your hormones are at a certain point and you meet that person and their hormones are at a certain point, and then all of a sudden there's a connection, right? That's hard to do when you're exhausted, right? Try going on a first date when you're when it's the worst, right? You know you're not giving a good impression of yourself. You know that you're not getting a good impression of that person because your mind is not going where it needs to be. So there's timing involved, and understanding your chronotype and that person's chronotype really leads you in that positive direction. And I would argue that it's pretty easy to fall in love at that time.
Okay, so in your book, Power of When,
yes,
on page 94, you say dolphins' best mood is in the afternoon to evening, so the best time for them to fall in love is 8 p.m.
Yep.
Lions, 7 a.m.
Right. Remember, they're early morning people. They're exhausted at the end.
So they should be going on morning dates.
Yes.
Bears, 4 p.m.
Yep.
And the wolf, like me,
yes,
11 p.m. That tracks.
Yeah, I get it.
So should I be doing my... I'm in a relationship. I'm about to be married.
Yes.
But,
I heard you got engaged. Congratulations.
I did. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But I should be doing my dates later. It kind of tracks. That's kind of when I did them.
Well, look at your whole schedule, dude. You don't do a thing before 11.
That's true.
Right? I think you're exactly like I am.
Shall we go and look at the best possible sleep position?
Yeah, let's check it out. And we'll talk about pillows too.
Okay, so I'll bring all the pillows with me.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we're going to go into the next room where there's a bed, and you're going to tell me, what can you tell me when we look at the bed? How can you help?
So there's a couple of different things. So number one, I'm going to look at your starting sleep position, and I'm going to give you some feedback about that. Then we're going to fit you for the right kind of pillow for you. And then there's some cool technology in there that I want to show you as well that can help keep you cool all night long.
And do we need to take this with us?
Yes, take the
we'll
Orion.
take that one. And then how many pillows are there?
I think there's 5.
There's 5 different pillows.
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's
They
go.
all do different things.
Okay. Okay, so we're now downstairs in a bedroom we have in the house.
Yep.
I have lots of pillows here.
Quite a few.
And there's a bunch of questions I have for you. The first is, pillows, do they matter? Is there a perfect one? Is it different for every individual? Sleeping position, is there a perfect sleeping position?
There is.
And the third one is about temperature.
You got it. Let's go.
So I just grab whatever pillow is in the bed wherever I travel.
Terrible idea.
Really?
Terrible idea. So first of all, a lot of people need to understand that a pillow is a bed for your head, right? And so the goal here is to keep your nose in line with your sternum, which is sort of the center part of your chest, right? But you don't want it facing down and you don't want it facing up. You want it to be completely in the center like that. And so if you have a pillow that tilts your head to the one way or tilts your head to the other, it causes a pain signal from the strain of the musculature that goes to your brain, and you don't get into deep sleep. So you really want to make sure that you've got a good pillow, otherwise you end up with a crick in your neck, you don't get good deep sleep, it becomes problematic.
Okay.
Right? So the big question is, how do you pick a pillow, right? So first question you want to ask yourself is squishy or firm, right? So let's take a look at our tower of pillows here. So for you, let's take a look. So this is a pretty firm one. This is basically a foam-based hunk of foam pillow, right? Versus this one, which is sort of the normal kind of pillow, much more squishy. So which are you, a squishy or a firm?
That one.
Okay, perfect. So you're more on the squishy, which means you like to manipulate the pillow. You don't want it to have a huge form factor where your head is on a block of cheese, right? Got it. So perfect. So let's move this foam pillow out of the way. The second thing you want to look at from the pillow is when the fabric comes together here, it forms what's called a knife's edge. So it's where the two pieces of fabric meet. Now, why is that important? It's because when you have your head on a pillow like this, and the knife's edge is down here, you're not getting as much support underneath your neck here, right? Yeah. So in order to fix that, we have something called a gusset. So a gusset is this piece of fabric that comes along here. So you notice these two pieces of fabric don't meet. There's a thickness here, so when you were to sleep on it, it actually catches you all the way down. So let's say you would be like this, it gives you support all the way down. Now, you don't like the foam of it all, but you do like the gusset, right? Here's one that's got the gusset without the foam, so it's squishy and has the gusset. So if you were going to use this,
that's good.
So now we've been able to fit you for the pillow. Now the next question we have, well, the last one is there are some special types of pillows actually. This one has got a cutout. So you notice how that's got like a moon here? It fits perfectly here. And notice it, right? This is my personal pillow.
Oh, okay. I can so yeah, aftershave.
I know, sorry. And so you can see it really comes all the way down to your neck, and it gives you support all the way from the base of your neck all the way up through. And that's one of the reasons that I like it, because I can cut it out and put it right there on.
For the average person, if they had to pick one pillow without you knowing anything about them, which pillow would you pick of these 6?
So of all of these 6, well, if I had my choice, I'd pick this one because this is my favorite. By the way, there's also another feature of this that I think is important and that people should notice, is it's got a zipper, which means I can change the stuffing and I can pull it out or put it in. So I can change the height of my pillow.
And what stuffing is that?
This is actually a shredded latex.
Okay.
Which I really like to sleep on.
So what's this pillow called?
So this is by a company called Coop. I like it because of the change in the shape, as well as the stuffing and the zipper on the side. It really makes it kind of what I would argue to be probably the best pillow out.
And what's the worst pillow?
The worst pillow that we've got here, this one. So almost no support, right? It's super squishy, right? We have the knife's edge here. There's not much to it. Also, by the way, it feels like this is made with polyester, which is a heat trapper. Now, let's lie you down on the bed, get you in your starting sleep position, and I'm gonna show you exactly where the pillow should go and what pillow should be for you. So if you can, lie down for me. Now, what is your starting sleep position? Are you a back sleeper? Are you a side sleeper? Are you a stomach sleeper?
I start on my stomach and I roll to my right.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and get on your stomach.
By the way, how weird is that?
Roughly 75% of sleepers are side sleepers, either right or left. So you're definitely not, don't fall into that category. Another 20 or so percent are back sleepers. You're in the like 5% category of stomach sleepers. The reason it's the worst position is when you're lying on your stomach, right, and the pillow is here, you're pushing on your back here, and it causes what's called a splay, which is extra pressure on your lower back, and that can give you low back pain over time.
I only do it for the first like 10 minutes.
And then you rotate.
And then I rotate onto my side.
Which side, right or left?
My right, this side.
Perfect. So in all actuality, you actually want to be on your left side, because when you lie on your right side, you're actually, all of your organs push down onto your stomach, and they can leak some of those gastric juices, and you end up with something called gastroesophageal reflux disease. So the way I teach people is right is wrong. So you don't sleep on your right side, you sleep on your left side if you can. If you can. But let's fit you anyway. Let's go ahead and get you down on your, what would be your right side, and let's see how you do. Lie down.
How I normally lie down?
Yeah.
Okay, this is how I lie down when I first get in bed for the first time.
I can't wait to see
I'm
it.
like this. I move the pillow out the way.
Right.
And I just lay like this for a while.
Okay, and you have no pillow.
No pillow.
Perfect. And then when you rotate to get to your side,
yeah,
show me that.
I sleep like this on my right side, like roughly like this.
So what you'll notice is your shoulder is now up into this part here, so it's still being supported.
Yeah.
Your head is fine. And what you'll notice is his head is in line with his sternum, right? His nose is in line there. It's not falling too far. It's not overextended.
What's my sternum?
Your sternum is the direct center of your chest. It's like your breastplate is what you would call it, right?
Okay.
Right, sort of in the center of it. So you want your nose to be in line with that, which it basically is. And when I look at your head is not tilted to one side or another, so I know there's no more neck strain. So that would be the perfect pillow for you. But that happens to be my pillow, so I'm not going to give it to you, but I might get you one if you're nice to me.
Thank you. What about these other pillows? So the bad one was which one?
The bad one was this one. So now go ahead and put yourself on that one.
Yeah, I'm going too far down.
Right. And you're not even trying. Like, you don't even have to push your head that far, and you can see, and look, where do you put your arm? Your arm's not supported. Like, it becomes, like, people don't realize it, but pillows matter. What I try to tell people is, I used to be a runner, and when you're a runner, like, equipment matters. Like, your shoes matter, your music matters, your dry fit wear matters. The same holds true with sleep. If you don't have good pillow, good mattress, good sheets, you don't have the right equipment, you're not going to get good sleep.
That is a terrible pillow.
I'm telling you.
Really, really bad pillow. Okay. So sleeping on my left side is the correct side.
With a good pillow.
With a good pillow.
But now let's talk about temperature.
Yep.
So while you're lying here, you may have noticed that there's different temperature on either side of the bed. So if you feel here,
oh, it's warm.
It is. That's correct. So when you're lying there, your body will naturally become more warm. So remember how we were talking that sleep follows the core body temperature cycle, right? And so as your core body temperature drops, you want your environment to drop with it, because if it doesn't and the environment is too hot, you can't fall asleep. So this is a product, it's called an Orion sleep system, and it's a topper that you're lying on top of, has a thin tube that goes through it. You can't feel the tube. Should feel cool over there and warm over here.
It's cold here, it's warm here.
Exactly. Yeah. And you can rotate it however you want. But what's so fascinating about this is you can actually set it so that it follows your circadian rhythm, and it actually can help you stay asleep. The only thing that you as a consumer can manipulate in your sleep, like you can't write a pharmaceutical, right, prescription, you can't get a CPAP machine, but what you can do is control the temperature. So you might say to yourself, when would I want to control the temperature for my sleep? Well, if you were female and you were 45 years old and you were going through menopause, you really want to control the temperature, because hot flashes might wake you up in the middle of the night. Those types of things become very, very important.
And how much does this cost?
So this runs about a little over 2,000 US. The nearest competitor is significantly more expensive, almost a third more.
Are you affiliated with them in any way?
I am affiliated with these guys. I am their chief sleep officer.
Oh, nice. Didn't know that was a job title.
I know, I didn't know. I made up the job title myself. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is there anything else I should know about the broader room that is pertinent? So
when I talk about broader room aspects, I think of the 5 senses. So sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell, right? So sight is light, right? So clearly you want the lights down as we're starting to get towards bed. Maybe having a dimmer switch or something like that is a great thing to slowly start to do that, or cut the overhead lights and just have the bedside table lamps about 30 minutes before bed. Again, setting the tone. The next one would be sound. So it's always better to be quiet. But at the end of the day, Sometimes you can have that and sometimes you can't. It's really about the emotionality that you attach to the sound itself. If you get annoyed by something, it's just going to get worse and worse. But if you can think in your head, hey, this isn't so annoying anymore, it becomes less problematic. But to be clear, certain volume sounds and certain decibel levels are gonna wake you up. And so it's hard to sleep next to a big highway, right? So you wanna have as much sound buffering as you possibly can. So we did sight, we did sound, let's do touch. Touch is temperature, right? We talked about that. You want the bedroom to be cool. If you can, get the air conditioning on. But let's say you've got the air conditioning on, but it's a super hot summer and you're not fortunate enough to have an Orion sitting underneath your sheets. What do? Go out and buy a plastic bottle of water, 2 of them, stick them in the freezer. Then put them into socks and then put them on your sides. Okay, so frozen water bottle inside a sock that sits on your side. It's like a mini air conditioner underneath the covers. It works like a charm. I use this when I travel because a lot of times, the room, you can't necessarily change the thermostat or things like that, and it's a great way to be able to do that kind of stuff. And the final one is smell. So people always ask me, does aromatherapy really work? Believe it or not, there are at least 2 scientifically rigorous studies that show that aromatherapy can actually be helpful for you. But I want to be clear, candles are not the way to do aromatherapy. Fire and sleep do not mix, okay? But a diffuser, I'm fine with, or a little sachet or a pillow mist, all of those can be quite helpful. And you just you spray it on your pillow, or you have it right next to your pillow, and as you breathe in the aroma, 2 aromas have been shown to be helpful for sleep. One is lavender, surprise, surprise. The other is called ylang ylang. That's one that's actually got some data on it. And I actually think I saw a study on vanilla.
And should I be sleeping naked?
Such a good question. So here's what I'll tell you is you thermoregulate better with less clothing on. So less barriers allow your body to do exactly what it should do. So I would argue you definitely could sleep naked, and I think there's an argument for sleeping naked will allow you to sleep better and thermoregulate better. However, be careful, because if you have animals in the bed and you're sleeping naked, what looks like a chew toy to them might be important for you.
You're speaking from experience?
I'm just letting you know there's problems out there. I'm not saying that I had one of those problems myself.
Okay, I think we've covered it, right?
Last one.
Yeah?
Socks.
Oh, socks.
Everybody wants to know, should I wear socks to bed? So here's what's interesting is you dissipate heat faster wearing with unsocked foot because there's no hair on the bottom of your feet. You ever notice when you're hot at night and you stick your foot out from under the covers, you instantly cool down and everything's okay? So what I do for some of my patients who have thermoregulation issues is I have them start with socks but no clothes, and then they can remove their socks afterwards as they start to get too warm.
Okay, let's go back upstairs and finish this conversation. I've got an important question to ask you.
Okay,
so I want to go back upstairs. Thank you so much for that. Super useful.
Sure.
Dr. Michael Bruce, we have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're leaving it for.
Oh, I didn't know this. This is awesome.
And the question that's been left for you is, if you could have the power to change one thing in the US healthcare system, what would it be and why?
What I would like to see happen, well, there's 2 things. One is a wish and one is, I think, a possible reality. So the possible reality is, I'd like to see everybody in the United States get tested for sleep apnea. It's so underdiagnosed. There's so many people that are suffering from it. You saw the statistics. I mean, it's an epidemic. So if I could have one thing that happens in the US healthcare system, it would be that somehow or another, somebody at the powers that be say, hey, you know what? We need to test everybody for sleep disorders, specifically sleep apnea. I think that would be a great big wish that I would have. The second wish, which I don't know would ever happen, but I'm going to take my second wish anyway, even though you didn't offer it, is I want everybody to get a great night's sleep. But I want it to all be on the same.
The planet was saved through the sacrifice.
I want everybody in the world to get a really good night's sleep on it. Can you imagine what would happen the next day?
Nothing happened.
What if people actually found peace in the warring nations because they actually got a good night's sleep? What do you think innovations would happen if we get some of the smartest people in the world to just get a good night's sleep? Like, what about charities? What about philanthropy? Like, every single thing that you do better with a good night's sleep. Wouldn't it be cool if everybody got one just for one night and see what happens?
9 months later, there'd be a lot of kids.
There would be a lot of kids born for sure.
That's so beautiful. Michael, thank you so much for the work that you do. It's so incredibly important because as the numbers and stats have shown, people are struggling increasingly in the world that we live, but through lifestyle factors and the way that we work and all these other factors we talked about with this more than anything. And for so many people, it's the cause of so much frustration. It is the thing furthest upstream from a lot of the problems that they struggle with in relationships, in their work, in their sex life, and everything in between. So having great educators out in the world that help to demystify this black box is so critical, and you're one of the very, very best I've ever met. And in part because you're so unbelievably engaging, you're a great storyteller. You've been in the field doing this with patients of wide varieties, but also you bring that psychology element, which is quite rare to people that talk about the clinical side of sleep. You have several great resources if people want to continue to learn more. I would highly recommend people, if you've gotten to this point in the conversation, I would highly recommend going over to your YouTube channel now and watching some of your top videos, because I found them to be fascinating and I learned so much more. We weren't able to go through everything today, but if there's specific things like waking up in the middle of the night, your videos about that have 6 or 7 million views over on your channel, and they're very, very focused on that subject. So if there's specific things that you felt weren't covered in this conversation, right now go over to Michael's channel. It'll be linked below, and watch more there. But also, if you're a reader and you love to read, and that's your thing, which I know is great for sleep, 2 great books here in front of me: The Power of When, Discover Your Chronotype, and the best time to eat, lunch, ask for a raise, have sex, write a novel, take your meds, and more. And also this book here, Sleep, Drink, Breathe, which talks broadly about the simple daily habits for profound long-term health. Michael, thank you.
Thank you. This has been so much fun. I wasn't exactly sure what to expect, but it was lovely. I really enjoyed it. Everybody here is fantastic, and just want to wish everybody sweet dreams.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out. I bet you might love it.
A lot of pain, a lot of hurt, a lot of disappointment. When I got out of the army, I definitely was like empty. And I started working immediately, like 2 weeks after I got out. I was working in a very shady business in Tel Aviv and all good stuff. I remember like wanting to, and I did it. Like I made Kiddush in clubs. Friday night, a Kiddush.
Interesting.
Not for anybody else, for myself, quietly. No one even used to know.
He grew up between wealth and nothing, bounced across continents, had no real religious foundation, and spent years lost between party culture, army life, and empty success. Somehow, though, breakdowns, miracles, and relentless searching, that kid ended up becoming a Sfas Yid who found home by discovering Hashem where he least expected it. Meet Elia. This episode is in memory of Shimon David ben Yaakov Shleima and Miriam Sarah Bas Yaakov Moshe. This episode is powered by our friends at BitBeam, Wheels to Lease, Feldheim, and the community in Tucson, Arizona. Here we go. Eliyahu, there's a lot to discuss, but first, can you give us a background of your childhood? Where did you grow up and what was it like?
Wow. So I was born in Miami and lived there for a few years. Not really a religious family, but connected. Kiddush, Shabbat, go to shul. Thank God it's Friday, so if we did go to the synagogue, it was an Orthodox shul, and at least what I did see of Torah was actual Torah.
It's done.
And around 6 or so, we moved to South Africa. Was there for a while. Didn't really find myself there, and I don't think my family did either, even though my mama was raised in South Africa. South Africa is a very dangerous place. My parents met there. They left when they were pregnant with me, and we were back there a few years later. And again, it wasn't a place to be, so we continued to the UK. And I went to school in Scotland, I went to school in England, different boarding schools. Very posh, very, rich people's schools, boarding schools, helicopters landing on the pitch to pick up the kids, and the whole 9 yards. And
Was your family wealthy at that point?
yeah, we've been through our ups and downs. I was not born into money, and then my dad was very successful afterwards. And that period was enjoyed in the UK and Europe. And then from then on, we went to like a long extended trip to Brazil, back to Miami. And then I went to public school. I was in public school in Miami, and grew up not really hanging out with too many Jews. The Jews in my area let's say around like 6th grade or so, 11 years old, I don't know, 6th grade, 7th grade, my dad started to do tshuva, started to come back. I guess he saw that I was getting closer to bar mitzvah and I didn't really have anything. That kind of pushed him. I'm grateful for that because his drive to grow himself did bring Torah into our house. Went kind of from one day to eating a pot of shrimp and butter to having a Mehadrin kitchen. Which obviously a person's tshuva process, especially if it's the father, it affects the whole entire house, and not everything was easy, but that was essentially the first time that the Torah was being brought into my house.
Could you paint a picture of like what kind of kid you were? Like, were you into sports, superheroes?
I was not so much superheroes, but definitely sports. I wasn't like on teams or anything, but like I played basketball every day, whatever sport I could, just mess around. And thank God Hashem blessed me with good brains, but I wasn't good in school. I wasn't good at all. I'll ace any test to give me, but there's no way I was going to do homework after 8 hours in that building. Coming home and doing it in my house, no way. And also sometimes I found myself like bored, very bored in class, because I chaved it all when I read it in the book in 2 seconds. Like, I don't need to sit here now for an hour digesting it. My brain worked faster, so I did get in trouble a lot, and school was not so easy for me. And also bad influences and people around. But overall, especially compared to a lot of the people that were around me, I was a very well-behaved kid. And my dad was tough, and I definitely grew a lot. And being in public school and my dad doing this whole tshuva process. But then I started to wear kippah and tzitzit in a public school. And I was in Miami, so in a Jewish area, but our schools were always mixed. And a lot of the opposition in the, say like, people ask a lot of times, like, was there anti-Semitism or whatever? So the hardships that I experienced were really only from Palestinians and from Jews. There was a few Arab kids in our school that tried to mess with me. And the Jews, I think it irked them the most. Because now there was like someone in public school wearing kippah and tzitzit, and it was a big tzitzit. And I don't know, maybe now I understand it a little bit more as I've grown. I understand the dynamics of a person sticking out like that so clearly as a Jew. I know what it does to other Jews when they're not willing to do that. But at the time I didn't understand it. And all of that kind of like, I was in a very weird place, you know? A lot of black friends, a lot of Hispanic friends that are like, no idea what Tuma and Tara, Kedusha, and all these things are, Shabbat. On the other hand, all the Jewish kids, they're having bar mitzvahs on Shabbat, like non-kosher food and like in Reform synagogues. Like, I can't really go there. So I didn't have who to hang out with. I didn't have who to be with too much. Just like my close group of friends, and I liked going to shul. That was a good outlet for me. I did like one of the things that like my dad changed in the house that I really enjoyed was praying. I really liked praying. I liked connecting. I always believed in Hashem, and I liked learning Torah. I don't know how much I did on my own initiative, but when I was in it, I really did like it. Right? Same thing with my dad. I like wake up for shul. It might be a mission to get there, but once I was there, I liked being there. And I didn't like being in school. And by the time I got to, I don't know, high school, middle of high school, I just really was in a bad place, and I wasn't meant to be in the US. And having lived across the world, I knew that there was other places that might be better for me. And even though I was religious, so to say, at the time, very like light too, you know, selective. If my dad wasn't in the house, played Xbox, did my own thing. Right. If I wanted to go out on Shabbat, I would leave the neighborhood walking and then get in a car to respect my dad. But like, I wasn't the one that decided to make tshuva, my dad was. So I had to go down the path myself, and I, putting religion on the side, I just really needed to get out of the US. So after 11th grade, I was told I'm not welcome back into school. I wasn't behaving, and I wasn't doing really schoolwork, so they didn't want me there. And I told my father that I want to go to Brazil or to England. I need to get out of the US though. It's not going to end up well. I knew it wasn't going to end up well. I was not hanging out with good people and I had nothing going for me there. I wasn't going to go to college and who knows what would have been. But it wasn't going to be good for sure. In Miami, it's not, no option there for it to be good. And my dad usually goes to Eretz Yisrael for the Chagim at the time. In Tzfat, he had been to Tzfat for Rosh Hashanah. And he bought some aliyot, went up to the Torah, and he had to go pay for his aliyahs. And he was speaking to the Gabbai of the Shul in Tzfat, and it came up that his daughter wants to go sell Dead Sea products in Israel. My dad was like, how could it be? You're a tzaddik, you're such a holy person, your daughter can't go do something like that. It's not, it doesn't make sense. And my dad went to go try to convince this girl not to go sell Dead Sea products. And he saw that she wasn't like budging. My dad ended up offering her to come live in our house in Miami. She would have my car essentially and my room. And she can have like a base, a kosher base to be in. And people that know Miami and also know her background and help her to bridge. And essentially we switched rooms. She came here and she got my house and my lifestyle and my car in Miami, and I got her little shack on a roof in Rehov Yerushalayim in Tzfat, and a Rav Kav. But that was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Tzfat was hard to adjust to.
Yeah, hold on. Before you obviously wanted to get out of America, but it's going like full steam ahead to go to, not just to go to Israel, to go to like Tzfas is another level. So did you know what you were about to get yourself into?
No idea. I had never been to Israel in my life. I didn't speak Hebrew. I had no family here in Israel. My best friend growing up made Aliyah with his family to Ashdod. So I knew I had like my brother, like my best friend was in Israel, but I didn't know Ashdod and Tzfat were like nearly 3.5 hours away from each other. I didn't know anything. I didn't know. All I knew is I had to leave America, and I was completely okay with wherever I was going. And thank God it was Eretz Yisrael. But Tzfat was like a crazy adjustment, you know, to be in public school in Miami and living in like a modern Orthodox family environment and ending up in the old city of Tzfat, in like a 600, 700-year-old shul with 67-year-old men that are like waking up 3 o'clock in the morning every day. It's intense, right? And again, a Haredi family, they don't speak English really. Like 2 people in the house spoke English, and thank God they did, because it helped me. I was quick with the language, and I got adjusted. And in Tzfat, I really was out of my place. Like I didn't want to be there. I didn't find anything to connect to. And I used to sit. There was a bank, whoever knows Tzfat now, wherever Mendy's is, it's like ready-made food for Shabbat, and Basheret, the nice restaurant. That used to be a bank, and there was a bench outside, and I could connect with my laptop to the Wi-Fi from the bench, and I would just sit there till like 3, 4 in the morning talking to my friends in Miami, and then like sleeping the whole entire morning, and it's a non-stop cycle like that. Just put on tefillin and talk to people online every day on this bench outside of the bank. And there was this one guy, a blessed Yid, Avdiel, who was a Ger Tzedek that lived in Tzfat. We used to pray together in Abu Av. And he used to do business with like New York hours. So he also would like, he didn't need the internet of the bank, but he would also, it was underneath his house, he would pace back and forth and be on the phone doing his business deals. And one time he came up to me and he's like, hey, pack a bag, I'm taking you to Jerusalem. So I went, and little did I know he was taking me to like 5 different yeshivas to go walk around and like find one. And he's like, you're not doing anything in Tzfat, like you need this. I ended up picking Or Sameach, and after 2 nights, before this guy took me to Yerushalayim, I had told my parents, I came here for 8 months. I had a ticket for 8 months with a return ticket, go back to the US. It was like a few days after my 18th birthday, I was going to go back. I'm an Israeli citizen, I didn't want to get drafted, and I told my mom, listen, I came in Elul, told my mom, listen, you know, after Hanukkah, I want to see Hanukkah in Israel, but like after that, I think I'm okay. Like this place Tzfat is a little bit crazy. I'm not so into it. I think I'll come back to Miami. 48 hours in Jerusalem, different phone call. Mom, start packing. I'm never leaving this country again.
What happened in those 48 hours?
I needed a city. At the time, I needed a city. I needed to know that, like, to hear sirens and police, and to, you know that there was something going on. Sfat was like a psych ward. It's like, you know, you're like, just be here on this mountain. Everything's quiet. Like, you're not gonna hear anything, and that wasn't for me. Like, I needed the hustle and the bustle. Like, in Miami, my whole life, most of my life, like.
Was there also the fact that, like, Yerushalayim had so many more people that speak English?
Also,
more Americans?
obviously, like, it's not that Tzfat didn't have it. I had it. It's just like the people in Tzfat that were speaking English at the time are like not like me. They're these hippie dippy guys that are, you know, learning Chassidut at the time, which I wish I would have known about more. But Hashem had his plans that I didn't know of this stuff yet. I didn't even know what a Chassid was really. I met one Chassid in my life, the Shravkova Rebbe, when I was like 11, 12. He was with us our whole childhood. Ended up being at my chuppah and getting a bracha there too. But I didn't know Chassidut. I had no idea who the Baal Shem Tov was, Reb Nachman, any of this stuff. I didn't want to hang out with them. But in Yerushalayim, I knew kids that liked the NBA and liked hip-hop and liked smoking nargila and hanging out. And yeah, I had that in Jerusalem. Like-minded people that were from a similar background. And I just fell in love, and I didn't ever want to leave. The truth is that on the plane when I landed, even when I was getting to Tzfat, on the plane we were talking off camera about feeling, you know, Tumantara and these things. When I landed in Israel, I had like a complete wash over, like, first time ever, 17, most intense spiritual one of the most intense spiritual experiences I've ever had was landing in Israel. Like, completely from head to toe, I felt a wave of change over me. And I only ever had that one other time in my life when I met my Rav, my current Rav. So it was amazing to be able to know that, like, I can live in Israel. Like, I found my place. And then, like, you know, going to public school with a kippah and tzitzis. So now being in Jerusalem, in Tzfat, I still saw it like religious people do this. But now in Jerusalem, I see, like, okay, people collecting garbage for the municipality have a kippah on. Bibi, when he goes to certain events, has a kippah on. This guy has a kippah. Like, in Jerusalem, you just see, like, Jews. It's no longer like this or that type or that type. It's just Am Yisrael. In any type of color, way, shape, or form. Everybody together in Yerushalayim, and that gave me this holistic, like, view on Am Yisrael that to this day is very important to me. We're all one, and I didn't really see that ever in my life until I got to Yerushalayim.
It's cool because, you know, I guess your entire life you're having this homeless feeling, not really fitting in, and once you start having a more religious garb and experience, you're then standing out, and then you're finally, when you get to Yerushalayim, you finally are not standing out. You're blending in, and that's like when you actually feel the most at home.
That was for sure life-changing, and I was, at that moment I knew, like, okay, I'm home. And I ended up making Aliyah after a year in Or Sameach. Made Aliyah. I went to the army. It was a whole trip. Like, I went in with a kippah, came out without one. Didn't have any questions on Hashem, but just like the reality of the army, for people who don't know, is that you have minimum. If you're a combat soldier, you're on base for like 11 days, and then you get a weekend off. Usually, sometimes it can be even more than that, right? Like, you can go 20, 30 days on base, and you get 3 days, 4 days off base. So when I was living in Yerushalayim, okay, I have, again, like you're saying, Kehila, I blend in. At a certain point, I had to leave Yerushalayim and move closer to Tel Aviv, and then I didn't have that. And I ended up being, like, on base for 21 days with all Israelis. And I'm only English speaker. And then when I come home, off of base, all the Americans are out partying, clubbing. And again, I found myself, like, alone, and I couldn't keep up with Torah and mitzvot. I couldn't keep up with Shabbat. To be fair, at the time also, what did I know? I didn't really appreciate it again. It was like this thing that, like, this wave that started with my dad when I was 11 and kind of, like, picked up in Israel too a little bit, but it wasn't mine. I didn't really ever get into Torah to really appreciate these things. And I stopped keeping, and I started going out and partying, clubbing and having all the fun that an 18-year-old kid with a little bit of money can have in Tel Aviv.
So what stops that? Because it does sound fun and exciting. What, it gets boring?
Why did I stop doing that? A lot of pain, a lot of hurt, a lot of disappointment, and when I got out of the army, I definitely was like empty. And I started working immediately, like 2 weeks after I got out, and I was working in a very shady business in Tel Aviv and not good stuff. I remember like wanting to, and I did it. Like I made Kiddush in clubs Friday night, made Kiddush.
Interesting.
Not for anybody else, but myself quietly. No one even used to know. But like even there, I can look back now. Anytime I was in a club, for sure, majority of the time I was probably sitting on my phone and just just sitting there, I can see it vividly now. And when I look back, I don't look back and feel like, that obviously when you're in a club, there's times when you're partying and things like that. But for the most part, when I look back and I can close my eyes and see myself on those tables that I used to spend thousands on, I was not there. Like I wasn't really that attractive. And then I started to look for meaning. I wanted to get married, and I ended up moving back to Miami to pursue that. A girl that I wanted to get married to for a long time. And before I left Eretz Yisrael, I went to a shiur in Ashdod. Again, a very shady person's house, but he happened to be having a shiur at his house with a Rav, and I just needed chizuk. Even when I wasn't religious, I was always the person said, hey, did you put on tefillin today? And if I didn't put it myself on my own initiative, yeah, of course I'm going to put it on now. Like, I'm not connected to Hashem. Need a tenfold.
And he was so intense that even though I was pissed off, I was like, hey, it's not that bad, right? I'm trying to calm him down. While I'm trying to calm him down, and notice my other partner, he's not even moved by this thing. Like, he doesn't seem even slightly upset, which almost upset me. Don't you get it? Yeah. He's too crazy in my mind. He's not feeling it out. So I said to him, aren't you upset? He goes, yeah, aren't you furious? I calm down. Yeah. He goes, yeah, I'm a little annoyed. The first one he said, I'm a little annoyed. I said, annoyed? Like, the word annoyed me. Right? Don't you understand? That's what they did. He's like, don't you understand? I'm calming him down. In the middle of it all, I couldn't help. I'm a student of behavior, right? So I couldn't help but notice all three of us have had the same problem delivered to us, and all three of us have radically different emotional responses. Okay? Why? And I'm listening. He's going, I'm enraged, I'm furious, I'm filming in my voice. And I'm thinking, I'm so pissed off. I'm pissed as hell, I'm angry. And then I'm hearing him say, I'm annoyed. I said, annoyed? That's it? He goes, well, and then he said, I'm a little tinkled. I said, tinkled? What are you talking about, right? And he's going, so in the middle of all this, I thought for a moment, I couldn't help. I said, you know what? I don't think I've ever seen you really angry. He said, I don't really get that angry. It's very rare. I said, well, what about, he had this deal with this IRS agent came to his house. He's a very wealthy guy, right? And the IRS agent, my guess was, threatened by or upset by the level of wealth he had. And so he did some things that he eventually won. It took him 5 years to get his money back. He fought the IRS and won, which is pretty rare, okay? But during those 5 years, it was brutal, for anybody working on the outside. I said, you're gonna tell me you were annoyed with that? He goes, no, I was peeved. Peeved, right? And then I asked him something really interesting. I said, what do you believe about getting angry? And he goes, I believe if you get angry, the other guy wins. You lose, yeah, for sure. Right? And I'm like, I never thought of it that way. Yeah. And this other guy believes if you don't get angry, when I get angry, I get powerful. And I thought, when I get angry, I get sharp. Right? But I also thought, when I'm really happy, I get sharp. And it changed me. I started saying, okay, I call it transformation vocabulary because the words you attach to your experience, as I said, become your experience. My mother would call me one time, I'm old enough, probably not old enough, before we had cell phones, we had these little recorder calls. It's like on a reel-to-reel. And you called in and got your calls. Well, I went to England and Europe for about, 2 weeks. And I gave my staff time off. They worked their tail off. So my mom calls every day and leaves a message, doesn't get a call back. And when I called from England, the little beep thing wouldn't translate. So I didn't know it was on there. I didn't know it was on there. I come home, and there are 10 days worth of messages, and every single message she says, I am humiliated. This is humiliating. My son is not the president of the United States. It's the most humiliating experience of my life. And as I listen to this going, my mom is always humiliated. Yeah. You know why? If there's a funnel of experience and it's painful, he's going annoyed Pete, I'm going pissed off, he's going, I'm gonna kill him, right? My mom always uses the word for anything uncomfortable to humiliate, so she's always humiliated. So like, I'm never depressed. I was so depressed when I got chased out of my house and I had no money in the background. I lived in this place of depression, and I remember reading this book by Claudine Bristol. It's called The Magic of Leaving. And I read the book, and it talked about how to condition your mind. And one of the things I did, I wrote on soap on the mirror, I wrote, you know, only a loser is depressed, which isn't true. You can be a winner and be depressed and feel that way. But I knew I wasn't a loser, that was my leverage. And I literally took the word depression out of my vocabulary. I've never used it again. I felt down, I felt pissed off, I felt frustrated, I felt sad, I felt overwhelmed in moments. I've never felt depressed, because when I was depressed, I got to the point where I was questioning whether it's worth it all, you know what I mean? And so your words shape your psychology. And so a few word changes, as stupid as that sound, as overly simplistic as that sound, or people give metaphors. They'll say, oh man, I'm like, you know, like I'm at the end of my rope. And I'll go, well, set it down and come over here. Like, what are you talking about? We hypnotize ourselves. You know, or somebody will say, well, that person stabbed me in the back, and I'll walk up to him and I'll lean him behind the back. I said, I don't see anything. And you know what I mean? No, I don't. Well, they betrayed me. Well, what did they do? And you dig in and they go, they told someone else something they said they wouldn't tell them. But the words escalated the emotion, and once they're there as a metaphor or as words, they control us. I invite every business person to notice this. I remember, you know, I decided to get a divorce when I was 40 or 39 years old. And I didn't want a divorce. I had 4 fathers. I was going to stay no matter what. Duty, all those things. That was things that were going for me, right? And then I remember I go to my friend Peter Goober, and I was like, you know, I don't know. I can't imagine doing this. And then I said, I'm going to give her more than half, and then I want to take care of her, but we're the whole part of starting over again. You know, starting over. He grabbed me by the arm and he goes, I'm going to teach you what you've taught me for the last 10 years. He goes, you are not starting over. That language is putting you in this place. He said, you couldn't possibly start over. He said, you could take everything from you. No one can take the man you become, the knowledge you have, the skill you have, the relationships you have, all those things. But starting over was my trance for being in pain. And when I stopped doing that, it's like, no, you know, starting fresh. I know that sounds simplistic, but linguistics change how the brain functions. And so part of yours is some simple linguistics, but the other part is state. Because anabolic, Alex, I gotta understand, look, he shows up, all we gotta do. So all you gotta do is saying, it's time for anabolic Alex here, and then a moonshot that's gonna wake you up and then get emotionally associated. Like if I just provided all this, when I first fed people, I would go there in a t-shirt and jeans, not so they acknowledged me, but so I could see and feel the impact, as opposed to I wrote a check or I did some good work or they did it. The more connected you are, and that once you get in the habit of that, like people say to me all the time, doesn't it get old? People cook you 10, 15 times a day. Oh, you changed my life. No, it's one of the things I enjoy most besides my family. But it's because I've trained myself never to take it for granted. Is that helpful at all?
Yes. From the...
Stay in anabolic Alex when you ask me. Do your best to ask me a question anabolic too, because you go back to your brain. And so I'm happy you've got a very smart brain. We can use him too. But let's try with anabolic Alex as you ask.
So in order to create the emotional connection, because that is like the thing that I probably have struggled the most from, but I think it's made me disproportionately successful from a business perspective because I can make good calls, right? Yeah. But, you know, I remember the first time I wrote $1 million check and then multiple $1 million checks to charities, and I was just like, okay, I feel a couple $1 million for it. That's about it. You know, like...
Yeah, because you're not emotionally associated anyway.
Zero. But like, you know, I did the tours of the school, and I was like, I'm glad that this all, you know,
you haven't found the thing. Just contribution for contribution is not what I'm talking about.
And this is where I wanted to get. So my last little word of the ones we've heard most of them was opportunity.
Yes.
And so I think the question that I have is, you have unlimited opportunities.
Yeah.
More opportunities than you can sink your teeth into.
Yeah.
How do you go through opportunity selection and balancing your kind of achievement brain outcomes and your philanthropic impact feeding families outcomes?
I look at opportunities first from a business perspective. I look at opportunities first to see, do I have passion for what it's about? Is it something that I would do for free if I felt it was really successful, that it felt fulfilling, it felt alive, it felt it was worth doing.
Feeling better?
Right? Is there a mission behind it? Is it selling widgets? I have no interest. Right? Second thing I look for is who are the people. I want people I'm going to enjoy being with. Like, I would enjoy being with you in spite of this conversation sounding like I wouldn't, because I bring out more anabolic, Alex. I bet your wife brings out more anabolic, Alex, right? So I'm trying to make sure if I was doing business with you, I'd make sure this guy was present, right? But I look at the people and I look at their heart and soul, what's driving them, and I also look at their skill, because you need both, right? So if somebody's got a track record, and someone's negotiating with me right now on a really large project, and if the project made no money, I would probably do the project as long as I organize it so I can have the kind of reward for my time and my energy, because the project has such reach, global reach, on a very deep level. I'm very connected to it, and this person's built a business that went to $2 billion, so they got a great track record. It's not me carrying it all, but together 1 + 1 could equal 5, not 2. So a deal like that gets my attention, because most of the money I make I give away at this stage of my life anyway, right? It's like there's, I'm not hurt for any capital, and there's no toy that I'm looking for, and it never drove me anyway. So for me, it's like, if it's got enough juice in it here, for the people I'm going to enjoy being with, and it's got enough juice in terms of the impact, and then it has track record of the person likely to help get there, so it isn't all my back. The two of us are adding some value together, it's got added value, then I'm in. And it's like, let's rock this thing, let's make it happen, let's have some fun. See, mine is let's have some fun, not let's do the duty, right? That's like, I'm gonna learn, we're gonna grow, we're gonna expand different things, we're gonna touch lives, we're gonna have these things. So those are my core criteria, and I'm not always right. But one thing I will tell you that I've done in business, because I've made some poor choices in the early days on business partners. Everybody's selling when you're going to business partnership, right? And it's like going on a date, So it's like you get sold. And the question is not, can they do the job? Will they do the job well long term? Is the right team fit? Like, they're deeper questions. But I now, when I have so many business deals, the first thing I do early on, I just had this happen recently. Somebody's like, I have a large power plant, a 1.3 gigawatt power plant. I'm converting it to hydrogen. It's in West Virginia.
Dean told me about this,
Yeah, so it's a great project. But I have some people involved that shouldn't have been involved, and so I had some new people come on board. And what I do now is I go, they sold me, I was actually liking them, I felt the vision was great, they seemed to have a track record, everything seemed to line up. And I said, look, what I always do in any new partnership is I have everybody check me out legally. I want you to check out everything online, hire a private detective you want, know everything about me, and you can ask me any question you want. But I want to do the same with you, because that's how I know when I'm starting. Now, by the way, though, nothing I hear will I take as true. Because, it's not true, but I'll bring it to you and we can discuss it. I mean, you and I can tell, most people have large bullshit meters, right? We can tell when something's bullshit. That's a perfect example. And this guy, we had a deal with, 10 figures plus, looked really good. Ghosted us. Ghosted us. Because and then I uncovered 3 or 4 things he'd done that were not great. I was like, I just saved myself 3 to 5 years of pain. So I do believe in the practical side, but I'm not even interested in going there unless I can first find these pieces, and unless I believe already there. But I can get fooled, right? I'm not perfect.
So I have one last question for you, which is the most selfish of all my questions. So you're 36 years old. You have built businesses, and the skill set that you are most proud of is that you're good at helping business owners.
Yeah.
The only thing I feel emotional connection to is teaching young men how to provide for themselves and their families. That's the only thing that actually, because I know that.
Yeah. So you're connected to it.
That's the only thing.
Makes sense.
And to me, I've built a lot of the business and all that stuff basically around that. But I still don't feel like that massive emotional drive. That being said, what would you have played differently from your 36-year-old self to current that you could kind of pass on to me to basically, what can I change about my behavior to maximize my enjoyment and size of it?
You have to make your enjoyment a priority, which you've not. You've always got your priorities, brother. You're an overachiever.
Yeah.
But there's 2 skills in life. There's the science of achievement, which you're unbelievably great at, and there's the art of fulfillment, which you're not so great at, by your description.
Yeah.
By the way, notice the language difference. The science of achievement, it's a science. Like you and I both know, if you want to make money, there's a science to it, right? If you want to be fulfilled, though, that's as unique as every human being you're going to meet. And so you haven't found that piece. Now, you gave some clues along the way. Like, why am I so interested in feeding people? Because I'm such a good person? No, because I suffered, right? So I want other people to suffer. So I started out of that, but now it's not out of suffering, it's out of joy. You can get started out of the pain, passion does.
Yeah.
You don't have to stay in the pain, right? You kind of stayed in the pain, even though you've gone past it.
Yeah.
But what you just said is, well, a clue for me is that's the one place I can start to get closely associated to, because I know what it takes to do that, and I know what it feels like to be able to take care of my family. I know the contrast, right? So I would take a look at that and expanding it, but I try to find a way to do it where I had a moonshot, something that's like right now you're not
moonshot of that.
What's that?
A moonshot of
exactly. Yeah. That's what I was saying to you earlier. I'm not saying you should go feed people or writing those checks. The problem is you wrote those checks to things you didn't give a shit about. Right?
I mean, it's true.
So you feel poor, and then you probably felt bad about yourself for doing it.
I did.
I'm supposed to do good stuff, and why don't I feel good by doing good stuff? Because it's not your passion.
Like a piece of shit. I was like, I selfishly wrote these checks so that I would feel good, and now I don't even feel good, and now I'm just $2 million poorer. But I shouldn't feel bad about doing good, and then it was just the whole thing.
And by the way, so question: head or heart was having that discussion.
Sure, head, of course, yeah.
So analytical. But by the way, as you're laughing about it now, who's in charge right now?
Yeah, Annabelle. Yeah.
Right. That little ship, which sounds like nothing, I hope if nothing else you hear me say, you play with that just a little bit in your life and bring him to the table. But if you come up with a moonshot connected to that, like I'm making this completely wrong thing. I'm gonna help 10 million young men who right now think they can't buy a home, they can't do anything. Most young people here have been sold this bullshit bill of goods. Inflation's 3%, and I got a 24 million at 4 million, and it's like that's the catastrophizing analytical side. That's assuming that you're not going to have any growth in your assets. And also, when you're 86, which is when that would be 50 years from now, do you really think you're going to spend the same money? What the hell are you going to be buying? You already own multiple homes. You already have those. They've all grown in value. So most young people, they are not involved with free enterprise, as you know, and so that's why they want communism, because they've never been there. I was in the USSR when I was 23 years old, and I took a train from Moscow to Siberia with a group of scientists I was brought because of my firewalking and things like that by their government, and back. I spent 2 weeks there. It made me a capitalist. Because every stop we did, there's the same thing in every city. There's a central place where the train stops. And we've been having caviar, and all these Russians are like wealthy on this plane. They're all supposed to be equal. And then you see people literally 3/4 of a mile around, multiple times, maybe half a mile around, waiting in the freezing cold for half a loaf of bread and milk, right? It's bullshit. But kids today are thinking, oh, it means free bus, free childcare, free. They don't understand. There's no such thing as no free lunch. What life needs you to do is you live in a free enterprise system, and you're not an owner. You're going to be in pain. You know that. You built businesses. And like I tell kids sometimes, so like, here's what you gotta understand. If you put $300 aside, we're still living at home, and you're 19, and you only invested and do it all in the S&P 500, you don't know anything about investing, and you stopped investing when you're 27, and you only put $28,000 in, at 65 you got 1.8 million. God forbid if you keep investing, right? Until the numbers got bigger. You look at people today, they buy an iPhone, and they buy a new one every year. They've been going on since 2007. I looked it up just the other day. I actually made a chart to show a kid. And he's telling me about, there's no way you can succeed. And I said, okay, you've had an iPhone since the beginning. There's been 19 years of iPhones, whatever it's been. It's now, he'd spend 20, I took up the exact dollar amounts for each one, and what the stock was at the same day. If you would have bought the stock versus the iPhone, or just matched it. $22,000 you spend over time, which is gone, or $326,000 you would have. And I'm saying 326 will change your life, but for somebody who's nothing, it sure as hell would, right? But the other part for it is helping people understand that it's like, if I get to be an owner, the whole game changes. Then inflation can be my friend. I don't have to live in this fear I can't have something. So you could bring that to kids, of whatever age. You could bring it to me and say, I gotta come something, I'm gonna take 10 million or a million or whatever would float your boat. And then when you see those kids and you see scale of that, and you see them taking care of their families, and you hear stories about that, I don't think it'll be old for you. What'd you write the checks for?
Kids after school care.
Okay. And you don't have any kids. So you have no association with that whatsoever, right? Okay, it's like shit. But and I'm not saying write a check. I'm saying go make this happen. Like you've done so much. You need to find something there. But you found the thread. But for me, I wrote 4 books on finance. I never expected to do it. You know why I wrote it? Because I got pissed off in 2008. I've coached Paul Tudor Jones for 24 years, one of the greatest financial traders in the history of the world.
All right.
Every single day measure what he's doing, coach him through all these pieces. He had the most success in 1987 when the stock market had the biggest percentage drop in history, 20% in a day, and he made 100%.
Got it in one
But then it was like the moon. You went to the moon, and then what do you do? And then he broke his leg, and then he dropped. So I had to turn him around. And we've been friends. I worked with him all those years. I learned so much from him. But when we got to 2008, and I don't know if all of your viewers have been around that long, but it was much more brutal in some ways than 2020 and COVID, because COVID, they gave people money. There's no money then, right? And I remember being so angry because I knew a small number of people basically almost destroyed the entire economic system, and then I thought they were going to be punished, and we gave them more money.
So that they could have more money they can get.
Yeah, that's right, exactly right. So I was incensed. So out of that anger, I said, I don't have all the answers, but I have one thing, I have access. So I'm going to interview 50, the book you read, 50 of the smartest individuals on earth who started with nothing. Nobody from the Lucky Sperm Club, they all started from scratch. And I'm going to see, even though they're radically different, what do they have in common? I'm going to write a book that my billionaire clients are going to love, but an average person could do as well. Well, that journey has never stopped. Then I was like, how do I help people accelerate? I look around today and I see so many people that don't feel they have a compelling financial future. And so I started looking around and said,
That's my heart.
Pardon me?
That's my heart.
Okay, well, me
Helping
too.
those people.
So my approach to that, and maybe I'm going to plant a seed with you, because maybe it'd be something when you're teaching people to add. You probably already know this, but you may not know this part. So I'm looking around, and like in the last 39 years, every single stock market in the world, which is where most people put their money besides real estate, right? And if it's their own home, it just barely beats inflation, right, as you well know. Every stock in the world has been beaten by private equity, by average private equity. So I interviewed the top 13 guys in the world, right? Well, the top 13 guys in the world, it's wonderful to interview them, but how are you going to get money in there, right? Because it's like trying to buy an SP3 Ferrari, right? Everyone wants to go get one, and they're all pre-sold at $3 million, right?
Yeah.
It's like, but if you have an one, and if you know the right person, so I got into some of those cool funds, like Vista.
Yeah.
Robert Smith he's a genius. Got a $100 billion fund. He's averaged 26% compounded per year for 25 years. It's like, it's unheard of, right? Nobody, but you can't get in, or you might get in. I got in, but I got such a little.
It's like, we'll take $100,000.
$100,000. But okay, so let's look at this. Let's just do this. Try this for the people at home. In the last 39 years, if you put your money in the S&P 500, it's averaged 9%.
Okay.
So if you put $1 million in there, at the end of this time, you'd have 28.6 million. If it's 100,000, it'd be 2.86 million, right?
Yeah.
But if you put in average private equity, it's been every stock market in the world, average private equity, not the guys I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Average private equity has averaged 15.7% per year around the world. 75% higher per year, compounded year after year.
Yeah.
You put in that same $1 million, instead of 28 million, you have 293 million.
More.
10x. Okay, forget your 3% worries you're talking about. Screw that shit. Let's take it to 100,000. Then you have, instead of 2.8 million, you have 29 million. Right. Same time, passive investor. But then the next thing you got to say to me is, Tony, yeah, that's great, Tony, but you can't get access. So that's what I believe too. Like, I had access, but small access. And then I met a guy who'd been through my business master program for 20 years. He started his business. I was telling my frustration about I was only getting these little slivers. That enough to change your life, right? I want to get him bigger. And he goes, Tony, I'm going to tell you where I put the majority of my money. This is a very sophisticated investor. And I said, okay, I'm leaning in on this one, right? He goes, there's a company in Houston, Texas. And Houston, Texas, I'm thinking Singapore, London, New York. He goes, off the beaten path, that has mastered something unbelievable. He said, you know the difference in private equity? I said, of course. He goes, what if instead of buying the fund and fighting to get a small piece, you could own the company that owns all the funds and make the 2 and 20 yourself, side by side with the owner?
Yeah.
I said, you can do that? He goes, there's only a few companies in the world that do it. These guys are brilliant to get what they call general partnership stakes. So you're a limited partner, as you know, if you go and you got a limited amount, you win it. I said, how do you do that? So I went and met with this guy. It turned out he was a graduate of my programs 20 years ago, started his business with it. It's called CAS, it's Christopher Zone. And I talked to Christopher, and so I put some money in with him. And the next thing I know, I got ownership in Vista. I got a little slice of Vista, right? I'm getting the 2 and 20. So I have 95 of those companies now that have a piece of. It is nothing but a cash machine beyond our wildest dreams. I get to work with the smartest people in the world. They're working all night, and I'm right beside them earning without working all night on those spaces, right? And now the same thing with sports teams. I worked forever to get my first sports team, the LAFC, and you got to go through they look at a microscope through every part of your body. It's just ridiculous, right? But the rules have changed recently. And now, if you have private equity and the owners don't own other sports teams, there's some technicalities with it. There's a small percentage that you can buy. So I own I owned the Dodgers. When I was growing up, I couldn't be in right field. I couldn't afford a ticket, right? The Dodgers, I own the Golden State Warriors. I own the Pittsburgh Penguins. I own Aston Martin's F1. I own a piece of all these businesses all through our business. Then I became partners with him and grew that business. When I met him, it was 1.8 billion. That was 4 years ago. Now we're at 11 billion just in AUM in that business. So the opportunity to grow is insane. But here's the problem. You had to be an accredited investor, which means you got $1 million net worth, or a qualified purchaser, 5 million. So your young people are going to go, I can't do that. I wrote this book because I found out, and it just passed 3 weeks ago. The House just passed the new rule. Why should the richest people in the world be the only people who get access to the most effective investments? Don't get me wrong. You got to diversify, but you got to have a significant board here if you can get this kind of 10 times return. And so they were smart, because it's like they say, well, you're not sophisticated. Well, some people have $1 million, but they inherited it. They're not sophisticated, or they're a good business person, but they're not a good investor. So a group of people, I was arguing this, and it wasn't me, it finally got resolved. 3 weeks ago, they passed the law. Now the Senate will pick it up in April. And what it says is, you don't have to be an accredited investor to get access anymore. All you gotta do is take a test. They're working on what the test is. You study for the test, and now you can put your money and get the same kind of returns as the richest people in the world. And in my case, you can own a piece of those businesses. So when you're going to show people how to build their own business, the only challenge with their own business is, you and I both know, if there's any law of finance that everybody knows but very few people practice, it's asset allocation, right? You don't put all your eggs in one basket. So most people put all the eggs in their business because they feel more control, and then there's a COVID that happens, right? So you gotta be, I always tell people you need two businesses. The one you're in, the one you're building, but also that business plus an investment business where it's growing. So if everything happens here, you're taken care of here, and if they both win, you get there faster than you ever dreamed of. But you gotta know where to put your assets. And this is just part of that process. But for you, it's like, I know what my passion is there. You can feel my passion. I'm going to tell everybody about it. It's like, I don't give a shit about making money. And it's like, and of course I make money too. It's like, it's unbelievable. You got to find out with this piece. What do you think it would be? If you got to tell me right now, I'm not talking to the analytical guy. Come back to the analytic guy. I saw your eyes go up there. The analog guy, what would he say? I'm going to crush something. It's going to feel so good. I'm going to feel so much joy. I'm going to do X for this many young men. And it's going to be part of who I am and my legacy and what I'm going to live, what I'm going to enjoy, not someday along the way.
To answer the question, I think back to what was the big moment from, like, what was the moment where, like, wealth felt achievable?
Yes.
So for me, it was $100,000 in my bank account.
Okay.
That was the moment. I wrote about it in my book. Layla and I were on the kitchen counter, and I was like, "Look, babe, you actually did it." And then
That's
it's
awesome.
years and years.
That moment too.
And it was to this day the richest I've ever felt, and I think it's because it's the largest relative change in wealth I've ever experienced. Because you go from $1 to 100,000, you get 100,000x, and you can't 100,000x 100,000 takes a lot longer than and that.
And by the way, once you get to 100,000, your brain expands, right?
Yeah, you see what's possible.
It's bigger.
And so I think it was because the first time that I was able to go out of survival, and I remember I looked at Layla and I said, "We can fuck up for 3.5 years." That's what I was like. We could completely screw up.
Overhead at that time.
Exactly. 3.5 years. And she's like, "Yeah, this guy's a winner." Really, all 100 grand for the both of us for 3.5 years? Gee golly. You know, this is after she picked me up from jail for getting a DUI. You know, that's why she's mine.
Oh, that's awesome.
But that moment, then all the other milestones after that, that was the one. And so I think because that one milestone is huge.
It changes your identity.
Yes, it does. It changes your whole viewpoint of the world. Your point about the capitalist system is that that is a big enough change where you believe in capitalism.
That's right.
And I think that is a quantifiable goal that I am personally connected to, that I would love to help to live.
That's great. I love that. If I can help with it, count on me. I'm in to help you in any way I can there. I'll give you education material. Anything that you want to add to it, you're welcome to add to it. I'll give it for free. But that's exciting. And I love the way you did that. You went back to a moment where you knew what it was for you. So that's where the passion comes from, right? You know? And by the way, that wasn't pain. That passion was an excitement that you felt. So I know the word passion literally comes from pain. I know that too. And sometimes we get caught up on the original definition versus how we can live it, right? But I love this idea. If you did that, how many people, does it matter how many? One person alone feels amazing when you do that, but is there a number that in your mind would say this would be insanely fun, insanely great?
I think I would look at the generation. So it'd be how
nice.
many men are in Gen Z?
Perfect.
And then we're like, that sounds like a good starting point.
But well, that's a lot of kids. What's
Yeah.
the first target though? Because it's like,
I'd have to
it's
break
like I
it.
do the billion, then I
Yeah,
went to the 100 billion, right? You know? You want an unreasonable goal, but you need a timeline. So
Okay.
what would be our 36-month goal? Or 24-month goal? That would be unreasonable, but would get you up early and keep you up
Well,
late.
100,000 men at 100,000 is $1 billion in actual bank account wealth. And that sounds like a nice round number.
Yeah, feel like a nice round number. help 100,000 men
Hit 100,000.
get 100,000
Yeah.
and feel the way you felt on that day.
Yeah.
That's nice. And then the second lesson you can teach them along the way
Yeah.
is how to keep enjoying it, my friend.
Yeah. So, Tony, you have an event coming up. Do you want to tell everyone about it?
Yeah, it's called the Time to Rise Summit. It started when I first did, when COVID happened, because I got the governor calling me in California saying, you know, that place you're going to put 15,000 people, 14,000 people, you can put 100 people in because of COVID. And then I tried to move to Vegas, and they shut down Vegas and Texas, and so I built a studio. Anyway, long story short, I said, people are trapped at home, they're depressed, they're frustrated. I want to make a big difference. How could I do that? Well, I'll take away the two things they worry about. No time, they don't have to travel, and no money. And so I did it for free. We've done it now every year for 5 years. And I didn't do like 2 hours, I did 3 days. But I made it chunkable, 3 hours a day, like going to a great movie, only it's changing your life. And instead of new year, new life, and setting some goals that by the end of January they've not done, we help you figure out what you want, increase your energy, like we're talking about here, because without that it doesn't change. Shift your mindset, figure out what you want, figure out what the plan is, figure out what's getting in the way. And over 3 days, then you become part of a community of a million plus people from 193 countries that participate. And it's coming up January 29th to the 31st. And it's at 2 p.m. Eastern. The people do it from all time zones around the world. Again, no charge whatsoever. You can do it from your home, you can do it from your office. You might want to do it with someone. If they go to timetorisesummit.com, no charge, get yourself enrolled, and I look forward to serving everyone.
Thank you so much, Tony.
It's been a pleasure.
Appreciate it.
No, thank you, brother.
Thank you.
What's up, Graham? It's Guys here. And I hate to say it, but if you haven't already started building wealth, these next 5 years might be your last chance. I know that sounds ridiculous. I thought so too, until I started to notice a fundamental shift in the way wealth is being created. After all, artificial intelligence is doing a lot more than just changing jobs. It's quietly constant. Trading wealth into fewer and fewer hands. And for the first time ever, a small number of people can now do the work of entire teams. Some researchers estimate that a huge portion of entry-level white-collar work is already at risk. And as this trend continues, the traditional paths of getting ahead, jobs, investing, and real estate, won't just disappear. They're going to get a lot more expensive and much more difficult to access. That's why we absolutely have to break down exactly what's happening. Why the next 5 years could represent the last realistic window for the average person to get ahead. And finally, what you could do starting today to avoid getting left behind. Because if you wait to react, you're not just going to be late, you're going to be completely priced out. Although before we start, speaking of artificial intelligence, one metric that YouTube uses to determine whether or not a video is good is if you hit the like button or subscribe. That helps the channel tremendously. It recommends the video to a lot more people, and as a thank you for doing that, here's a picture of one of my fish. So thanks so much, and also big thank you to Gemini for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, now in terms of where to begin, let's start here with the AI reset. For those unaware, here's the general premise. Some economists argue that the moment artificial intelligence renders human labor economically valueless, the only source of capital left is going to be ownership. And depending on who you ask, we may only have a short time left before AI can pretty much do whatever you want it to. Like imagine, there's no need for cars or drivers. Robots build whatever you could want. Accountants and doctors and lawyers are taken over by a program that works at 100 times the speed. And eventually, this continues until we're all unemployed. Now, if that sounds far-fetched or inconceivable, it's already happened. The rules of how people build wealth are already changing extremely quickly. And the easy way, going to college, getting a good job, and buying a house, is getting more and more difficult each and every day, relative to the advantages that AI gives to capital and top performers. This is why we are now at a critical point where AI no longer replaces wealth, it amplifies it. So if you own stocks, real estate, or a business, AI becomes leverage. But if you rely on wages, then AI becomes competition. Simply put, we are moving into an economy where productivity no longer guarantees prosperity. We're working hard doesn't necessarily get you further, and where the biggest returns are going towards those who already have ownership and not those who rely on wages, promotions, and waiting for affordability to come back. So the real question isn't, will AI take jobs? It's how you could build something meaningful before it does. And in terms of what to expect, we need to break down the economic shift. Here's the thing, experts believe that four forces will begin to take over the next few years. And it all begins with number one. AI becomes winner take most. The reality is, AI is going to let a smaller number of people or companies produce way more output with fewer people. For example, Meta recently said that an individual employee can now have the output equivalent of 20. On top of that, the CEO of Anthropic predicts that AI could displace half of entry-level white-collar jobs within 5 years, potentially creating a very low-wage underclass of workers. And even Microsoft found that many high-educated white-collar roles rank among the most vulnerable to AI. Not to mention, if you want to hear something crazy, Bill Gates expects that within the next 10 years, humans will not be needed for most things. This means, instead of a large group of people collectively benefiting from increased output, ownership and wealth could begin to concentrate even more so that the top 1% owns significantly more than the other 99%. Or in this scenario, you'd see a much more pronounced K-shaped economy, where those who have assets see enormous gains, while those who sell their labor see lower wages and more competition. This leads us to number two. Wealth is becoming privatized. Just consider this. Throughout the United States, the number of public companies has dramatically dropped. This suggests that a large portion of early-stage growth now happens behind the scenes, with venture capital, private equity, or pre-IPO. And then by the time it actually becomes viable by the average person, they're already trading at valuations above $100 billion or even $1 trillion, which is no longer the 100x opportunity it used to be. On top of that, number three, housing is increasingly expensive. What used to be a consistent wealth builder for middle-class America is now priced at its worst affordability ever on record. Meaning, a lot of people no longer have access to the same opportunities that earlier generations had, making it so that if you're not ahead now, it becomes even harder to get ahead in the future. Leading to fourth, the AI expansion. Look, I'm not going to read off the charts here because I think this one is better off coming from me. I tend to believe that over the next few years, there's going to be a huge deviation between those who know and use AI and those who don't. If you embrace it, if you could increase your output by 2 to 5 times, you're going to see way more job opportunity, way higher income, and way more investable cash. If you put it off, if you don't think you're affected by it, trust me, at some point you're going to be replaced by someone who does. This makes me think that now is the best time to get ahead of the curve before it's too late. While everyone is just scrolling on TikTok, you have the power to harness and use some of the biggest advancements in history before it's too late, and you could use this to build substantial wealth. So in terms of what you could do about this and how you could actually benefit through the next few years, here's what you came for. Because there's huge opportunity out there if you know where to look. Although before we go into that, there's something this entire conversation keeps coming back to, and that's ownership. If AI is accelerating everything, then the systems you use to actually build ownership matter more than ever. And that's where something like Bitcoin comes into the equation. Some of the biggest banks in the world have started to acknowledge that digital assets aren't going away. And they're beginning to recommend that some people add a small exposure to the portfolio to the tune of 1 to 4%. Now, obviously, I'm not saying to go and YOLO everything you have into crypto, but it is the idea that a small allocation over a long period of time could improve performance because you're spreading out the bets. That's why I do everything I can to invest a consistent amount on a regular basis. And one of the ways I do that is with their sponsor, the Gemini Credit Card. With this, instead of earning traditional credit card rewards, I get to earn Bitcoin back on every single purchase from money that I'd be spending anyway. Or in this case, I'm able to get up to 4% back on transportation, 3% on dining, 2% on groceries, and 1% on everything else with no annual fee. This just gives me a little extra exposure without timing the market or buying it myself. Plus, if Bitcoin isn't your thing, you could also select from more than 50 different cryptocurrencies that you could switch to at any time. Not to mention, you could also get this in 6 unique stainless steel colors. It could be black, silver, rose gold, Bitcoin orange, XRP, or the brand new Solana edition. You could also feel free to check out the description for more information on rates and fees and see if you're eligible with no impact to your credit score. Without exaggeration, now that the market's cooled off a little bit, I've been using this card way more because I feel like I'm able to get a lot more for my spending than when the market was at its peak, if that makes sense. It's It's basically a better bang for the buck from my perspective. So if you would like to instantly earn Bitcoin or select from dozens of other cryptocurrencies, feel free to head to Gemini.com/Graham or click the link down below in the description to get started today. Again, Gemini.com/Graham with the link down below. Thank you so much, and now let's get back to the video. Alright, so in terms of how to use this economic reset to your advantage, it's really important to understand what won't work. And that's what brings us to great decoupling. See, as a bit of a background, wages and productivity have not matched up ever since the 1980s. And if you want specifics, worker productivity in the US rose about 81%, while average hourly compensation rose only about 30%. So where did the extra growth go? Well, pretty much corporate profits, stock ownership, and higher managerial pay. Essentially, those at the very top captured the vast majority of income and productivity gains, for the simple reason that a lot of the jobs could be easily outsourced. This suggests that in the near future, the traditional path of trading labor for money is becoming a lot less viable. And if AI could essentially handle everything, employers will have less incentive to hire and train humans, starting at the bottom and then making its way to the top. However, this also means that AI will dramatically lower the barrier to entry for those who know what to expect. And this is where you could build some serious wealth. Theoretically, all of this advancement means that a solo entrepreneur or a small group of people could leverage artificial intelligence to create what would normally take dozens or even hundreds of people and tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Practically free. That's why some people are warning that this window of opportunity might not be available for that much longer. For instance, if AI continues to drop the cost of labor to the point where anything is possible, competition is going to come swarming in, and from that point onwards, it's going to be another winner-takes-all scenario. So some people will say this sounds like every tech panic in history, and we'll cover that shortly. But in terms of what you could do today to get ahead, and what this means for the rest of the economy, here's what you can do. Look, the reality is, this isn't all bad news, and there are quite a few people out there who believe that we could actually be entering the AI golden age. Like, as scary as it sounds that AI could literally wipe out entire industries, the reality is, history shows us that new technologies actually wind up creating more jobs than the ones they replace. Like, take a look at farming. In the early 1900s, 40% of the US worked in agriculture, in tractors and fertilizer. Well, today, only 2% work in agriculture, at the same time that food is cheaper and more abundant, and millions of more jobs were created in manufacturing, logistics, processing, and retail. Or take a look at cars. Even though the automobile eliminated the need for blacksmiths, carriages, and horse breeders, it gave way to mechanics, dealerships, highways, insurance, tourism, and personal injury attorneys. That's why so far, every new technology has created more jobs than they've destroyed. But the question with AI isn't, are there going to be new jobs? It's, who's going to capture the upside when this happens? And why 5 years specifically? Well, AI adoption is happening faster than any major technology shift we've ever seen. And once it becomes standard within companies, the early mover advantage that you have right now is going to completely disappear. So in terms of what you could do about this today, here's what I recommend. First, learn new skills. Here's the reality. It's estimated that half of all workers will need significant reskilling by the end of this decade to stay relevant. In addition to that, learn how to use AI to increase your own productivity. Even a basic level understanding is going to have such a huge compounding effect on the rest of your career. And at this point, literally everything you could ever need to know is already free online, instantaneously, in just a few clicks. Second, diversify your income. I personally believe that micro-entrepreneurship is going to skyrocket by 2030. And that's the idea, that you could have a solo entrepreneur who's working from home around their own schedule, who can make a consistent income doing something within a very niche market. The purpose of that is just to lead to third, convert income to ownership. Look, throughout every past disruption, workers who invested and created ownership pulled ahead. Those who stayed wage only fell behind. This means it's worth it to diversify across index funds, stocks, and real estate, have equity in a business, take ownership in something that you control yourself, or invest in precious metals if the price makes sense. Ideally, AI should be for the purpose of boosting income for the sake of investing more, not necessarily to get more done. But at the same token, number 4, you should also always reduce unnecessary expenses. Throughout history, the people who had the most problems were those with high fixed expenses, high debt, and no margin of error whatsoever. That's why if you're a few paychecks from everything falling apart, it's worthwhile to cut everything you don't need, track your expenses, take 3 to 6 month emergency fund, or just have something to fall back on just in case. From there, finally, 5th, practice deep focus. Surprisingly, this is the first time I've ever mentioned focus being a priority. But these days, it just seems like a bit of a rarity. I hate to say it, but if you have the ability to sit in a room, undistracted for 4 hours without your phone, you're probably ahead of the 99.9% of people out there. Combine that with showing up on time, being attentive, and constantly learning, and all of a sudden, it's easy to get ahead of practically everyone else on the planet. However, I will admit, this still isn't the entire picture. And in terms of what else you need to be able to make all of this work, here's what you have to keep in mind. So far, in terms of why right now is one of the most unique times ever in history, Peter Diamandis makes the argument that the economics of scarcity are flipping to the economics of abundance. AI and humanoid robots can produce nearly anything we need: goods, services, healthcare, education, at costs approaching zero. Therefore, his argument and proposition for the future is simple. When AI cuts the cost of producing something by 30%, that value creation could either flow entirely to shareholders or be partially recaptured for society. This means there's a reality where AI could produce so much abundance that prices collapse. Your money goes and buys infinite resources and labor, and the baseline human existence is elevated without any additional work whatsoever. Like, even the poorest family today has access to luxuries that the richest people 500 years ago could have only dreamed of. And Elon agrees with this. He says so long as the output of goods and services exceeds the money supply, which it will with AI robotics at scale, everything will be fine. That's why I don't actually think this ends in doom or some sci-fi collapse where nobody works and everything falls apart. Instead, to me, the more realistic outcome is this. AI increases productivity, but redistributes exactly who's able to capture it. Or in other words, prices could come down, productivity might explode, and the standard of living could increase. But ownership is going to matter more than ever, and that's where this entire conversation comes full circle. The way I see it, 5 years to get rich isn't a countdown to failure. It's a head start. It's a window where skills could compound, income could skyrocket, and being early is so much better than being perfect. Eventually, this transition is going to stabilize, AI is going to be everywhere, and the early adopters will disappear. But we're not quite there yet. That's why my belief is that AI doesn't get rid of opportunity. It just raises the cost of waiting and not hitting the like button and subscribing if you haven't done that already. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Gemini, down below in the description to sign up today. Thank you so much, and until next time.
So tomorrow, Anna, you got to go live in the Middle East. Where would you live? Where do you think you'd be comfortable in that dress?
I'm sure it would not be comfortable in this dress in any of the various Middle Eastern countries that have been destabilized by.
You're not really blaming it on Whitey.
Listen.
Are you? You're blaming Islam on Whitey? We destabilized. That's why you can't wear that dress.
Did we not?
Why could you walk down?
You want me to talk about jihadism and Islam, but like.
Why won't you?
Listen.
Why won't you? You're going to get killed. You're going to get killed for that for good reason.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are, and for good reason.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from Clat HQ. I'm the traveling Clat to all the traveling Clat, the Sweet Zionist Prince. You can be a Sweet Zionist Prince or a princess just like me by getting the merch down below in the description. And today we're looking at a clip of Bill Maher and Anna Kasparian going at it. Full debate coming to you live right here, and my commentary coming to you live right after. Shall we just get into the goofiness that is Anna Kasparian? Let's go.
If you're listening to a podcast...
The truth never makes me uncomfortable. It only exhilarates me.
I mean,
no matter where it's, on whatever side it is.
Yeah?
And
you want to talk about a little bit of 2000? You want to get exhilarated, right? I can exhilarate you.
I know you're going to say genocide, and I'm going to say, well, you don't know what the word means. And it's like, you don't even know what the word means.
I'm Armenian. I know what the word means.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's when you try to wipe out an entire population of people, which they didn't come close to doing.
I mean...
They prosecuted a war in which they were attacked, which everybody gets to do.
Which, by the way, let me just say, if they were literally going after Hamas...
Which they
that
were.
Is legitimate. That's totally legitimate. But that's not what's happening.
Hamas hides in tunnels underneath hospitals. You can't go after...
Hold on.
Hamas is the bad guy. If you don't get that, Hamas, you don't get much.
What Hamas did on October 7th was disgusting. Killing... I mean, I don't at all hold back on that. In fact,
that's the easiest thing in the world to say.
I mean,
nobody disagrees.
Nobody
disagrees.
There are people who disagree, actually.
Raping babies. Yes, there are.
There are people who think I'm wrong because Hamas,
Right.
they're freedom fighters.
The fact-
what kind of freedom are we
the
talking about
fact
here?
that people see Hamas, the people who hate oppression so much, are on the side of the people, and that's not just Hamas. If you social justice warriors, if you have any other issue besides gender apartheid in the world that is above that, you're just a joke. That if you hate oppression, there is one issue which should be above all because it affects more people, hundreds of millions of women who have basically no freedom in the Muslim world.
Right, so we should slaughter them instead, which is what's been happening.
Well, you should prosecute a war to the end. That does involve slaughter of every war. You know.
I think. Listen, civilians get killed in wars. I think everyone knows that. Everyone acknowledges that.
Especially when you hide behind them.
But when 83%, according to the IDF's own data, and this is report. By the way, I consume Israeli media on this. I don't consume American media on this. And Israeli media is super honest, way more honest than our media is. So when the IDF's own data indicates that 83% of the people that they've killed are civilians.
Because they hide behind them.
But Bill, do you understand that by killing so many civilians, they are essentially multiplying extremism?
I do understand that. Do you understand that there's very often in the world two very bad choices, and you only...
I mean, I'm an American and I have to vote in presidential elections. Yes, I do know that.
Okay, you don't have the good choice. You have the bad choice and the even worse choice. Israel has been being attacked by Hamas. First of all, the entire Arab world rejected them for 75 years. They kept trying to make a deal. They kept saying, no, we want it all. That's what from the river to the sea means. It means we want it all. We don't want a compromise. They've never wanted a compromise. Israel gave Gaza back.
But did they? But Bill,
in
let's say our country was occupied by Mexico, right? You have a bunch of people who are occupying our land, and then they decide, you know what, we're going to leave. Hold on, let me finish.
They weren't occupying.
Let me finish. Let's say Mexico decides, you know what, we're going to leave, but we're going to control their electricity, what goes in, what comes out.
Because they were attacking
We're going to mow the lawn and just like randomly decide we're going to slaughter people because they allegedly threw rocks. They have literally nuclear...
Well, they didn't allegedly.
I mean, Israel has nuclear weapons, Bill. They have nuclear weapons.
And they don't... And
they have the world's military superpower backing them.
Right. Well, they have nuclear weapons which they don't use. If Hamas...
No, they don't use it, but just pretend
if Hamas had a nuclear weapon, how many seconds would it take before they used it on Israel?
I have no idea.
3. 3's the answer. 3 seconds.
How do you know that, Bill? Come on.
Because it's in their chart.
And I rest my case, by the way, Anna Kasparian is fucking retarded. If you need anything else other than that clip to prove that point, she is a fucking retard. Sorry, sometimes you guys don't like it when I use that word, but it applies here. The woman is retarded. The woman is a fucking idiot. She is so fucking stupid. Sorry, I have to just interject to make sure that point was very abundantly clear.
A weapon against Israel, I'm pretty sure the very land that Hamas cares about would be done for.
Okay, then they would be martyrs, and that would be a good thing, because that's their death cult view of the world. It's a good thing when you die. That's why they strap suicide vests sometimes on children. The fact that you can't see the moral difference between these two sides always amazes me among people.
I actually don't see the moral difference when you have like Bezalel Smotrich and Ben Gvir literally talking about exterminating the entire population of Gaza.
Okay, they're not talking about
and these are not, they are. I mean, the statements are brazen, they're upfront, they're honest. This is what they actually want to do.
Well,
I mean, the West Bank is another example. The West Bank had nothing to do with what happened on October 7th, but they're annexing that land anyway. They're raining terror on innocent people, innocent Palestinians. They're driving them out of their homes. Like, listen, I am willing to admit, because it's the truth, that what Hamas did on October 7th was a fucking atrocity.
Oh, wow.
Killing innocent people.
Who couldn't admit that?
But you have a difficult time at least acknowledging the atrocities that have been committed against innocent civilians in Gaza.
Well, it depends on what you call an atrocity. All wars are going to have atrocities.
A double tap on a hospital?
All wars...
A double tap on a hospital? So when the first responders show up?
I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I vaguely remember the thing.
Right.
Yeah. First of all, that's an old terrorist trick. That's what they do all the time.
Okay, but are you at least going to acknowledge that the IDF doing that was wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure they have committed what we would call war crimes, as every army does in every war.
Right, including our own, right?
Correct, in every war, including the Civil War. I forget who it was who made the good point, like, during the Civil War, a lot of people would say, especially in the South, that Sherman did not have to burn Atlanta quite as badly as he did. I mean, we were pretty brutal. But would you also then just say, well, we don't know who the good guys were in that war? No, I think it was the North. I think that they committed atrocity in Atlanta. Yeah, that's true. They burned when they shouldn't, and they were very rough on the South. They were still the good guys. They were fighting against slavery as Israel is fighting to survive. And also, you know, they are the front line in the Western world.
I totally disagree with you on this entirely. I think much of the problems we have in the Middle East is due to the enabling of this look, it's an expansionist policy. If Israel wasn't trying to continue expanding in the Middle East, so I don't think they would be dealing with the enemies that they're dealing with.
They've never been asked. They've never been trying to expand.
They're trying to annex the West Bank right now, and Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Syria, which they've succeeded in.
These are all places that they were attacked from. When they became a country in 1947, they said, okay, we will accept half a loaf. They had as much right to that land as anybody. There was a continual presence there since 1000 BC when King David had a kingdom.
I don't care about that at all.
Oh, okay, but it's relevant.
You can't wipe out innocent people because you used to live there like centuries ago.
You're calling them colonizers. They're not colonizers.
They're expanding, and they're annexing land. That's what colonizers do.
First of all, again, they were willing to take...
What a fucking idiot.
And they were attacked in Excuse me.
It's way more complicated than that, but it's okay.
Well, I don't know if you know the history.
I do, really well.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me the war.
So, for instance...
When were they attacked? What war?
Okay, so in 1967, when
that was the first time?
No, that wasn't the first time. But when you say that they have offered land to the Palestinians, land that belonged to them in the first place...
It didn't belong solely to them.
The whole point of this whole two-state solution was, okay, we'll give you this territory if you promise not to militarize. Without a military, you don't have a country. You don't have a country without a military. You don't have a country without borders, right? Without a military, you can't defend your borders. So if I were engaging in these negotiations with the Israelis, I would say, listen, I respect the territory that you're offering. However, we need to militarize. We need to protect our borders. To me, that's a big thing.
But that's not what they ever used it for. Again, they gave Gaza back in 2005. They could have chosen...
They didn't give Gaza back in... They left Gaza, but didn't really leave Gaza when they have complete control over the territory.
Because they kept being attacked. Just let me finish one sentence.
Go ahead.
They could have turned Gaza into a state that was much more like, I don't know, Dubai or something, if they wanted to. They didn't. Hamas took over right away. They never had elections after that.
You're right about that. You're right about the elections,
They're a terrorist mafia. Their own population is terrorized by them. They don't like them. All they did was import weapons from Iran, build tunnels, and use it to prosecute this war against Israel. They never used it. So, of course, Israel is going to be defensive. Their issue was they were not defensive enough, which is why October 7th happened.
So you're making good points. I'm going to concede to some of them, not all of them, but.
No, I don't even know why you want to talk about this.
This is what I want. Look, I want Palestinians to live in their own territory. I want them to be able to govern themselves. I want Israelis to live in peace and safety.
Then stop attacking them.
I'm going to attack them as long as they're doing what they're currently doing.
They're doing in retaliation for being attacked. Of course it is. They've been attacked. They were encircled. Lebanon. Why are they in Lebanon? Because Hezbollah was attacking from there.
Right, in response to what they're doing in Gaza, yes.
Well, before that, they've had 4 wars there.
Was it when they were trying to annex land from southern Lebanon that they were attacking?
They were not trying to annex land. They were trying to put a border between the country that was continually attacking them. If we were being attacked from Canada, I imagine we would want a little border between Maine and Canada.
True.
I don't think you
But while
really...
building that border, we wouldn't
I
then
don't know
take
where,
a little
I
bit
don't know
of
where on
southern
TikTok
Canada
you're
for
getting
ourselves.
this information.
No, it's not TikTok. I'm
but
very
it
well
is-
read on this.
Okay.
Very well read on this. I care about this issue a lot.
I see.
I do. Yeah.
Let me ask you one question, and then maybe we can
Yeah,
get
yeah.
off it. Because
Yeah, let's
otherwise,
have fun,
I
let's
just
have
want to
fun.
go.
Yeah.
I want to go have dinner.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
It's not really what I started a podcast for. You seem
No,
to,
no,
you
I
seem,
know,
seem
I
to
know.
be itching to get to it, and now that you have, I'm not going to like back down on it because.
I don't want
And
you
I'm
to.
not Jewish, by the way.
Oh, I didn't accuse
You know,
you of being Jewish, and then it wouldn't matter if you were.
No, but I'm saying I do this because I think it's the right thing, and because I feel like
Yeah.
I know the history and the politics of it.
I respect your perspective,
Okay,
yeah.
but if you had to live in the Middle East, so tomorrow, Anna, you got to go live in the Middle East. Where would you live? You can pick one city, any city. You can, as far away as, say, Pakistan. You could live in Karachi. You could live in Cairo. You could live in Amman, Jordan. You seem to love Lebanon. I mean, Beirut's nice when the bombing's not happening and the assassinations have stopped. Or you could live in Syria. I hear that's wonderful in the summer.
Well, we now have Al-Qaeda terrorists leading Syria.
Or the Houthis, I'm sure would make room for you.
Yeah.
Tel Aviv, or the West Bank, Ramallah, I think is just wonderful for like a little. It's in the fall, it gets lovely. Where would you live? What city would you live in?
Well,
where do you think you'd be
sure-
comfortable in that dress?
I'm sure it would not be comfortable in this dress in any of the various Middle Eastern countries that have been destabilized by
You're not
the United States.
You're not really blaming it on Whitey.
Listen,
Are you? You're blaming Islam on Whitey?
I'm not blaming,
blaming-
Islam on Whitey.
But what you're saying
But-
is still, we destabilized. That's why you can't wear that
Did we
dress?
not? Did we not
wait a second.
destabilize?
Wait a second.
We were
Are you
funding
saying?
terrorist organizations
Answer the-
in Syria during the Syrian
Okay,
civil war,
what-
starting
are you-
under the Obama administration.
That's why.
Did
you-
that not destabilize
that's-
Syria?
No, what's destabilized?
There's
let's
a
get-
literal
no.
Al-Qaeda
We're
terrorist
talking about your
leader.
dress.
Oh,
Why?
it looks
you're-
good. I know it looks
why,
good.
You're saying you can't wear that dress in Syria because of Whitey destabilizing?
I didn't say that.
Okay, that's
You're
what
putting
it's
words in my mouth.
Okay, great.
But
that's
the United
what it
States
sounded
did
like.
destabilize various
But
Middle
I
Eastern
asked about
countries.
the
Are you going
dress.
to deny that?
I asked about the dress, and you went right to destabilize. So is that why you couldn't wear that dress? Why couldn't you wear that dress? Why couldn't you
You
wear
want,
that?
you want me to talk about
Why-
jihadism and Islam, but like,
Why won't you?
listen.
Why won't you?
What a fucking
I mean,
sellout.
Why won't? Why?
I don't believe in jihadism, which is why I'm
Well,
furious
it's not
that,
just- it's not
that the
just-
United States
Okay,
just had
but
a
it's not
freaking
just
Al-Qaeda
ji-
terrorist
it's
in the
not
White
just
House.
jihadism that is preventing you from wearing that dress. Are you saying every Muslim is a jihad? I don't think they are.
Bill.
Okay, why can't you wear that dress?
Let's focus for a second.
No, you won't answer this question.
I'm not going to defend that religion, like that extremist religion at all.
Why can't you
But
just
that's not what
say-
this discussion is about. This discussion
No,
is about
it's very much what it's about.
ordinary,
It's very much.
innocent human beings
It's
that don't
always
want to be slaughtered.
It's always back to standing on the bodies of women and children. They're all exactly the same. They are all exactly the same. I debate pro-Palestinians for a living. This is what I do. They are so easy to win in conversation. And the reason why I win every fucking debate that I have with these people, and I'm not trying to put like a badge of honor on my shoulders, is because they don't have any talking points. The only thing they can do is stand on the bodies of dead women and children. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no more depth to it. That's all it is.
Regardless of what their religion
No one does. Then stop starting wars.
It's that simple.
Stop attacking Israel, it'll stop.
Okay.
But the fact that you can't answer that question, and you know that
I don't know what the question is. What's the question?
you keep doing
What's
that
my question? What's your
because
question?
you don't really want to hear it.
No, go ahead. I will
Okay.
give you space to speak. Go
then
ahead.
you will. Well, let me.
Yeah.
Okay. The question is, if you could live anywhere,
Right.
from North Africa all the way to we left out Uzbekistan. You could live there. Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Oh,
None of the above.
and
none of them.
or Tel Aviv.
None of them. Literally none of them.
But if you had to choose one, you would. So to you,
I would not,
To you,
no.
Karachi, Pakistan, and Tel Aviv, same thing.
I would figure
Because that's
something out, but
that's
I
powerful.
definitely.
Not as smart as I know you are. That's. Come on.
I have,
You're gonna
first
get
of all,
killed. You're
what
gonna get killed for that for good reason.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are, and for good reason.
Okay, Bill, I'm Armenian. I have literal family members who currently live in Iran. I have no love for the Iranian regime. Let me be clear about that.
I left out Tehran. Would you like to live there?
Hold on. But let me just say something.
Tel Aviv, Tehran.
There is so much disinformation. Armenian Christians who are part of the Armenian diaspora as a result of the 1915 genocide against Armenians.
I know it.
They're living in Iran right now. They're going to church. They're being left alone by the Ayatollah, as awful as the Ayatollah is. So look, I'm not saying I would want to live in Iran. I don't want to live anywhere in the Middle East. I want to live here in the United States of America, the greatest freaking country in the world.
You're like a politician. You're avoiding.
No, I'm being as super honest as I can be.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
100%.
No. Because the question is, if you had to pick a city, and you're not answering that question, you're doing what politicians are doing and saying, I don't want to live in any of them. I want to live in America. That's not the question. The question is, if you had to pick, would you rather live in Tel Aviv? Because I promise you, you wouldn't last a week in the other places, and you could easily live in Tel Aviv. So if you don't think that speaks of a difference between cultures and civilizations, then okay, we'll leave it there. But I promise you it does. And if you had to actually do that, I think you would agree with me.
I think given my very harsh and vociferous criticisms of the Israeli government, I probably wouldn't feel so safe living in Tel Aviv right now under this government. Under this government.
First of all, they have free speech there, so it would not be an issue. But that is a side issue. We're not really talking about. We'll just say just a person, not you with your vociferous talking at, just a regular, a woman of your age.
I'm sure a woman of my age who grew up in the Western world would probably feel the most comfortable in Tel Aviv. I will concede that. Okay.
What a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. What a cop-out, what a sellout, what a disgusting person. Sorry, you guys angry at me for speaking the truth here? She fucking sucks, man. She really does fucking suck. If you have trust in Anna Kasparian as a media pundit that you believe in, that you trust for your news, right there, you just got proof right there that you're being scammed. This person is disingenuous. She's not honest. She's a fucking liar. It's honestly horrific. Like, she is disgusting. And I think that this hypothetical that Bill brings up is so important because she likes to immediately bring up, yeah, you know what else? There's 10,000 Jews living in Iran too. Did you know that? It's actually pretty much the biggest population of Jews living in the Middle East right now. Would you consider them happy? Anna? Would you, if given the opportunity to leave Iran right now and come to Israel, do you think they would take it? If they could? Just because they live there and because the Ayatollah leaves them alone doesn't mean they're living a good life, you fucking stupid cunt. Same thing for Armenian Christians living in Iran. Just because the Ayatollah leaves them alone and the IRGC doesn't actively pursue them because they have bigger fish they're trying to fry, like Persians who are dissenting from them, doesn't mean they're living a good life, you fucking idiot. How stupid can you be to say that? We have lefties running around Tel Aviv protesting against the government all day, every day. Look at the Saluki. Look at the shit that my friend who is retarded, I think he's fucking retarded. He's a friend, but he's retarded. Look at what he does all day, every day. He harasses IDF soldiers. He doxes them. And even he's being a fucking asshole, like generally in society, he's biting the hand that feeds him, that protects him. But look at him. So even you, with all of the bullshit that you spew about Israel, would be 100% fine in Israel. You would be 100% fine. But if you went to Ramallah for a week dressed like that, let's see how long you last. Let's see how long you last in Nablus walking around. Let's see how long you last in the Muslim quarter in East Jerusalem walking around like that, you fucking idiot. You're a disingenuous liar. And honestly, when you have such an inability to answer questions like that, it really makes it seem like you're being paid by a foreign entity to propagate this stuff. You don't want, it's so clear that you don't want to talk about Islamism. Bitch, I'm brown, I'm Middle Eastern, 70% of my nation is, and I'm the third generation that has been persecuted by Islamists. Sorry, fourth generation. My great-grandparents, my grandparents, my parents, and me have all been persecuted by radical Muslims. That is why we ended up in the land of Israel. It is the only place that is willing to protect us. the only one. You're a fucking liar. You're a disingenuous liar. I'm done. See you guys next one. Love you a long time. Goodbye, Klats. You struggled with repping your Zionism in style? Well, boy, do I have a solution for you. Head to thetravelingclat.com and become a sweet Zionist prince or princess today. Or maybe even let the world know you're a white colonizer with matching hat. Tell the comment section you were thrown out of 109 countries by joining the 109 Club with a matching hat. They say it was promised to you 2,000 years ago. Double down and grab a shirt that was promised to you 3,000 years ago with a matching hat. Ever dreamed of Zionizing like me? Do it with a matching hat, damn it! Show off your Iraqi pride by being someone's back daddy, or showing them you were made in Iraq with a matching hat. It's time to laugh in the face of those who attack us. Wear their hate with pride and you become untouchable. TheTravelingClad.com. We got mugs, stickers, shirts, hoodies, and so much more. Go grab yourself something nice, Habibis and Habibtis. You deserve it. If you don't want to buy any merchandise, the best way to support me is by donating on Buy Me a Coffee, by PayPal, or becoming a member on my Patreon. Your support is very much needed and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, Brains, I made a big decision recently. I decided to try doing something that I've never tried before, something that might help me level up as a person and as an ADHD expert. That might be a way to help a lot more people, and I'm scared. I don't know how it's gonna go, but either way, I'm gonna need your help. So I've been doing this channel for a decade now, and when I started out, I knew nothing about ADHD. Everything that I learned, I put on this channel. I put in my book. I have a book now. After a decade, I think it's safe to say I'm an ADHD expert. I know a lot about ADHD, and because I have this channel, How to ADHD, I also get a lot of people coming to me with a lot of insights and information and research and resources and tools. And I feel like at this point, I have so much knowledge, right? I have so much that I understand about ADHD on a really deep level. I'm finally ready to try something that I never would have imagined I would ever try, which is to work with people directly to see if I can help them with an ADHD specific challenge that they're facing. Because when I started, every video was really about a challenge that I was facing, and learning about why I was dealing with that challenge, and more importantly, what could I do about it? What were maybe some strategies that could help? And I would filter, the research through my personal experience. I would listen to what you as the community were struggling with too, but it was really still about what am I struggling with that I can help myself with, and then make these videos public in case it's helpful for anybody else. And now what I want to try is to potentially do what I did for myself and for this community for another individual and this community. So instead of talking about what I'm personally struggling with and what strategies might help for the benefit of the community, I want to talk about what somebody else is struggling with and why that struggle is happening, and maybe some tools that can help, some strategies that can help, and then make that video public in case it's helpful for anybody else. So what does that look like? What I'm going to try is to talk to somebody one-on-one and just talk to them about what they're going through, and then disclose my own personal experience with that, talk about what the research says, what's going on with their brain, why they might be struggling with this thing, validate it as completely normal to be struggling with this when you have ADHD, because most of the time it's completely normal, right? And an individual might not know that. Just like really common ADHD struggles that I know are common, but maybe they don't, right? So I want to sit down and talk with people one-on-one about what it is that they're dealing with, why it is such a struggle for them, and then maybe some strategies that can help. And I want to do that in a way that also allows me to put that video on the channel potentially, so that it can be helpful in educating other people who might benefit from that as well. Because I know it's been really powerful for me to do that, right? Like, I've heard that when I'm making my own struggles public and letting people in on that, that's helped a lot of people. And so I think this is a really cool opportunity to help somebody directly with something that they are stuck with, something that they are struggling with, some of the invisible obstacles that they are facing, and hopefully in a really powerful way that also helps other people. But I'm scared. I'm scared because there is a big, big difference between me in the privacy of my own office or home when I first started researching this stuff and learning about ADHD and understanding why I struggle with this thing, and then creating a script out of it and showing up on camera and then editing it. There's a big difference between being able to take my time and really think through this stuff and then having that conversation in real time. And if I'm trying to have conversations with someone with ADHD who's struggling with the thing in real time, all of the ADHD related challenges that I've faced my whole life that I've found other workarounds for, like writing scripts, that won't be possible, right? Like I'm not going to script out a conversation with somebody, so I'm nervous. What if I don't explain well enough? What if I over-explain? What if somebody trusts me because I have really good content in my videos, and then what I say to them in person is just not at all helpful? I think like all the self-doubt I've ever felt about myself as someone with ADHD because of all of my struggles is just like popping up. I made a decision, and it was an important decision. Rather than expecting myself to be perfect at it right away, which I think a lot of us do, right? Like, well, I'll do it when I'm good at it. I'm gonna try to see if I can get good at it by trying. I guess what I'm saying is, I need your help. It's something that's really important to me. It's something that would be really meaningful to me because I know that there are a lot of things that people struggle with ADHD that are not what exactly the thing that I'm struggling with. And I have access to so much information and resources. Either it's already in my head, or I know researchers, I know clinicians, I know people who could help with these challenges, that I could go and get that information for them, right? So I'm gonna try it, but if I'm gonna try this, I need people to practice with. So if there's any ADHD related challenge that you are currently struggling with, I would like to see if I can help. So I'm going to be emailing out a form for submissions for like, hey, what's your ADHD challenge? Like, what would you like help with? What would you like to talk to me one-on-one about and get my insights on, and have me provide strategies or resources or insights, or talk about my personal experience with it? What's a challenge that you're struggling with? I'm going to send that out in my newsletter, but I wanted to put this on the channel, first of all, for accountability purposes. Like, I'm doing this, right? But also so you can see this journey and kind of come along on this journey with me, trying to level up, trying to learn how to do a different version of what I do and help people in a different way that I think could be really impactful. If this is something you're interested in being involved in, keep an eye out for the submission form through our newsletter if you're already signed up. If you haven't signed up for our newsletter yet, no worries, you can sign up now. I will put a link to that in the description below, as well as I think it's probably here. Yep. My producer's nodding his head. And you'll get a chance to work with me one-on-one and help me practice and help me get better at this. Help me help you. Help me help you. Oh gosh. There's definitely a part of me going, what have I done? But you know what? I know that I can help. I don't know if I'm going to do it perfectly. I don't know if I'm going to put my foot in my mouth. I don't know if I'm going to be really clumsy at it at first, probably. But I know that I can do this. What I've learned has helped me a lot. It's helped people who've read my book, and hopefully it will help you too if I get the chance to work with you one-on-one. I hope it's helpful. All right. Yeah. Newsletter. Cool. We're doing this. Bye, brains.
On a normal evening in 2009, a man gets home from work and boots up his computer. His name is Marcus Persson, but he often goes by his screen name, Notch. Based in Stockholm, Sweden, Persson spends his evenings developing passion projects, fun coding exercises that sometimes end up as completed video games, but more typically become abandoned after a short time. But what he doesn't know is that the file he starts today will change the gaming industry forever, and will make him one of the wealthiest Swedes in the world. This is the making of Minecraft. In the very beginning, the game that Persson was creating wasn't called Minecraft. It was called Ruby Dung, based on the two main elements of the game, the Ruby lands and the dungeons.
It's going to be a fantasy group manager. You don't actually do any quests yourself, but rather assemble, equip and level up heroes, and send them on quests you gotten from the local town.
Persson created a texture atlas, which is essentially one large image file that contains lots of smaller textures. Initially, this atlas only contained two textures, grass and cobblestone. Using these elements, he created a digital landscape filled with trees. Next up, Person wanted to implement a first-person view of the heroes going on their quests. But quickly he realized that it was becoming too pixelated and blurry. Frustrated that he couldn't get all of the features just quite right, Person scrapped the idea, not realizing that he had just created the first prototype for what would later become Minecraft. One major limitation was that he could only work on his games during the limited free time after his day job. He worked as a programmer at Midas Player, the Swedish game developers that would later go on to create Candy Crush. However, his bosses at Midas Player were unsupportive of Person's hobby. Once they discovered that he was making his own games in his free time, they felt that there was a competing interest, and they barred him from continuing making his own games. But Person couldn't be stopped. Rather than comply, he decided to quit his job in order to continue working on his own passion projects. And he found a new job with the software company J-Album, where he befriended the CEO, Carl Manne. J-Album was not a game studio, but a company that made digital photo album software. And Carl Manne not only didn't mind what Person did in his free time, but instead, he actively encouraged him to continue designing games. At this point, RubyDog still sat on the shelf, a scrap project with little more development. That is until April 2009, when Person came across a new game that would change everything for him. The game was called Infiniminer. Infiniminer is a multiplayer game where players team up against other players to dig blocks in search of minerals. As blocks are dug up, they can then be used to create structures to impede other teams. Though the objective of the game was to mine up more minerals than your opponents, players quickly abandoned that goal and instead realized it was much more fun to just build things. But despite the game's enormous potential, its development was plagued with difficulties. Zachary Barth, the original creator of Infiniminer, had intended to create a large network of players, but with the game's code constantly being modified and rewritten, the game soon fragmented its user base as the different versions of the game weren't compatible with each other. Frustrated, Barth decided to abandon the project as a whole, and the game's code became open source. The first time Person tried Infiniminer, he immediately had an epiphany that this was the game he wanted to do. And he had lots of ideas of how he could make it better. He sat back down with the previously abandoned RubyDog and got to work tweaking it into the new vision he had in his head. Reusing his existing textures, Person took a full weekend to rework some of the coding and art style. He called his creation Cave Game, and with just a little more work, it moved from just a test to a working prototype. Now, all he needed were players, and he had a plan for where he could get some early testers. Just a few weeks prior, Person joined an online indie game forum called TIG Source. Here, developers can receive feedback from other developers on games they are creating. Person began discussing with others in the community, who quickly suggested a new name for the project: Minecraft, Order of the Stone, named for the two actions you could do in the game, mining and crafting, though Person would later drop the subtitle from the name. He then decided that this forum would be the best place to start getting early players and have some immediate feedback for how he could continue developing the game. And so, on May 17, 2009, he shared the first link that would allow others in the forum to begin playtesting the game.
Minecraft. It's an alpha version, so there might be some crashes.
Just 12 minutes after he posted the link, the first person provides feedback.
Oh hell, that's pretty cool. I just dig around in the ground a bit, and suddenly I'm in this underground cave. Great sense of exploration already.
Just 3 minutes later, the next reply.
The animations are fantastic. It's generally really derivative at the moment of Infiniminer.
Quickly, more and more people are downloading, providing feedback, and, above all, praise. And though the forum was made for feedback, players couldn't resist posting the things they have made. Since people were showing off screenshots of their creations, more and more people were encouraged to jump in and give it a try themselves. The community also had plenty of feedback for features that could make Minecraft even better, and Person was on it, updating his blog nearly every day with the progress he was making on adding many of the ideas presented.
I plan on having several game modes: creative, survival, team survival, a fortress.
Though players were consistently finding the gameplay addicting, in this early stage there was no way to save what they had built. There was also no way to play with friends or to play on maps that others had created. Person would often sit down with the intention to add these commonly requested elements to Minecraft, but he would repeatedly get distracted due to the challenges of implementing multiplayer and instead would focus on more fun features.
Okay, multiplayer was boring, but here's water.
Damn that Hollander. Where'd he go?
Should Minecraft have
You
blood?
lost him, huh?
Isn't it?
No, blood is
Yeah,
overused.
I'm having problems. If only the
Next up
birds
was
were helping
adding
me look.
multiplayer,
Not
which would
together.
take quite some
should
time,
look
but
separately.
Person was determined to get it up and running, though not without some more side projects along the way and more challenges to overcome.
So I didn't do multiplayer code, but I had fun. Multiplayer will be in the form of a downloadable server, which will broadcast its IP to the main server when it starts up. Oh, I feel stupid. Server admins could host any data they want on their servers. This means anything, including bad things. Multiplayer's starting to go good. I've got player connect, disconnect going, and map streaming on login.
With the release of multiplayer, nearly a month had passed of constant updates, fine-tuning, and debugging since Minecraft was first introduced to the TIG source community. And Person realized that his passion project could be much more than just a game he was making as a hobby. If it was going to continue to grow like this, it was time to put a price tag on it and go commercial. Though today it may seem completely normal that an indie developer sells their game rather than releasing it for free, this wasn't actually the case in the late 2000s. The expected practice, rather, was to release a game as freeware and to make money through the use of ads. Person, however, came up with a different plan. Having seen how valuable the direct feedback from the forum has been, he designed his pricing to reward early adopters.
Teamwork.
And despite the warning that people wouldn't pay for such a game, sales started coming in almost immediately. Person even started seeing such a high influx in his income that his PayPal account was frozen due to suspected fraud. It was also enough that he was able to change his status from full-time to part-time at JAlbum, allowing him to spend even more time on developing Minecraft. Month after month, Person followed the same process, listening to feedback from those who were playing, implementing more features that were commonly requested, and fixing any bugs that were reported. He also, during this time, met another person on the TIG source forum that could help him with the game's sound design. Daniel Rosenfeld is a musician and sound engineer, and he began to collaborate with Person to provide sound effects for Minecraft, as well as produce the iconic soundtrack that is still used to this day. By 2010, sales of Minecraft had grown to the point where Person was able to quit his part-time job with JAlbum altogether, and it was clear that as Minecraft continued to expand, Person would need an actual business structure to handle the explosive growth. But since he was uninterested in actually running a business, he decided to call in some help. First was a friend and colleague from Person's old days at Midas Player, Jacob Porser. Second was yet another colleague, but this time from J-Album, the former CEO, Carl Manet. Together, the three would establish the company that would officially back Minecraft, Mojang. Persson was no longer working from home, but had built a small team. The game was still not officially finished, but it already became immensely popular amongst players. And by August of 2010, Minecraft had grown enough to catch the attention of other, much larger game developing companies, such as Valve. Persson was invited for a meeting to the headquarters of the gaming giant in Bellevue, Washington, and he accepted the meeting halfway across the world. And while there, Persson thought he could also meet some Minecraft fans.
I have all day on August 31st, free in Bellevue, if you guys could organize something on the forums. And I figured we could call it Minecraft Con 2010, even if it's just 3 people sitting around in uncomfortable silence for 20 minutes.
During the meeting with Valve, the company offered Persson a position. However, he decided to turn the offer down, as his focus was solely on Minecraft. After these negotiations, however, Persson joined a small gathering of people that had come around because of his blog post. A little more than 50 people turned up to hang out in a park, a meetup that would go down as the very first Minecraft Con. And this spontaneous event would give the Mojang team an idea. By the end of 2010, Minecraft had reached over 700,000 sales, and yet, by this point, Minecraft was still technically not a finished game. It was still in its beta phase, but Mojang's development team was close to finishing the actual release. With so much hype already built around the game, Mojang knew they needed some fanfare to go along with the game's launch. And in November 2011, they decided to host an official Minecon. This time, instead of an impromptu gathering of 50 people, it would be a sold-out organized event with 4,500 attendees. And in quintessential early 2010s fashion, this Minecraft convention had a party DJ'd by deadmau5. All of this would be leading up to the grand finale of Minecon 2011, the official release of the game. As the Mojang team gathered on stage, Persson would stand by a large blocky lever, and with one pull, Minecraft was officially launched as a finished project. Even though the game was now finished, the team would continue working on it, releasing updates and adding new features, even until today. But for Persson himself, it was the end of a chapter. After 2 years of continuous work on Minecraft, he was ready to move on to other projects in order to get back to what he loved doing most, coding. And so, just 2 weeks after Minecraft's official release, Persson decided to step down from his position as lead developer of Minecraft. With Jens Bergensten now at its helm, Minecraft continued to flourish. But Persson didn't get the rest he was hoping for. Still perceived as the maker of Minecraft, players continued to send any issues they encountered to him, and he was flooded by complaints. For a long time, he would attempt to ignore the negative feedback that he could do nothing about, until it finally came to a head in 2014. As the popularity of Minecraft continued exploding, an inevitable feature from players began to emerge: pay to win.
What do you
Mojang
think?
has always allowed
Pretty
public
good, right?
servers to be created so that players around the world can play the same map together. However, this opened the door for some to take advantage and create servers where players have to spend money to gain an advantage. These pay-to-win services violated the end-user license agreement of Minecraft, which is why, in a controversial move, Mojang began to crack down on these servers and gave them a deadline to either adapt or to shut down. Following this statement by Mojang, there was immense negative feedback. And though Person was no longer working on Minecraft, he still received the bulk of the criticism. In frustration, he sent out a tweet on June 17, 2014 that would change the direction of Mojang forever.
Anyone want to buy my share of Mojang so I can move on with my life? Getting hate for trying to do the right thing is not my gig.
The very next day, Mane began fielding calls from companies that wanted to know if Person was serious, including studio giants EA, Activision, and Microsoft. And after giving it a thought, Person realized he actually was serious about selling Mojang so that he could finally distance himself completely. And after several rounds of negotiations, a deal was struck.
Mojang has confirmed it's being sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion.
The deal with Microsoft meant that the Mojang founders, Person, Mane, and Corsair, would step away completely, whereas all of their employees would be barred from layoffs. The Microsoft deal was worth a staggering $2.5 billion, and as the major shareholder of Mojang, Person had become a billionaire overnight. This is the part of the script that should have been the easiest to write. After all, it's a classic happy ending. Person had achieved the unthinkable. He turned his passion project started at home into an empire, becoming wealthier than he ever imagined. In the following years, Person would continue developing games, and he would do what billionaires do, moving to Los Angeles and buying the most expensive mansion ever built in Beverly Hills, hosting extravagant parties. Meanwhile, Minecraft continues to thrive. With over 300 million sales, it is to this day the most sold video game ever made. But yet, this is the part of the script for this video that was by far the hardest to write. In 2017, a series of racist and homophobic tweets led to Microsoft distancing itself from Person. They scrubbed his name from the game and did not invite him to the 10th anniversary celebration of Minecraft. Person's tweets were bad. Really bad. And they have significantly impacted his legacy in recent years. For me, the hard part about writing this section is figuring out how to talk about someone's harmful comments without making things worse. In situations like this, it often feels like there are two paths someone can take. The easy path is the one where they double down on their harmful views, find a crowd that supports them. But then there is the hard path, acknowledging the mistakes, learning from them, and making an effort to change. And the easier we make it for people to take this second path, the more might take it. Marcus Person's story is undeniably inspiring. There are few stories that highlight as well as this how powerful a good idea is, and how much creativity can flourish within constraints as his. And more than anything, he has created a world that I've always experienced as incredibly inclusive. When is Minecraft the most fun? Is it when you open a new world, starting to build something new from scratch? Or is it when you've built an empire, and when you have an abundance of everything there is? Marcus Person is now in that second stage of life. When I first started this channel, I never could have imagined it would lead to making videos like this. I got to hire an actor, build out a set, and even rent a soundstage in order to make this story come to life. And over the course of the last years, I have produced my most ambitious productions yet, my video series called Underexposure. Each episode a unique, gripping story that I believe deserves to be highlighted. The series name, Underexposure, is intentional. An underexposed image is a photograph that captures too few details in the shadows. But in my series, we will bring these shadowy aspects to life. To find out what really happened on the top floor of the Bin Laden compound. Why Flight MH17 crashed over eastern Ukraine. Or look at the remarkable story of how two families escaped a dictatorship using only a self-made hot air balloon. This entire series is available exclusively on Nebula, which is a creator-owned streaming service where the likes of Johnny Harris, Wendover Productions, or Real Life Lore post their videos early, ad-free, and create higher-budget originals, such as my original series. So go to nebula.tv/neo and make sure that you use exactly this link in order to get 40% off the annual plan. All my exclusive videos are up there, so thanks for the support, and thank you so much for watching this video.
12-year-old Polly Hannah Class was in her own bedroom having a slumber party when she was abducted last night.
Now we need your help to bring Polly Class home.
Somebody said, Winona Ryder on line 4. So I hit line 4 and I said hello, and then I started hearing crying.
There's a tragic reason why Winona Ryder's Stranger Things performance feels so real.
Find my son. Find him.
She came home with no entourage and showed up in jeans and a t-shirt.
Winona told Polly's father she had seen his daughter.
It was like truly having an angel come down from heaven and help us find my child.
I feel really confident that she is going to come home.
So how did someone praised as an angel suddenly become a target in court?
For someone to trot out the body of a dead child.
Winona Ryder may be a double felon, but she's a double felon with a very big heart and a very generous spirit, and nobody should ever forget that.
You have disappointed many people. I'm going to hold you accountable.
I don't know what Mama. What's the problem? Hello?
Shortly after I fell asleep, an intruder came into the house, appeared at the door to their room. As Polly opened it to take the sleeping bags into the front room, he had a large knife.
The intruder had interrupted 12-year-old Polly Class and her best friends in the middle of a sleepover. He gagged and tied the terrified girls, warning them not to move.
He said he was only there for the money, but it obviously had nothing to do with money.
He said, "Who lives here?" Polly said, "I do." And then he took Polly.
He told Polly's friends to count to 1,000, and by the time they were done, Polly would be back. They never got to 1,000, and Polly never came back. Polly's friends managed to free themselves and ran straight for help, bursting into Polly's mother's room while she was still asleep, unaware of the horror that had just unfolded in her daughter's bedroom. She dialed 911 right away, panic rising as the reality set in.
It was hard to say the words, but I said, my daughter has been taken. When you do everything you can as a parent to protect your children, and I'm a very devoted parent and always have been, you just don't think about someone coming into your home.
When you look at the boldness of this kidnapping, a parent is home. 3 girls are having a slumber party. The lights are on. It's 10:30 at night.
There was no playbook for this. It just